ऑलराइट दोस्तों, ये जो है ये है डेल G16। लुक एट दिस लैपटॉप लुक्स वेरी नाइस। कीबोर्ड भी जो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन कीज है वो भी अच्छे हैं। ASDW ये जो गेमिंग के लिए आप इस्तेमाल करते हो वो हाईलाइटेड है। आपको एक छोटे फॉर्म फैक्टर में बड़ी स्क्रीन मिलती है। ऊपर थोड़ी बड़ी है बेजल, लेकिन उसके अंदर आपको 720p वेबकैम मिलता है, साथ में माइक्रोफोन्स भी है। स्पेक्स के बारे में बात करते हैं। इंटेल कोर i9 13 जनरेशन का टॉप ऑफ द लाइन प्रोसेसर आता है दोस्तों। अगर रैम के बारे में बात करूं, 16 GB रैम आती है, 2 स्लॉट में 8 GB, तो आप अपग्रेड कर पाओगे 64 GB तक। व्हाट इंप्रेस मी वाज ऑडियो। खेलते समय हमने देखा ये डॉल्बी ट्यून्ड स्पीकर्स हैं, अच्छा डिस्प्ले तो है ही, बट इवन द ऑडियो इज वेरी गुड, इट्स लाउड एंड क्वालिटी अच्छी है। ओवरऑल रियली गुड लुकिंग पावरफुल लैपटॉप विथ वेरी गुड डिस्प्ले।
होटल्स में फ्लैट 1000 ऑफ इन द गो IBEBO ऐप। ट्रिप के लिए तैयार, जब सबका यार देगा 1000।
मुझे ढोल बजाना है आपके साथ।
बॉयज बैंड में चलो रे।
ढोल तो बजाना ही है। एनी आइडियाज?
लड़की हो के ढोल। रिधि तेरे पास था ना?
दादू का नेहा चाहिए?
यस।
मुश्किल है यार।
तू छोड़ना मत, लगी रहे।
नॉट बैड, मिलके ढोल बजाएं।
तुम गर्ल्स बैंड में क्या करोगे?
दिल खोल के तो देखो, दुनिया खुल जाएगी। फेसबुक, मोर टुगेदर।
Alright दोस्तों, ये जो है ये है Dell G16. हो. Look at this. This laptop looks very nice. कीबोर्ड भी जो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन कीज है वो भी अच्छे हैं. ASDW ये जो गेमिंग के लिए आप इस्तेमाल करते हो वो हाईलाइटेड है. आपको एक छोटे फॉर्म फैक्टर में बड़ी स्क्रीन मिलती है. ऊपर थोड़ी बड़ी है बेजल, लेकिन उसके अंदर आपको 720p वेबकैम मिलता है. साथ में माइक्रोफोन भी है. स्पेक्स के बारे में बात करते हैं. इंटेल कोर i9 13 जनरेशन का टॉप ऑफ द लाइन प्रोसेसर आता है दोस्तों. अगर रैम के बारे में बात करूं, 16GB रैम आती है, 2 स्लॉट में 8GB, तो आप अपग्रेड कर पाओगे 64GB तक. व्हाट इंप्रेस मी वाज ऑडियो. खेलते समय हमने देखा ये डॉल्बी ट्यून्ड स्पीकर्स हैं. अच्छा डिस्प्ले तो है ही, बट इवन द ऑडियो इज वेरी गुड. इट्स लाउड एंड क्वालिटी अच्छी है. ओवरऑल रियली गुड लुकिंग पावरफुल लैपटॉप विथ वेरी गुड डिस्प्ले.
ये गाना उनके लिए जो पूछते हैं कि गूगल पे पर कौन कौन से बिल्स मिलते हैं. A to Z गूगल पे पर मिले हर बिल आसानी से.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS, and currently we are in the week 2 and the last day of week 2 as well, Johnny. Considering we know what exactly happened yesterday. Yesterday's day was quite fire, to be honest. An action-packed day, and hopefully today is going to be the same as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be a host and caster, Necro. John alongside with me is Johnny on the panel. And considering, as I mentioned, yesterday's day was absolute action-packed. What are your expectations from today's day?
I mean, today's day is going to be even better. As you mentioned, it's the last day of these opening brackets. And again, I mean, the last set of, 32 teams are going to perform today. 16 per group. 2 groups are going to be playing. And after that, we will have the final set of 16 teams moving and qualifying for that 4th week of BGI as the grind. So it is going to be extremely intense. Plus, just like yesterday, we have a lot of big names stepping into the battleground. So the fans are going to be waiting for their favorite teams to show up just like me.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, today's day, expectations are going to be all-time high. And I am personally really excited to see this team duke it out inside the battlegrounds itself. Now, speaking about yesterday as well, you know, we had this conversation brewing up since a while. And OG, in that last group when they came up yesterday, they absolutely stomped everyone in the first 2 maps. But why did they did so? It was all because of that first spot and also that big chunk of money, which is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool. 2 crore rupees are on the line. And of course, as we all know, there are also some special prizes to be given away all the way at the bottom of the board.
Exactly, and it doesn't matter if you are an experienced team or a newcomer in this Tier 1 circuit. You want that money for yourselves. You want the first position and the 75 lakhs along with it. But as we have been discussing for the last 2 weeks, in fact, since we started this BGI as the grind, I mean, the individual prize pools themselves are pretty massive for the players who are willing to take it. But that will all happen once they eventually make it to the BGIS. For now, though, the intensity of the grind, it keeps on rising with game by game, day by day. And again, I mean, as you mentioned yesterday, OG, they were on a destruction spree as they were able to secure a lot of placement points in their matches. But I think their primary focus was on those finish points, because every single finish, like always, equals 1 point.
Exactly, as you all know. But you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the schedule. Nothing's going to be changed over there as well. As we all know, each group will be getting 3 lifelines. That means 3 chances to make it in the top 8. The first one given on the map of Erangel, the second one will be given on the map of Miramar, and then the third one, as usual, will be ending things off on Sandhawk, as group 15 and 16 will be duking it out. And as I mentioned, some known names are definitely there inside both of these groups, but a lot of the fans' eyes are going to be on Team X Park, that's for sure. We all know.
But I have a question for the lovely viewers that are tuning in right now. Have you guys registered yet for the BGIS? Because let us remind you, the registration lines are still open, and registration process, it is as simple as going on the link that is Necro.
esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com. That is the link, ladies and gentlemen. So go on that link and register your team right now. And also make sure all the information that you guys are filling up on the website is valid, and also it's filled with the maximum amount of precision. Just like in game, your aim will be pretty good. We want your precision to be really good in typing as well, because I'm a person that makes a lot of typos. So hopefully you guys are not going to be making those typos when you're going to be filling those information, because if you do make that mistake, your team will be DQ'd out of BGS, and you do not really want that to happen. But you know what, Johnny, getting back to the conversation once again about today's day and today's groups, as we know, Group 15 and Group 16 will be duking it out inside today's battle. And as I mentioned, no names are definitely there. As usual, underdogs are going to be there as well. Now, if you speak about Team X Spark, the history's been a little bit in the downhill. Expectations from my side today are definitely going to be that hopefully X Spark are going to be on the rising side now.
I mean, hopefully the fans are going to be hoping for that to happen as well, but it is definitely going to be a challenge, because as we have noticed the trend so far in the first 2 weeks, heading into this final day of competition for these opening weeks, I mean, it's not easy to make it, even for the veterans. I mean, they mess up a couple of matches and then their qualification is on the line. I mean, yesterday, biggest news from yesterday was the Team Soul's performance. I mean, the first 2 games not really working out for them, then converting on Sanok and then pushing through inside of the top 8. I mean, it is extremely difficult to just put it all on the line based on that one game. If you pull it off, it is going to look extremely impressive. But if you fail, then all the fingers are going to be pointed towards you. But we were talking about the matchup, and we have the 16 teams that are going to be playing this first game right now on our screens. And as you mentioned, Team X Spark, they definitely are going to be one of the biggest names inside of this lobby. But then there are individuals in these teams that I'm going to be looking forward to. Like from the side of Brawlers, there's going to be Sangwan, an experienced lad who's going to be stepping into this team. High Voltage as well. We've seen this name again and again, and well, they are here this time around as well. Apart from these guys, Revenge Esports, they have Final Boss playing in their lineup, so that is one of the individuals that I'm looking forward to the most, actually.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, even High Voltage is one of those known names inside this entire tournament. Yeah, the players that they've signed up, I personally have got no clue who those players exactly are, but, you know, if High Voltage is such a big name, I'm pretty sure every single player that they have nitpicked, that they have handpicked, has to be one of the best players out there in the Indian region. Now, you also brought up saying that even Team Revenge is one of those teams that my eyes are going to be on, and considering now that team is also on the second slot of the entire matchup that you guys saw right underneath X Spark, there's a lot of these teams, to be honest, that are completely unknown to me personally. I don't know how these players are going to be performing inside the game, where the drop spot's going to be like, and I think so the similar type of circumstances are outing even the other players are going to be expecting inside the lobby. So I'm going to be hoping for a lot of early collisions.
I mean, me too, man. I mean, this game is going to be intense. And for the last few days, even yesterday, we saw a lot of early drop clashes, which were extremely entertaining. Then there were a few awkward moments in the mid-game stages and the early stages as well, where the players were struggling to find those weapons in order to take those fights. I mean, talk about the first Irangle yesterday. If you remember, the first few picks were, well, the players tried to get the first few picks with those revolvers and those pistols in that early game open drop clash. So, yeah, moments like these are expected, and I'm pretty sure there's a high probability of them occurring today as well, especially considering, I mean, a lot of these big names right now, especially considering this is the last day of the last week of opening matches, week 2, because from next week onwards we move on to the teams that have played their matches before in week 1. So it'll be interesting to see if any one of these experienced teams is going to try and set a statement like the sort of medal esports, just the way they did, like Enigma Gaming did, wherein you are going to be disclosing your drops to everyone else and just challenging them up front. Like, this is where we are going to go. This is where we're going to drop on this particular map. If you have the guts to take the fight against us, well, we welcome you with open arms.
Exactly. Now, no name streams drop location, everyone already knows where they're going to be dropping down onto words, but the unknown teams drop locations, they're always anonymous, they're always a secret. Now, you can also say that that is also a plus point, or you can also say that that is also a negative point, considering you never know which team's going to be dropping on top of you. So, I mean, there's always these pros and cons that you can look at. And the revolver scenario that you brought up, I remember it was one of the players from the side of FS Esports, all the way back from that Stalber Hill. That's where all this thing just happened, and the player was actually just trying to run inside the water lines. He tried to get on top of the jet ski as well. He tried to escape, but that was next to impossible because you've got so many guns just trained at you, and they've locked you in their sights. And another thing that I would really like to bring up, in the second group of yesterday that we saw, OG came into play. Now, OG, they dominated Erangel and Miramar, back-to-back chicken dinners. But then in the third map of Sanhok, a team dropped right on top of them inside boot camp, and they got eliminated. So This is what I'm trying to say. Even when OG, they dominated, they managed to secure 60 points in only 2 games, Johnny. That is impressive. But still, you never know, man. Which map, what's going to happen? So you always got to be trained.
Exactly. You always have to be on focused, and just your game plan needs to be set out even before the match begins. Again, as you keep bringing up that scenario, I mean, there were a lot of moments as well where we saw the young teams take on the veterans and come out on top. I mean, one of the most impressive teams from yesterday in terms of the newcomers, the new faces, was BTW Ned. I mean, talk about the impressive performance they had in that second Miramar game. We were talking about the utility uses, the presence of mind, the patience, the control that the team displayed. Everything was perfect, and they were quite consistent throughout the entirety of the day as well. I will be looking forward to seeing those sort of scenarios from these upcoming teams as well, because it is extremely easy to get distracted, realize or fail to realize, like, all right, we might be doing really well, we might have won 2 fights in a row till now, we might have stacked up 8 or 9 eliminations till now, but we can't just keep on steamrolling over every single team that we see. There will be a point where we will reach our breaking point, and we are going to have to back off, and that is the most important thing to realize, especially in the heat of the moment. We have multitude of times seen big names be a part of those open area fights, especially on maps like Miramar, where you don't really have to. Sometimes it is important to back off, and I think that is one of the most difficult decisions to take, when to back off and when to push forward. So it will be quite interesting to see what those scenarios are going to look like for these teams that are going to be playing today.
That's a really good point, actually, and this is where the entire team soul point as well raises up, because we saw them duke it out yesterday, right? Now, on the map of Miramar and Erangel, this team was looking really confident with how they were moving on the map. It just seemed like they were not fearing anyone, right? And then when the map of Sanhok comes around, they realize that, okay, now our qualification's on the line. 2 players are alive. I think so. It's Goblin and Hector, if I'm not wrong. These 2 guys, maybe Omega. Yeah, it was Omega, or I think so. So yeah, 2 guys were alive, and then those 2 guys somehow clutched it up, and that's why Seoul are now going to be moving up to the round 2. So even the top teams, man, if you're a top team, do not get too complacent, because as I always like to say, when you get too complacent, you perhaps start taking fights that you should not. And I also mentioned one thing yesterday: there's a very thin line between confidence and overconfidence.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that overconfidence aspect needs to go away from the bigger names. I mean, we have seen confident teams stepping into the battleground as well, and then dominating the entire day. As you keep mentioning about OG, I mean, we saw OG take fights in the first few games as well. First 2 matches, we mentioned they were able to secure 60 points. But in every single fight, we also saw them just be extremely cautious, make sure they were treating these teams, the new upcomers, the underdogs, as they would the veterans of the scene. Equal amount of respect being given to these teams as well, and they were completely focused on protecting their numbers. They did not want to risk anything, and because of that, they were able to just dominate those matches yesterday. Today, I think, since considering again it is the last days of the veterans, they're going to try and enjoy themselves a little bit more. So for teams like Team X-Park and teams like High Voltage, I think their expectation is going to be, or their game plan for today is going to be to try and get to that 20-point marker within the first 2 matches, and then just enjoy themselves on the map of Sanhok. Today, for both these groups, I think Sanhok is just going to be crazy. You can't expect any standard gameplay on any Sanhok today.
I mean, to be honest, the heal battles might be coming into play as well, from especially High Voltage, if I remember. So there's a high chance we might just see the heal battles coming in by a lot of these teams. But as I mentioned recently, what's been happening is that a lot of teams are getting in the map of Sanhok with the similar type of mentality, and then we're seeing a lot of these drop collisions happen on those individual compounds, so it gets really tough to accumulate all those meds. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go, the first game of this final day of this week 2, as we have the plain flat path on our screen starting all the way from Georgia Pole Hospital towards Yasnaya Poliana.
Yeah, and this one is leaning heavily towards the northern part of the map, so it's going to be quite interesting to see which teams, in fact, now decide to head towards the military island, even if anyone does, in fact, because military island is going to be quite far away from this flight path, and it's going to be a challenge to get there. First of all, you're going to have to drop out in the open, find some vehicles, and then rotate. And then, if the zone is towards the northern side of the map, you're going to have to come back. So I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how the teams adapt to this flight path. But Necro, did you expect this? I mean, we have a team heading towards the Georgia Pole City, one team, Team X-Park, going towards northern Georgia Pole, but High Voltage has taken a similar drop. So we have 3 teams. There's a potential of 3 teams dropping in that Georgia Pole circle.
Exactly. I mean, 3 teams in that overall vicinity. I mean, once again, Northern Georgia Pool has enough amount of buildings that you can just spread yourself out and get a lot of loot. I personally think so. Northern Georgia Pool, 2 teams can easily just settle down and loot up without even needing to fight against each other. Now, if you talk about the Georgia Pool containers, though, that's where the collisions might start to happen. But if you do take a look at the players of OH, Old Hood, they're going to be dropping inside the Georgia Pool City. So that's a really good news for them. No one's going to be around them. They can't loot up peacefully without any threat lingering around. Now, as we did see the planned flat path sort of just favoring the northern side a little bit, military base is going to be completely abandoned. And now we also do have to circle, so it does not really make a lot of sense to go all the way down south and then rotate back up once again. So teams who like to go all the way down south towards military base, they will now need to find a temporary drop location, their secondary drop location.
Yeah, there are only a few teams who can deal with a situation like this consistently. Like, even if the zone and the flight path is not there, they're going to go to their drop spot and figure out a way of making it back into the zone, be it in the early stages or the mid-game stages. One way or the other, they will get there. But I agree with you. It is extremely difficult to pull it off, and being consistent with that sort of a strat can make it even more tricky. But I think since we all saw 3 teams heading towards that Georgia Pole area, one towards city, the other 2 towards the northern Georgia city, our eyes are going to be stuck here for the first few minutes of the game, as this is the highest probability of this is the place where there is the highest probability of the first fight breaking out. But so far in the game, early seconds, we all know everyone's priority is the same. It is to get that loot.
Exactly, and that's what we see, these players just moving up forward. Omega with the Badger in his hands trying to deal some damage out on the player in the front, but it's going to be a tough one considering now you're also on top of a vehicle, so you can add a bit of more inaccuracy onto that gun. And considering I don't exactly know what LOC are trying to pull off here, because a team in the front named Faith is also on the same path, is also on the same route where they want to go. So LOC, I guess they will need to loot around the military base, those smaller compounds. They will need to be satisfied with that. It's not a bad thing, but it's just going to take a bit more time.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing, but I think that it was like a clear race, not to the Witch Mountain, but the military base this time around. And this one is won by Faith Esports. And as you mentioned, LOC, now they are out of options. They will have to loot those small compounds just next to the military bridge. And maybe they can try and fall back from the military island entirely as well. That can also be a viable game plan for them. But we switch focus now towards Shelter, where we have the players from EMR Esports having taken early control of Shelter for themselves. And I think, again, for the early game stages, this is like a phenomenal position to be in. You are completely hidden underneath the ground. You can protect yourself. There is decent amount of loot available in this position as well. And I think unless the zone actually moves out away from them, or EMR gets too complacent, steps out into the open without scouting their surroundings and gets picked off, unless one of those scenarios happen, they should have a very, very comfortable early and mid game.
I genuinely feel like Shelter in itself, though, is not enough for an entire 4-man squad. It's not enough. I don't know why. I mean, whenever I've dropped in with my team and whenever I try to loot up Shelter, I do not really have enough amount of meds all the time. We're just lacking on something or the other. Yeah. So you need to always, when you're going to be dropping inside Shelter, you need to have like a secondary rotation plan where you're going to stop, loot up once again, get a little bit topped off with that loot. Once you're good to go, that's when you're going to be completely comfortable inside the game. But as we know, right, as I mentioned as well, teams that do like to go all the way down south towards military base, now they will need to sort of adjust to some temporary drop locations. And a lot of these teams try to do that. LOC was one of those, but as you mentioned, there was a race going on between Faith and LOC, and LOC unfortunately lost that race because they were a step behind the players of Faith, but it's completely okay. Now, the teams that are in the down south, they will need to move all the way up north and make a good rotation. And another thing, Johnny, that I pointed out in the pregame segment is that I thought we're probably going to be seeing a lot of drop collisions, but that's not the case at all. We're not seeing any early elimination. Actually, this is the first game so far we haven't seen a single elimination hit the board.
And that's the weird part, though, because we did see drop clashes, but no early fights. That's extremely that is what is weird about this game, because we are seeing. I mean, we saw a couple of moments ago on the map as well. There is a team out in the open, just moving around just north of Pachinki, and they are also still safe. No shots being fired in their direction. So I think everyone in the early stages is still looking to find the ideal loot that they consider ideal for their setup and for their game plan. And I think, again, as we did see a few days ago, a peace treaty being signed by everyone. All right, guys, let's just loot in the early stages, and then in the mid-game stages we are going to go all in. But I think the problem with that game plan is, as soon as you start to rotate, you will not realize, like, all right, this spot might not be cleared. Even though these compounds look extremely tiny, there are still going to be players over here. And this sort of scenario is going to be a troublesome situation for teams to deal with from stage 3 onwards. But I think stage 1 and 2... teams will be able to protect themselves quite easily. And I mean, the majority of the teams don't really have any incentive of moving out of their current covers as well, since most of them are quite close to the zone or already inside it. So they're going to play from their current position as well.
Old Hood Esports on our screens, Johnny, and I mean, I personally love their name, right? For them, it's all good and good so far. No threat. They're going to be chilling for a while. And once you're going to be chilling, just don't get too comfortable and cozy, because when you do, that's where you need to start moving up, because you're still not in the best spots possible. You're barely on the edge of the circle as well, so you need to make it inside the circle. In a better spot, I would always prefer, at least in the first 2 circles, try to be in the smack center of the spot as close as possible to the center at least. So even if the circle does take a complete drastic shift away from you, a sudden shift away from you, that's where you will at least have a bit of more advantage compared to the other teams, right? So you can make it inside the circle way earlier and get a prime positioning in your hands. Now, once again, the upcoming circle, it's all in the hands of BGMI gods, but at least you can try to nullify all the odds and the luck that can be stacked against you. But we've got High Voltage on our screens, a team, as I said, a known organization. Let's see how these players are trained.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be keeping an eye on them, seeing what they're going to be up to throughout the day. But Necro, since we are in the down phase of the early stage of the game, I have a question for you. And since we are also reaching kind of the final few moments of these opening weeks of BGI as the grind, what has been your favorite moment of BGI as the grind so far?
Favorite moment as in like favorite teams, you mean, or like in general?
Favorite moment. Like, because for me, it has to be a couple of days ago we saw 1v4 from a player called KSR. That was very impressive.
I would say Gladiator Esports performances. Like, they just battle it out like gladiators. Honestly, the way they fought the lobby, I've never seen a team just dominate their way through so much. I mean, yeah, we do understand these are underdog teams, but still, I mean, even if these are underdog teams, at least they're mechanically skilled. But Gladiator Esports was just straight up disrespecting everyone. They did not care who you are. And the best part is, even if they are overconfident, they're at least getting the job done. So that's what matters.
Exactly, and I think the way Gladiators actually pull it off as well is it makes it look even more impressive, because we always talk about giving priority to the zone, giving priority to the cover, and trying to get inside of the zone, get that cover for yourself early. Gladiators Esports, they take their sweet time. They play at their own pace, and as you mentioned, even while doing that, they make sure they're getting those flashy plays in, taking on multiple teams at the same time and getting those points secured. But as we transition into the second stage of the game, there are still 64 players still remaining in the game. Not a single shot has been fired. But look towards Severny. 4 teams colliding back in the center. In the meanwhile, though, Faith Esports, they're going to have to pay for the mistake of the early game stages, as they took military base away from LOC Esports, and now LOC Esports are gatekeeping that military bridge away from them.
Exactly. Omega, I mean, yeah, he himself has taken a lot of chip damage, but he needs to realize that there's one player still knocked out in the backlines, and is probably going to be giving away all the information possible to the enemy team. Look at LOC. I mean, yeah, considering they were looting the outskirts of the military base, now they're also starting to camp out the team in the front. So you can't say they turned this disadvantage into a massive advantage now in their favor. So for LOC, a really solid news that they can't keep on moving forward just like this. But soon enough, even LOC needs to get inside a comfortable spot inside the circle. They cannot keep on camping that bridge lines too long. Revenge Esports on our screens right next to the players of Team X Spark. A lot of rotations now starting to happen as the circle did take a drastic shift up north. As I mentioned, this is why you need to be in the smack center of the circle. If you're going to be in the center, no matter how drastic of a shift it's going to be, no matter how big of a shift the circle is going to throw at you, you would still at least be in some part of the zone.
And that's all you need for yourself, to be inside the zone. If you're not taking damage from the wall of death, well, that's a little added bonus for you inside of this fight. But for now, Team X Spark, look at them, collecting all the information about the team surrounding them. And I believe till now they haven't really given away their position. But first pick of the game being picked up by LOC, as we saw a few moments ago, towards that military base. And I wonder if they are going to easily as well. Are they going to themselves move out, realizing that, all right, this is going to be a northern zone game, so we are going to have to move out a little too soon than we anticipated. On our screens, though, we do see the players from Revenge Esports collecting those vehicles. Sonic Fox has a buggy. He's going to take his teammate to the group as well. But on the other side, X Spark finding the first pick as Reflex. IGL from the side of AKB is going to be picked up by Aditya.
Yeah, good way to kick things off. I mean, Faith Esports was one of those teams that lost out on their player for the first time inside the lobby. And that was the first ever elimination that happened. And then now AKB Esports, they lost out on their players. This is how those two eliminations really went down. And then we also saw one player from AKB get taken away. Yeah, I mean, it's been such a long time, and it feels like this lobby in itself, they knew exactly where the rotation pathways are going on, and how the drop locations are going to be like.
All right, all aboard the drink train.
Everyone, just
Relax. And relax. It's coming.
Know your health inside out with sleep tracking on the Galaxy Watch 6.
Choo-choo! Locations are going to be like.
But again, I mean, we did expect a slow game as well in this one. A lot on the line for these teams. Final few slots for the qualification, and again it's a hard shift towards the northeastern side of the previous zone. Brawlers find themselves smack in the center of this one, and majority of the teams are going to be playing from that southwestern edge of the circle. So Team X Spark, they will have to deal with a lot of pressure while they try to move inside of the zone. Right now we are seeing Pukar move ahead with his buggy leading to charge forward into the team. But I wonder what about the others are still on that main island. How do they plan to rotate? Well, while that happens, Pukar mid-rotation gets out of his buggy, sees High Voltage Smokey behind him, gets the pick, and secures the finish point for his team as well.
Instantly just drives out of that position. Does not want anything to do with it. He's also got a decent amount of meds, Johnny. Look at the booster. 7 boosters in total. So Pukar, he's really chilling when it comes to the loot stats as well. DBS in his hands, High Voltage too, now starting to make a move towards the edge lines of the entire game.
Well, let's see though. How is this going to go for High Voltage? Now they're down a player and they're trying to pick up the fight against Team X Spark. It looks like Demon and Akshu in a vehicle. Hydrox leading the charge in that US. Dreams on the other side, he's just keeping an eye on the opposition, but he needs to be careful. At any given moment, the players from X Spark are going to exit their vehicle and start shooting at him. In the meanwhile, his teammates are a little bit further ahead. Oh, look at him. How far has he gone from this position? He needs to rotate back, fall back with his teammates.
Exactly. High Voltage in the water lines as they've lost out on one of the players. These lines are quite exposed, but it's understandable too why High Voltage really wants to play around these lines too. but it's not a good idea. They're taking way too much hurt, and the shots that Dreams is connecting, they're also inflicting a lot of pain and hurt onto the players of High Voltage. They cannot afford to stay there for any longer. Demon knocked out, another player goes down. Team Expart, it's like a meal for them in the name of High Voltage. As Demon's knocked out, Pukar's going to try to close his distance, get the confirmation rolling in his favor.
High Voltage underestimating what they were going up against are going to be punished. Pukar takes a little bit of damage, but it is going to be just a smidge. And nothing he's going to be too worried about since he knows he has his boys backing him up. And the players of High Voltage are split up as well. Akshu on one side, Hydrox way back, way back in the blue. And also in the water as well. So there's no way that player from the side of High Voltage is going to be joining his teammate, Hydrox. He's going to be taken care of inside that water body itself. And Akshu is just going to be playing for survival. But we switch focus now. We take over to Psych Esports.
Psych, with the high ground they've gone, definitely a lot of intel as well that they can play around with. The next circle's actually going to center on up too. Just a little tilt on the southern side, but it's completely fine. As Revenge Esports is going to be the team in the prime spot, and even AKB's found themselves in the prime spot. Before AKB, they haven't really got all the players up and alive. Look at High Voltage, the push comes into play. The only player that is in the outskirts, now way too low, got taken care of. The High Voltage player now is being taken out of the game, and now High Voltage, they've only got one last player left on the naughty list. Let's see for how long he's going to be able to survive and how long he's going to be able to keep the flag of High Voltage alive. That's what's going to matter.
Yeah.
Team X Sparked, I'm loving the fact how they're playing. They are showing confidence, but they're not too overconfident.
Man, they're just being brutal on High Voltage for no reason at all. All High Voltage did was just, well, basically nothing. High Voltage was just in their line of sight. That's it. And they've destroyed the entire team, destroyed their presence inside of this game already, picking off 3 individuals. And Hydrox, he's desperately trying to play for survival right now. It's going to be quite interesting to see how far will he be able to take his team and how many points can he secure for his team in this matchup. But moving on to the other side, we have Augless 5 on our screen right now, just gatekeeping that southern edge of the circle for themselves. How many teams will they prevent from entering the zone at this point? That's going to be quite interesting to see. But X-Park now, after one fight is done, they switch over to the next one.
Oh, a lot of shots being taken away onto the players of Psych. As I said, high grounds, yeah, it can give you a lot of intel, but I'll also make sure that the enemy teams as well are knowing the exact location where you're positioned. So you're always going to be in the sight lines. High Voltage now completely eliminated from the game. That's the first team to take an exit. Definitely the players of High Voltage now, they're going to be starting to set inside a massive panic situation because they've only got 2 more lifelines left. And to make something happen out of those 2 is going to be tough. It's being cut down to just us 2. Team X Spark on our screens and Pukar on his way towards that high ground where the players of Psych were just at. And now from that high ground is also raining down death and destruction. Knockout found from Pukar, and the push is probably going to be coming true.
Yeah, they are going to go for the push, but they need to be extremely careful about this. There are going to be a lot more teams than they anticipate moving forward. Gambo is going to be finished off. Pukar securing that point for his team. We are just focused on the remaining players of Psych, and the spray inside the smoke is going to be good as he goes on to secure another knock. And Psych, before they know what hit them, are going to be completely on the verge of getting destroyed by this team. But look at this, the third party by the players of Team Coco and Sheik and Blink getting knocked out in a matter of seconds and wiped out by the players of Brawlers. Not what they were expecting this early in this game. Yumiko also getting picked off. I have seen these ladies play on LAN, and they are extremely good as well, but this one was not their game.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Brawlers, indeed, they're just staying true to their name. Yeah, they're Brawlers at the end of the day. They will probably try to brawl against you, and if they do come out on top, that's like a cherry on top of the cake for them. And Brawlers knows there's an entire team just hiding inside the shack, that warehouse. How are they going to try to get rid of that? That's a big question. Now even for the backlines, the Wall of Death is starting to move up. Brawlers, they're barely going to be making it inside the Wall of Death too, in the safe zone. Before how long's the question. The Circlets took a massive shift away from them, so they need to make it in.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how do Brawlers take this fight. They have the experienced players on their side. The lads on the other team have managed to deter this push up there so far, and Godspeed is going for back with the DBS. Finds to knock. What a brilliant move by Godspeed. This is absolutely brutal. Of course, the players of Brawlers and they're getting destroyed. Song one, the last man standing. The jump shot from Godspeed is going to be good, and it secures all the points for his team now. The timing of that move was just absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, I love that aggressive mindset the player came out with. Nicely done. Eliminations got in their hands, and now the entire team of Brawlers is out of the game as well. Team X Spark 2 trying to scout out for a better spot, but they just ran over a team. They have no clue that there were some players there. He tried to ran him over as well, but Aditya almost could have been eliminated from the game as well, but he saves the day for Team X Spark. Sarang's knocked out, Pukar's knocked out, even Dreams is knocked out. Team X Spark on the verge of elimination. Are they really going to get eliminated, or they're going to stay alive? A big question that I'm wondering.
Quite nice to see what the end result for them is going to look like. So far, the smokes, it seems like they're good enough to protect them, but Norman, the nade was lobbed. Is it going to connect? No, it falls a bit short. And Sarang, he gets a revive. Aditya does make sure that his team is not going down without a fight right now. But LOC, they are not done yet. We see them go for a push around this electrical tower. And they have the numbers on their side. And wait, what? I thought the lads were still healthy. Did not realize they were already knocked out.
Oh, now they're trying to just creep and crawl their way in inside the circle. I thought Aditya could have gotten the resurrection on his Sarang, but that's not the case. Instead, he's going to prioritize his life. And he's also moving in with the wall of death. For how long the fallen man's going to stay alive? Soon enough, he's going to bleed to his death. And yeah, that's what exactly happens. Team X Spark losing out on their diamond. They've lost out on Sarang. Now it's all down to Aditya, that one last player alive. Even Raid Esports getting eliminated from the game with only 6 elimination points. LOC on our screens with all the 4 players, so that's really solid news. And now they're also trying to be the Guardian Angels off the edge line. Getting shot at from the back is Mafia. Nice shots.
Well, that was a nice shot indeed, but Mafia is down on his knees now. Clown, he's trying his level best to create some soft cover and some moving space for his teammates to actually go and get that lad back inside of this game, but it's going to be a massive risk. Since that knock is out in the open, it's going to be quite easy for the opposition to spray him down over there. But no, that was actually a bait. And LOC, what a brilliant move. Mafia, he's going to get picked off. But the other 3 lads, they are in an extremely comfortable position right now to move forward in this match.
Look at Aditya. He's dropped out so many of these meds because he's also dropped his backpack because he knows now it's time to go prone in the grass, and the backpack usually gives your position away, so you do not really want that to happen. Maxi from Faith. Considering Faith, they've got 3 players, but look at the separation they've got in themselves. That 3rd player inside the circle, he just seems way too disconnected from the 2 players in the back, but they're also doing a fantastic job in providing that cover fire from Maxi. That's this man's able to track.
ये स्टाइल एकदम हटके
इधर है लड़के,
इधर है।
हटके एंटरटेनमेंट, हटके स्टाइल भी।
सर, मेरा मोटो।
ये मैं तुम्हारा सिनेमा हॉल। गुड नाइट।
है ना हटके?
Introducing Moto G14, हटके स्टाइल, हटके एंटरटेनमेंट।
Hello, Moto.
From Maxi. That's this man's able to track.
Esports. The readjustment from their side has been quite impressive. Considering in the early shifts of the game, they weren't even being allowed to cross the military bridge, let alone make it to the northern zone. Now, though, Aditya from the side of Team X Spark, last player surviving, but at this point, he does not care if he makes it any further in this game. They have already 11 finishes secured. With the nades, he's going to try and get a few more points if possible, but
Oh, he's walking.
I think X Spark have already done their job.
Sort of, yeah. 11 finishes. And now also inside the top 8. But still. still, getting some more better points can be an icing on top of the cake, but I guess, well, never mind. NVM's going to be the team to eliminate them from the game, and now the final circle is filled with a lot of colors. That means a lot of teams. Some teams need to go for another team to have a comfortable spot, and for now, AKB is one of those teams that's getting bounced on top of them, and that DBS shot right to the face is going to seal the deal. Hyper YT out of the game. Revenge Esports, now they've got a solid position inside the circle, barely on the edge. As I said, in these final moments, it's better if you're just going to be playing off of the edge, because if you're going to be in the smack center, you're also probably going to be the center of attraction. Another team getting eliminated from the game. That's Old Hood.
Well. Now only 4 remain. 12 players left standing. Faith, LOC. The fight that began at the start of the match. It is still on till, well, quite close to the end. Revenge Esports having protected their numbers so late in the game. Are they going to be looking to finish this with the chicken dinner in their hands? But as I say, that fruit juice from the side of Revenge is going to be knocked out. Sonic Fox, a lot of scouting for him to do, especially against the players of Faith and LOC, both of them in the line of fire. But for now, though, he's just ducked down behind that ridge. And Aiden, RX, with this nade, tries to secure a knock. Does dish out decent amount of damage to the opposition, but the knock is not going to be there.
Faith Esports, as we do have those 3 players, and those 3 players to soften up too, Johnny. No meds for them, not even boosters to top their HP off, so they will need to play just like that. That is a tough situation to get rid of, but when you've got no meds in the late game scenario, it's next to impossible to get any in your hand, so you'll need to fight and duke out the future circumstances, the future enemies with only that much amount of HP. And now Revenge Esports as well, just unleashing their wrath on the team in the front. They managed to knock out a lot of players. Revenge Esports looking at the back as well. They do know on the high ground there's another team that might just be behind the map, so they cannot be moving out in the open just like that so freely. Sonic Fox, not a huge fan of that position.
Well, Sonic Fox is going to have to be extremely quick, just like Sonic Vidal OC Esports. My goodness, they're going to be wiped out from this game, and we're down to the top 3. Revenge Esports looking so clean, and they look like they're in the perfect position, perfect shape to actually secure this win for themselves. Navam, they're trying. Norman with a brilliant spray tray secures the knock onto final boss, but now his position is compromised. His teammate is going to get knocked out, and he's the last man standing. The slam does come in from Sonic, but a trade knock is going to be good, and Revenge with that are down to just 2 players standing, 1 lad knocked out. So this final fight, at least for now, is a 2v2.
Exactly. Last 2 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, a 2-on-2 scenario. And Faith Esports, they've also got the confirmation on the 3rd player for Revenge Esports. Now it's Revenge looking to take revenge of that 3rd player. While Faith, they've got their faith on winning this chicken dinner. Let's see who's going to be the one to come through victorious and stronger. Reign supreme. 2 teams fighting for the supremacy with their signature weapons, M416. It all going to come down to who's going to be able to find that mark on the board, and it's going to be the first player of Revenge Esports amongst the one to find the initial shots, the initial connection. Now Spear's position's compromised as well. If Aman does not land his shots, he won't go down whatsoever, but Spear is in a really bad spot. Out in the open, if he decides to peek out, he's going to get rid of instantly.
Well, Revenge. Can they get their revenge in this one? Spare is all that's left from the side of Faith. And Aman, the way he's shooting, it looks like he has a general idea of where this last surviving individual from the side of Faith Esports is going to be, but not the exact location. And Spare slowly and steadily is crawling towards his teammates. Getting the revive in, it's going to be extremely difficult. Fruit Juice as well, look at him. He's also just slowly and steadily moving towards the players of Faith Esports. In the moment Spare, he makes a move, Fruit Juice is going to be the man responsible for the final finish. He has the UMP on him, gets up, starts moving around, making a run for it. He's going to be able to secure that final finish. But no! Fruit Juice, trying his level best, runs out of possibilities in the very end. And Revenge Esports are going to be the winners of this first match. The chicken dinner is theirs. And of course, I think they hit double-digit finishes as well.
Yeah, probably. But the last guy, man, the last guy from Faith Esports, he ran out of bullets in the magazine. He needed a fresh one, but unfortunately, he didn't have that in his backpack. So he got eliminated from the game completely. Faith Esports, though, still a solid outing from their side. As you mentioned, for Revenge Esports, this might be a really solid opening for them.
Yeah, definitely. But Faith Esports, I mean, huge round of applause. I am impressed with the way this team dealt with every single challenge that was put in front of them. Let's start from the beginning of the match, right? Assuming they went to the military base, I think their preferred drop spot is the military base. So flight path is away from them. They have to rotate, find vehicles, and then rotate all the way to military base. They do that. Their rotation in the early stages, even before they find any weapons, gets challenged. They still work around it. Their rotation back to the main island gets blocked. They lose a player. They still make it work, making it into the top 2. And they had, I believe, 4 eliminations. So that's a grand total of 16 points. That is not a shabby game. That is, in fact, a brilliant game coming in from the side of Faith, considering how it could have gone.
Exactly. I mean, still, those are some decent amount of points. As we all know, all you need is consistency and maybe like 22 points in total to make it inside the top 8, Johnny. So they're already halfway there. All they need is one more decent game just like this, and they're going to be good to go. They're probably in top 8. That's that easily enough. For X-Spark, they had a pretty massive start without a doubt, Johnny. They had a blast inside the game, but then later on, they got blasted themselves.
X-Spark was smurfing. I'm just gonna say this. I mean, look at the way they're taking those fights. Look at the radar. There's no line of fire available. The players in the back lines are looking in completely different direction. 2 players out in the open taking a fight outside the zone. X-Spark was here just for the finish points, and they have a lot of them already in their bag. So I think the next 2 games they're gonna try and keep the same momentum. But Raid Esports, Godspeed. Man, the timing and the communication for that moment from Godspeed to happen needed to be on point, and they were extremely precise with that in that particular moment.
Alright दोस्तों, ये जो है ये है Dell G16. हो. Look at this. This laptop looks very nice. कीबोर्ड भी जो डिस्टेंस बिटवीन कीज है वो भी अच्छे हैं. ASDW ये जो गेमिंग के लिए आप इस्तेमाल करते हो वो हाईलाइटेड है. आपको एक छोटे फॉर्म फैक्टर में बड़ी स्क्रीन मिलती है. ऊपर थोड़ी बड़ी है बेजल, लेकिन उसके अंदर आपको 720p वेबकैम मिलता है. साथ में माइक्रोफोन भी है. स्पेक्स के बारे में बात करते हैं. इंटेल कोर i9 13 जनरेशन का टॉप ऑफ द लाइन प्रोसेसर आता है दोस्तों. अगर रैम के बारे में बात करूं, 16GB रैम आती है, 2 स्लॉट में 8GB, तो आप अपग्रेड कर पाओगे 64GB तक. व्हाट इंप्रेस मी वाज ऑडियो. खेलते समय हमने देखा ये डॉल्बी ट्यून्ड स्पीकर्स हैं. अच्छा डिस्प्ले तो है ही, बट इवन द ऑडियो इज वेरी गुड. इट्स लाउड एंड क्वालिटी अच्छी है. ओवरऑल रियली गुड लुकिंग पावरफुल लैपटॉप विथ वेरी गुड डिस्प्ले.
I genuinely thought Aditya was going to go for the resurrection onto his fallen player, but no, instead he did not do so. He patched himself up, and he completely forgot about Sarang. But to be honest, if he would have got the resurrection onto Sarang, the possibilities of him surviving could have been even more. But it makes a lot of sense, right? Because at that point, even he was quite vulnerable. Even he was just on 1 HP because he took so much damage from that fight itself. So he just wanted to patch himself up, and maybe in the future, if he would have had a little bit more time left over, then he would have went for the resurrection onto Sarang. But at that moment, at that instance, the best decision could have been to get the resurrection onto Sarang, make it inside the circle as quick as possible, and at least try to bandage out the damage for as long as possible. But I mean, once again, hey, it is what it is. Still a solid outing for the players of Team X-Spark. Consistency is the way to go, and they're probably going to be keeping that in mind. And this fight from the players of Revenge Esports, it could have went so south.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it could have gone completely in the other direction, because I think they did get a little too complacent during those final 4 minutes of the game. Because look at this, one player got picked off, Sonic was knocked out, and his point was picked up by Faith Esports. But again, Revenge Esports, just like X-Spark, they have a lot of experience under their belt. I mean, Final Boss, have been seeing him for a while now, and he is extremely, extremely talented. The other lads from the side of Revenge are also equally talented. So they knew. They had the numbers advantage against the rest of the team, and even if Sonic Fox went down to the player of Faith, they needed to bring the trade, and the trade needed to happen immediately. And because that scenario proved out to be true, as soon as Sonic went down to one of the individuals from the side of Faith, Faith. They were able to get that trade, and it was again a 2v1 situation with Revenge having the numbers advantage. They were able to secure the win. Had it gone the other way around, or had the trade not happened on that on one of the individuals from the side of Faith Esports, then it would have been a completely different scenario. And I believe Faith Esports were looking extremely good, so that I believe they could have actually secured the 2v2 fight in the end and gotten the chicken for themselves.
Yeah, it was definitely possible, Johnny. I mean, that chicken dinner was definitely possible for the players of Faith, but unfortunately, that one player, as you mentioned, he got knocked out early off inside the game. His position was compromised. And considering that one player, even from the side of Revenge Esports, decided to peek out and reveal his position, that in itself is just nuts to me. I don't think so anyone would ever prefer to do that in a 2v2 scenario where you do not really have any cover. There's only an airdrop for cover. He peeks out, goes behind the airdrop, knows exactly where the person's position, and then fires at that general direction, and he gets the knockout. Like, that is just a psychotic move to me, but he still somehow managed to pull it off. And I guess if he's pulled it off, then that's why there's the main reason why he's also able to win the chicken dinner. So I would say they definitely deserved it for pulling something like that off. As everyone says, right? Next to fear is the victory. And if you're going to be surpassing that fear, you will get the victory. And that's what the players of Revenge Esports did.
Exactly. I mean, Revenge was just phenomenal in this game. I mean, quite clean in the way they were taking those fights. And as we use the same kind of phrases that we used for Orangutan a little while before, just being respectful to everyone, giving everyone the equal amount of respect. Like, all right, you might be competing against us for the first time. We might have a little bit more experience than you, but we will show you what we do when we go up against the bigger teams, the teams that do actually compete for the trophy. This is how they like to fight, and this is the situation that you will have to deal with. Because Revenge in team fights, just like X-Pac, if you I mean, as we were looking at the highlights, you are going to notice this as well, and during the game it was quite clearly visible as well. They were extremely good at choking the opposition, putting so much pressure upon them that the opposition can't even think as to where they have to do. Look at the first fight, look at how X-Pac was able to pick off the players from High Voltage. I mean, one after the other. High Voltage, their plan was, all right, they might have picked off one, but if we rotate wide, we might be able to avoid them. No, X-Pac went wide with them. Mid-rotation, there was a collision, and they expected High Voltage just kept going and going and going because they were expecting X-Pac to stop and start shooting. That did not happen. X-Pac kept following them until High Voltage stopped, and then X-Pac picked up the fight. So that was absolutely phenomenal from this team, and that is why I guess Aditya is going to be the MVP of the game with 5 finishes to his name.
Exactly. I mean, look at this. And now as we do move on forward to the top 5 as well, Johnny, it's going to be Fruit Juice from Revenge Esports with 5 elimination points. Even Locke. How can we forget to mention this team? Even Locke did such a phenomenal job in that previous game. Even Brawlers was one of those teams who was doing so good. Especially Locke, I'm not going to lie. Locke is one of those teams that has just surprised me. That has astonished me. And I'm really going to be looking forward to this team in the map of Miramar because that's where teams I feel like are tested to the fullest limits. Now, speaking about High Voltage, though, one of those teams that we personally had a lot of expectations from that got eliminated with 0 points inside the game. And that was the first team as well to get eliminated inside the game. So, Johnny, I hope for High Voltage, the upcoming 2 games are going to be way better for them. But as we do move on forward towards the point standings, we have that in front of us. And it's actually Team Novum who are going to be on the 2nd spot.
Yeah, and they have taken the 2nd position quite beautifully as well with 8 finishes to their name. Faith Esports, a team that was struggling from the start till the very end, still managing to secure the top 2 position inside of this match. They only had 4 eliminations, but 16 points. I think they're off to a great start. If they can have a similar middle pack finish in Miramar or in Sanok with like 5-6 eliminations, they should be good to go for the next stages. But then we have Team X-Pac with just 2 placement points, 11 eliminations on the 5th position with 13 points as their total tally. So it's going to be interesting to see how far will X-Pac be able to take themselves in the next game.
And as I said, High Voltage, the first team to get eliminated. Then even Team Coco, they got eliminated from the game. So, yeah, Johnny, just a lot of these eliminations that were quite unfortunate. Even MiG did not really get a lot of points for themselves. And all these teams, all the teams that are in the second half of the board, so many eyes are going to be on them, considering now they've only got 2 lifelines left over, not even a lot of points secured from the first game. But these 3 points that the top 3 teams on the second half has secured, that might just be the saving grace in the future lines, because as we know, they need 20 points in total, 10 points in the upcoming game, and then 10 points in the map of Sanhok as well. Do you think it's possible? I think it's possible.
Yeah, I think they can make it happen. I mean, it should not be too difficult to pull off, considering even if you just play for survival and finish in the top 3 just by doing heal battles, you will get those 10 points per game. If you don't want to go that route, avoid some early fight. Mid-game on Miramar gets extremely chaotic, so you will be able to pick off a few finishes here and there, even if you are playing from the edge. And I think that can be one of the most common strategy that the teams employ at this point, especially the teams that are desperate for those survival positions. I mean, as we talked about High Voltage and Team Coco, just no points on the board till now. So I think for them, it will be extremely important to get themselves on the board on Miramar itself, and the finish numbers and the placement points need to be balanced out. Anything outside of the top 4 in Miramar, and I think their qualification is going to be quite questionable, and it's going to be extremely difficult for them to move forward just off of Sanhok.
I mean, when you say it that way, it sounds really easy, right? It sounds so simple. You're going to be like, yeah, just 10 points. All you need to do is go in the mid game, try to get elimination points. You know, it's not that hard, guys. But when you actually try to pull it off with a professional lobby, it's tough, man. So, yeah, I understand the struggle from all the underdog teams, considering it's your first time playing inside such a massive tournament. As I always say, when you are the new team, your hands will be sweaty. You will have those sweaty palms. You will have those jittery hands. So it's really tough to play with all those things just working against you.
Yeah, and it becomes extremely difficult to think clearly in a moment like that as well. But we are all set for map number 2 between these teams from group number 15. And ladies and gentlemen, along with the change of the map, there's a change on the panel as well. As now I'm going to be joined by my boy Salty, who's going to be, well, I believe equally excited as I am for the next matchup. Are you, Salty?
I certainly am, man. Miramar has always been crazy, especially in terms of completely overturning the tables, right? We've seen Erangel sort of set up teams in a way where, all right, these are the teams at the very top, but then Miramar comes up and suddenly the table and the overall standings just completely shifts. And that is where the excitement lies, because then there's that big question mark on that map of Sanhok that who's going to qualify and who's not going to qualify. And speaking of groups itself, Johnny, there are so many big names, and if some of those big names do not manage to actually make the mark, then I feel like the audience is going to have some sort of a gossip to actually deal with for the rest of the day.
I mean, they could have had a lot more gossip from what could have happened. I'm going in an alternate reality altogether in the matches yesterday, especially that first group, if you get it. But I mean, today as well, you correctly mentioned, and I mean, there was a big scenario with Team 8-Bit again and again. We're going to be going back to that, because that was, again, one of the biggest names in the region not making it through to the next stage. It can happen. It can still happen. I mean, Team Soul, Omega was there. I mean, yesterday I saw a meme of Omega just carrying the entire team on his shoulders, and that was like basically what happened on Sanhok. He was so amazing individually, and his teammate Goblin over there as well, just supporting him. Those two individuals made it all happen, and I think Omega would definitely have had a word with his teammates like, all right, boys, what happened in the first 2 matches? Why were we so bad? And I think there would have been a conversation, but now in this particular group, I think one of the biggest names that did fail to show up in the first map has to be Brawlers, because again, I mean, but I think they're going to be waiting for Sanhok, since that is signature map for Sangwan. So I think that is that one map that they will just go off on. What are your thoughts though? Which name did you notice like, all right, I was expecting a lot more from this team? What was that team?
It has to be Brawlers. You mentioned it very correctly. Like, it has to be Brawlers, because Brawlers have so much experience. Sangwan, I believe, has been playing for ages now. He's probably one of those players who's played since the inception of the whole esports scenario. So that sort of brings me to think that all this experience, all that skill, right? How does it not equate to performance and actually getting those points on the board? Now, I do understand, like you rightfully pointed out during the cast as well, that the timing of that move, I believe that Raid Esports, the way Godspeed wrapped them around, there was nothing that they could possibly do, right? They had the blue zone right behind them. They just did not expect that man coming in from the back lines. But then, hey, we know warehouses have two big entry points on either side. You always have to be aware of your back lines. You always have to have four eyes, especially if you are a player. Two
Yeah.
at the front we are born with, but then you sort of have to develop that two eyes at the back as well. And that is where I felt Brawlers sort of squandered that opportunity of actually getting a good start on the map of Erangel. But then on Miramar, same issue. I believe that there is going to be a lot of third party. They need to develop those extra pair of eyes if they need to win this.
And even in that fight, I think there was an opportunity for Brawlers to actually capitalize, because before we saw Raid Esports actually charge upon the Brawlers, there was Team Coco who just ran into that warehouse and just got annihilated by both these teams in tandem. And that was like a little bit of opening for Brawlers to capitalize upon, but unfortunately for them, Raid Esports had that thought before Brawlers actually had the same idea. So Raid actually came for the counter push, and it was just incredible to witness. But now it is a reset. Miramar, it is a new map, a new opportunity. We're going to see what the flight path is going to look like, where the zone is going to be taking these teams. But it will be a little bit more interesting to see how some of the teams that we were expecting a lot from, what are they going to be doing right now, because X-Park, big name, have the elimination, have the decent points on the board already. They might be looking for a switch up, just playing for placements in this one, just making sure that their top 8 is secured and they don't have anything to worry about. And a lot of the other teams are going to try and do the same thing. But I think for teams like Team Coco, High Voltage, teams that haven't put themselves on the board yet, would it be correct to say that convert Miramar or you're done?
Yes, 100%. Because I'll tell you exactly why. We talked about this a couple of days earlier, where the first two maps, if they don't really go your way, then Sandhawk is a mammoth task, right? Sandhawk is an extremely difficult task, and it becomes very, very crucial for you to sort of convert that map. We know that you only need one map, but then you always have to think mindset-wise, right? For these younger teams, when they sort of get to know that, all right, we've lost the first two games and we don't really have a lot of points, they sort of break themselves down internally, right? If you think from a player perspective, it's like a Herculean task for them, because they'll feel like, oh wait, these teams are just way too good and maybe we're just not prepared for it. You know, compare that to an experienced team, compare that to someone like a Soul or a Team Tamilas, who know that they are the stalwarts, who know that, all right boys, let's just reset, we will be able to come back. They have that belief in them. The underdog teams, they haven't yet developed that sort of a caliber, right? And that is one of the reasons why it's very important to have a good start to a tournament, especially an official tournament that you are playing. You have to get a good start on the first map, and if not the first map, then at least the second map itself. Get yourself a good platform, at least get those 10 points total all across the board, and then maybe you can, you have that fighting chance in the map of Sanhok.
I mean, there's a very, very famous brand which tagline just goes, just do it, right? And that, I think, should be the mindset, like, just do it on Sanhok, get it over with as early as possible, so that you are free to enjoy yourselves once you go on to Sanhok. Because as you mentioned, I mean, Sanhok is going to be, it is a massive challenge. We've seen a lot of teams, their game plans just completely shatter the moment the game begins, because who is going to expect a drop clash in Nakham? Who is going to expect a drop clash in Bahan? And those things do happen. And in those desperate moments, you do not really want to be put in like a complete corner, and with that last map also slipping out of your fingers, just to sit there worrying like, oh, we could have played this better, we could have done this differently on this particular map. So it's important to secure those points as early as possible. Even if you don't cross into the qualification position, get close. With this game, I think the target should be to get to 15 points if possible, because I think, again, for this group as well, the qualification is going to be somewhere between 21 to 22 points. So if you can get to 15 in this map of Miramar, then you only have to get 7 or 8 points on Sanhok, and that is still a much better position to be in than winning the game with like 10 finishes in one go.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, and everything is gonna come down. Everything matters on this one map of Myanmar, ladies and gentlemen, as the flight takes it to the skies, and we have the flight path in front of our screens right now, starting from Torre Hamada and ends it towards La Drilera. Now, a flight path which is sort of skewed towards the western part of the map. What's your thoughts on this flight path, Johnny?
Well, I think it's quite a decent one. I mean, a lot of high priority drop locations easily available to the players. Los Leones City, even if two teams are headed over there, I think they're gonna have preferred drops towards Hacienda del Petron. They can drop towards Picado, pick up a few vehicles from there. Even San Martin City, get a few vehicles from there. Drop towards La Driela, rotate to Chumacera, pick up a few vehicles, and then rotate to Los Leones. I mean, multitudes of options for teams that play from the southeastern part of the map. There are multitude of routes for them to take, but I think again I want to see if these drop spots that I just mentioned, any of them are going to be challenged or contested by two teams entirely, especially Hacienda, San Martin, Picado, El Pozo. These are the most common clashes that we get to see in this particular map. So, and again, there's a massive cluster towards the center of the map, so early fights maybe.
Certainly, right. There's a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams in that central region of the map itself. But so far, this is something interesting that we get to see right at the edge of the circle. There is Team X-Park, right? And then there is another team in the vicinity. Now, I believe Team X-Park knows that there is someone who might just be able to spoil their game plan. We've just seen last day how Team Orangutan's game plan was completely spoiled on the map of Sandhawk. I just hope that something of that sort does not happen. But look at this, the high voltage. Are they aware the Team Radius Sports is inside as Akshu looks to invade the compound? And the first knock has been confirmed, Johnny. This is insane. High voltage, they're not stopping whatsoever. A trade-off comes in and now it's a 3v3 situation. Confirmation confirmed as of yet. High voltage still trying to move up and they want to take this fight.
Well, let's see how it's gonna go though.
OP. Yep.
For now, the reset is going to be there for the side of high voltage, so it should not be too difficult for them to actually find a way out of this. Especially, there's a little bit of distance between the two squads, so I don't think it's going to be forced. But hey, talk about forcing fights, and X-Park appears.
Just out of nowhere, gets a finish for themselves and then moves out. They don't care about the world. They don't care about where the rest of the teammates are. Team X-Park are just going to play their natural game. But look at this, the Spear, right? He knows exactly one of his teammates has fallen and he would want to seek revenge, right? This man really wants to seek revenge for the death of his fallen comrade. But so far, he's done the good job, right? He has done the right thing to do at this situation, and that is to stay low and not give away any of those footsteps, not get his position known, because he does not have any sort of cover to work with. And once again brings me that question of where are the rest of the players of Team Faith and why are they not together, even in the surrounding regions?
Well, let's see. I mean, X-Park, they're still not done. Gonna look for more. They are hungry for blood like always. And after the way the first game went for them, I think they're gonna be all warmed up for this one as well. Faith Esports, the team, it was so brilliant in the last game. I hope they can recover in this one as well, having lost one player already. Pearl is just hiding on that first floor, sees the opposition in front of him, and now sees two of them. Aditya runs up, gets knocked out. Pearl was only good for one though.
Yeah, I mean, he had nothing to do in that situation. With three players just trying to climb on top of him, there's just nothing that you can potentially do. And the fact that he got that knock against Team X-Park was brilliant, but then that's all she wrote for him. Team X-Park just found two finishes for their name without even working that hard, and now it's time to go on a move. I believe what they're doing is they are scrambling for compound, they're scrambling for finding these solo players here and there, and they're doing it perfectly, right? The other fight that was happening was between Raid Esports. Team High Voltage pushed in onto them, but brilliantly confirmed by Raid over there. He got that knock for himself, but immediately there was a trade-off, and the death was actually confirmed by High Voltage. So I'm yet to see if Raid Esports, they have all of their players alive or have they lost a player. But Team X-Park right now, they're on the move, and it feels like they are pretty confident moving inside the circle.
Let's see. I mean, they are going to be confident always. That's just their thing. But winners of the previous game, Revenge Esports, was so brilliant, so phenomenal with how they were able to position themselves, how they took those fights in match number 1. But now map number 2, what are they going to be up to so far? Just looting, just chilling, having a comfortable spot inside of the game. And I think if they manage to have a similar performance to what they were able to pull off on the map of Erangel, they will be quite happy for themselves, but they will have also attracted a lot of attention for the next stage of the tournament.
Exactly right. I mean, thinking of the tournament and how it has progressed so far, I believe that when a lot of these underdog teams came onto the lobby, right, nobody had any information about them. Nobody knew what they were capable of. But then this initial stage sort of gives everyone a background to work on. And I believe that the ones who have analysts, the ones who have coaches behind the scenes doing that homework for them, for the players, I believe they will be watching these games very closely and figuring out how every team tries to play. And the next stage is going to be even more interesting because this is going to be the last day of week 2, right? From the next week onwards, we're going to see teams who have qualified fight against each other, and that makes things so much more interesting because teams now know what to expect. Teams now know where their drop locations are going. A little bit of more brawl towards the end game stage, and that's just going to make the entire scenario chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, chaos is going to be there for sure. There's no denying it. But the question is, how chaotic? That is what we want to see. And the only people that can help us figure out the answer to that question are the teams and players that are playing that match. And I think for this game, though, we're going to have to wait for that chaos to sort of build up. Early stages on this particular map of Miramar are extremely slow. We saw a few individuals get picked off, but no 4v4s have happened yet. And with a southwestern zone in this particular game, I think teams will be prioritizing their rotation and safety. So the moment you get challenged mid-rotation, you instantly switch the direction that you were moving in, try to avoid the fire, and then look for another position from where you can enter the zone. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if that actually happens. But again, switching focus to the players of high voltage, this game off to a much better start than the previous one. But NVM, they find a pick for themselves. On the other side, Raid Esports taking a fight out in the open, especially with the blue zone right behind them. Interesting.
Oh no. Certainly right, Team NVM. They've actually caught Team Coco off guard now. Kiwi was knocked out, but she's back up on her feet. But how long is the question? Because they have been pincered from every single direction, and the vehicle is going to explode anytime now. Cobra is just raining down those bullets, and there's nothing that can protect them as of now. One thing is for sure, the fact that they have split themselves apart is going to help them because they will have that exit strategy. But will Blink be able to survive is the question, because see, NVM, they are not going to stop shooting, right? They know their target is right in front. The vehicle is exploded. So one form of damage, one very big form of damage has been taken away from them. And that damage piece is now a little bit of cover for Blink at least. But for now, though,
but
still
Yumiko
holding on.
Yeah, but Yumiko has found a trade, and I think she has created an opening for Team Coco to actually fall back. And that trade, that knock, did come in on the perfect timing as well. NVM, they got a little too complacent, just as you mentioned. They were just emptying out clips after clips on that bus, and because of that, they did not realize that the formation from the side of Team Coco was going to work out in their favor. But Team Coco, they get complacent now, and all 4 players moving together are getting absolutely destroyed. They had no points in the previous game. Sheik, last player left standing, and she will get picked off as well. Team Coco, 2 games back to back, they get eliminated early.
The wraparound coming in from D-Sync was perfect. Of course, you mentioned it correctly. The knock coming in just gave them that little bit of an opening, but Team Coco wanted to escape that situation with that one vehicle that they had. But who knew that D-Sync would come in from the backlines and completely shatter their hopes, of course. And now Team NVM, they've got a nice little platform for them to build upon. All players up on their feet, and every single one just hungry. Of course, every single one of those finishes coming in from D-Sync. But look at the circle, though. Elsewhere, It's a very interesting circle because we have seen majority of the circles take towards the hilltops in the northern side of the map itself. Now, for the first time, probably we are going to see something towards the La Trilera or probably even towards the Chumacera area. So I'm looking in for a little bit of a more of an urban warfare with a little bit of more cover to work with. What are your thoughts on this circle so far?
I think it's going to be a fun zone, especially it heads towards those hills, towards the southern side of the map. Just a little bit north of Valle del Mar. It's a very, very interesting position to fight from. But again, this fight, Desync on that flank was just phenomenal. I believe he got like 3 picks from that entire situation, and the final one, oh, he got all 4 of them. That was a 1v4.
Yeah.
Did not notice until the replay was there. Wow.
Exactly, he got all 4 of them, but look at this, the Team Faith right now. They are looking to seek revenge of their fallen brother, and they've found 2 knocks for themselves. Alfie with the DBS did find the flank for himself, but 2v4 situation, or rather 2v3 situation, turned into a 2v2 right now. What can the other team do? Will they be able to revive their player is going to be the question, as Aiden still looks to make that opening for himself, and he's going in for the wraparound. I love this. He's trying to go for the pre-fire so that the revive doesn't come through. Still trying to buy himself some sort of time to work with. No utilities being involved in this fight so far. As soon as I say that, Alfie pulls out the pin of the nade itself. From the backlines, there is high voltage, Johnny.
High voltage putting up a lot of pressure on whatever remains of Faith Esports now, but EMR on the other side looking to finish things off. And no matter who survives or who makes it out of this fight, out of these 2 teams, High voltage is going to destroy them. Absolutely. Ria running indoors with that Uzi. Damage trade-off is going to be there. Alfie trying his level best. Only was able to secure that 1 knock for his team. Instantly gets picked off by the other 2 lads coming in from the rear.
Exactly. Once again, that similar thing happened. The amount of time that was given in, they could have capitalized when it was a 2v2 situation with both the players up and running. They had their heal up as well. So it was a proper battle. It was a 50-50 chance, but they decided to sort of disengage and give them that breathing room. Players came back once again. But just like you mentioned, Team HV in the backdrop was just observing this entire fight breakout, and they must have seen it on their finish feed that one of the teams has been taken down. They might actually fancy their chances, but so far, no movement whatsoever. And it's also very interesting from their side as well, because they don't want to compromise on the high ground that they have. And look at this. Smokey was taken down by HV from the back lines. That's interesting. Faith Esports had no information that they might get backstabbed. They thought that EMR was the only team present over there, and that's why they took their sweet time to engage in that fight. But as always, we discussed in the pre-game segment as well, Miramar is a warfare of third parties. It's like all of these teams just hungry for facts, and the long-distance sidelines which you get, you're always susceptible, vulnerable to all those fights. Johnny, and look at this circle. My God, you spoke of Valle del Mar.
Yeah. I mean, I hope it does not actually go towards that city. It just stays up north. Because these hills where we do see the players from LOC, Revenge, that entire terrain is it is extremely awkward to be in, because there are not a lot of compounds available. It is just barren hills, barren mountains, and a few ridges here and there. So it's going to make for a lot of intense fights for those endgame scenarios. But still, since we are in the mid-game situation, LOC, they are playing from that western edge of the map, not even the circle. They're on the edge of the map at this point, so they don't really have to worry about anyone putting pressure from the rear. But they have this team of MiG Esports in front of them. Try and take the fight. LOC have the first knock, but Nox is trying to find a trade. He's looking for it.
Exactly right. Shots being fired, but of course not a lot of them connect. Still needs to find a good spot for himself, because this is a very dicey situation to be in. He has 2 teams in 2 directions. Raid Esports up on towards the left-hand side, and I believe it was Team Sun right up front. But Team X Spark on the run right now, going in for that rotation. We just saw the map itself, and a plethora of teams were on their vehicles because they knew that this was an extremely hard shift. Old Hood Esports, what can they potentially do? Of course, Klaus. They're coming in from the back line, just barely making inside the circle, and they know for a fact that MIG is present over there. They heard the gunshots, the shots that Nox took against the other team. So it's going to be interesting if Nox get completely sandwiched in this situation.
Yeah. And I wonder if that is actually going to happen, because as you mentioned, I mean, the information is going to be there for Old Hood to work with. But then they are going to be panicking themselves, worrying about them getting third-partied instead of them being the team just third-partying the players of MIG in front of them. But Old Hood, they do not care. Sultan with that brilliant spray does manage to blow up the vehicle, dishing out a lot of damage onto these players. And look at Klaus. Comes bearing gift for the players of MIG, but not a good kind.
Yeah, certainly. Cloud actually gets knocked out. Wizard, beautiful stuff with the M762. Of course, finds the first knock. 2 players down already, and I believe it's only Sultan from Team Old Hood who is still alive. Needs to pull off a mammoth move to actually make it work. But just like we mentioned, Team MIG Esports, on the one hand, they could have been sandwiched, but now they have recovered to a situation where they're the ones putting pressure on Team Old Hood. Klaus has actually reset himself, healed himself up for another fight. It's interesting to watch if he can actually pull this off. From the backlines, of course, there's Clown and the rest of Team LOC. For Team MIG, they need to sort the situation out extremely quickly, because, Johnny, otherwise this becomes extremely chaotic, just like we always talk about. A trifecta of teams and 3 teams just taking shots against any opposition that they find in front of their crosshairs, and MIG is completely out in the open. Elsewhere, it is Team Brawlers who is actually engaged upon Team Revenge, and they have finished. They've managed to find a lot of knocks and finishes for themselves. 2 players down, 2v2 situation, I guess.
Well, 2v2 for now, but Revenge Esports, they do not care how many numbers, how many players are going to be in front of them. They are just there to wipe anyone and everyone that they want. 4 eliminations secured, final boss and Amana knocked out, but it should not be a difficult revive for Sonic Fox to actually secure. MIG on the other side, look at this replay. This Wizard just came diving in over there to help out his teammates. Ogles 5, third eye securing that important finish for his team. Old Hood, this, the fight they tried to take, I mean, the idea was kind of decent, but the execution was absolutely poor, because as soon as Klaus moved in behind Cloud, I was expecting them to actually dump a lot of utility on the players of MIG. They just kept going for the gunfights instead.
They certainly did, and similarly for Team Brawlers as well, they just rammed in their vehicles inside the compound, hoping that the team would get unsettled. Because one thing was for sure, the thinking was straight. They knew that they had just done another squad wipe right in front of us, right? They had wiped off Team Boss in the process, and they were not really prepared for another fight. But look at this though, we'll speak of that later on, as LOC Esports are on the move. Omega was firing so many shots against the opposition. MIG now in trouble, as LOC, they are looking to put so much pressure. Nades being pulled out, and Wizard and Nox, they are in very close proximity. If it's cooked perfectly, I believe it's going to take both of them. 1 knock at least confirmed, and the other player also HP. It is Omega's time to actually go in, push in, and maybe find the knock for himself. Look at this, Radox could not find knocks inside the smoke itself. Now Clown also enters, and he is going to run him over with the buggy. No sightlines being offered, but still the vehicles. This is funny, Johnny. This is entertaining.
I mean, it wasn't even a run over. He just hit him with the car, just pinning him down in that other vehicle. At least with the run over, you leave the body behind. This time, I think it's just going to be underneath the front tires of that buggy. But LOC, brilliant recovery over there, because I thought Redox was done for. But LOC, they're going to have to reset as quickly as possible, since Raid Esports have the high ground and the exact location as to where they need to shoot to take down these players from the side of LOC Esports and secure their points as well. Also, LOC actually have a pretty brilliant spot for themselves in this game. I understand it might be on the low ground, but it is the extreme western edge of the entire map. The only thing behind you is a massive mountain, and I have seen multitudes of teams just play underneath that hill, secure that position and play from there, because you only have to fight in one direction. But Raid Esports, they start covering their backs as they realize high voltage is getting too close for comfort.
Yeah, Smokey, of course, quite low on HP. I believe he is still there. They shot so much. Raid Esports, of course, they are on the receiving end of this fight, and they have been completely wiped off. Brilliant maneuver from Smokey out there. In fact, it was not Smokey. I believe it was Akshu or Hydrax who's still alive. Beautifully done by Team HV, and they still recover all of their players. Raid Esports have been taken out of the game so far, and now they need to make a move inside the circle. And just like you mentioned, the extreme western edge has been conquered by LOC, and I believe they are not going to be challenged over there. One team does come in from the southern side, but I believe they are going to hold on to the edge once again. So majority of these teams coming in from the right hand side of the circle are going to be duking it out for the real estate that is there to offer.
And considering that there's not a lot of cover available for any of these teams to work with, that is going to get extremely tricky for almost everyone. But Puka getting spotted out in the open by Smokey.
Beautiful.
Turns out was just a bait. Puka turns and shoots Smokey down. That is just, that has to be a brutal. Smokey is definitely, he's going to be mad about this.
He certainly will be mad about this, right? The amount of technical brilliance these players have from Team Xbox is just absolutely phenomenal. But AKB Esports, on the other hand, they are on the move right now. And speaking of speaking of moves, I believe the Team LOC are being pincered, and it's Team Xbox from the back lines. It's Pukar coming in, and I believe one player from Team LOC has been knocked out, but so far he's not going for the confirmation. He needs to revive Aditya first. And on top, there is Team HV, just looking for as many finishes as they possibly can. Holding that high ridge is going to work out for them, of course. Elsewhere, Team RVNG, who are also holding the complete bottom lines of this hill so far, are just playing across that ridge, and it's a bombardment happening. Sahil is just barely surviving by a sliver of HP, and Revenge Esports, it's an artillery warfare, Johnny.
Yeah, the throw is being exchanged in multitudes by either sides, and none of them are connecting. But Revenge, they need to be careful. They are going to be quite exposed to threats lurking from the northwestern side of their position. But Aman, he's going to check inside the smoke, sees a few individuals, hears a few sounds on the other side. And well, August 5, they're going to be baited. Sile is going to be the first casualty. Third Eye and Ankit, they're going to have to be careful. There's the 3-man roster from the side of Revenge that's going to charge upon them. But before that even happens, they find a brilliant angle and get a trade in. Aman is going to be knocked out. August 5 looking very impressive right now.
They certainly look very, very impressive, and Sahil might just be revived as well, courtesy to that knock that they found onto Aman. Revenge Esports just trying to be a little cheeky over there with the buggy, but of course, they just found themselves on the receiving end of some shots. And of course, look at this, LOC Esports just having that brilliant, brilliant view. Raydox beautifully positioning himself so that he can third part of this entire fight. And he has sightlines on multiple players. He can see what they are doing. He is basically like a CCTV watching across this entire fight, drew up in front of our screens right now. And crawling back to its teammate to safety so that they can revive them and they can come back in this fight with reinforced vigor. So far, it's a little bit of a stalemate, and the wall of death approach, and August 5 need to make a move, Johnny. This fight will happen here and now, and I believe August 5 will get eliminated. Wait, what?
Oh, at the moment you said it, they literally turned around the situation in a split second. It's down to 1v2 situation. Revenge still having an advantage. Sonic Fox and Aman holding their position. August 5 on the other side, readjusting focus. Third Eye realizes that he might not be able to help his team survive for much longer. It's better to just secure those points. They have already made it into the top 4 of this game already. So they have decent amount of 5 finishes.
Exactly right, but one player gets taken down, and with the wall of death approaching them, it's already eating up so much HP from Third Eye. This man, does he have enough first aid kits to work with is going to be the question. No, he has only 5. Maybe can actually fight for that third spot, as even Team RVNG, they need to move forward. They need to push even 4-3 meters to get inside the circle, and LOC is under fire right now. 2 players being knocked out. Sonic Fox, Aman, they are looking extremely strong. I believe the Team LOC, they had complete control of the zone itself, but one of their players still sneaking around, holding that high top angle for themselves. It's going to be Omega. Will he be able to pincer down RVNG is the question, because the other 2 players, they are certainly taking a lot of fire. Look at Third Eye. This man wants to get as many finish points as he possibly can, but he has been punished.
And now there are just 2 teams left, 6 players alive. LOC just dominating this match, all thanks to the amazing positioning and amazing presence that they have had since the early stages of this match. All that is left for them to do is pick off the players of Revenge Esports and deny them the back-to-back chicken dinner wins. for this day. Final boss and Aman 2v4 situation. It's going to be extremely difficult, especially with a lot of util being dumped upon them now. Smokes laid out, LOC going for the push.
Exactly right. It's a 4v2 situation, but it's somewhat doable. But look at this Molotov. I believe they are being burned to crisp. They are a well-done steak, ladies and gentlemen, as revenge. They could not do anything. They entered in the frying pan and they have been cooked to perfection by Team LOC. What a Molotov there. I just loved it.
Yeah. I mean, even LOC knew, even Revenge knew that they did not really have a winning position in that final few moments. See, if they got up, they're going to get shot in their head. If they fall back, there's a blue zone they have to worry about. Their flank was completely exposed as well, so they can't even go there. That one dip, they were just stuck behind that ridge, and LOC was free to do whatever they wanted. So I think this was still a wonderful game from both these two teams, and LOC, as we talked about it, they were the first ones to sort of take a gamble, because playing from that western edge, as I kept talking about it, yes, it gives you a massive advantage, but also at any given time, if the zone abandons that edge spot, if it moves away, your game is over. There is no way you're entering the circle again. The moment you try to run for the hills, you will be you will be wiped out. And I've seen entire teams get wiped out in like 2-3 seconds just because the zone moves away from west to the eastern shift the moment that eastern shift occurs. But lucky for LOC, this time the zone kept sticking to the western side, just a little bit of a southern shift. They dealt with it quite easily. But their positioning was phenomenal, and Revenge Esports maintaining composure under heavy fire. That is, I think, where their experience was put on display. So both these teams, impressive performance.
Impressive performance, certainly, as we witness the highlights once again. And Team X-Park, they look pretty confident with their positioning. They look pretty confident with their rotations, as well as with their gunfights. It's still yet for us to find out where exactly it actually went wrong and how many points did Team X-Park acquire in this map itself. But for Team Coco, it certainly is not working out, Johnny. I mean, getting pincered in that location was probably in their worst dreams, the worst nightmares, and they just faced it to reality. D-Sync once again, I believe that he's the guy who has been wiping teams off all by himself. We just saw Team X-Park getting wiped off by D-Sync. We knew that D-Sync did a 1v4 against Team Coco as well. Is the MVP of the game is going to be D-Sync?
I think so. I think he, again, the 1v4 against Team Coco, I wonder how many picks were there for him in total as well. I think, but there's a high possibility that he might actually pull it off, becoming the MVP of this game. And again, as you were talking about Team Coco, yeah, it was a little bit of a disappointment. 2 games back-to-back early finishes with no points secured. Even in this game, going for an open push, you know you only have 1 knock secured over there. D6 position was... they were completely unaware of that one individual. He was invisible to them. And I think it was that one player who turned out to be the game changer over there. But X-Park, 8 eliminations in this match as well. I think we all know what the instructions have been given to the players of X-Park. Just go, boys. Go and finish everyone.
Yeah, with just 1 game remaining, I wonder if Scout must be thinking maybe it's just time for me to, go in and just experience all the action that's happening from within the battlegrounds, not just from the backlines itself. It's his birthday as well. So happy birthday to Scout. But of course, speaking of the fight itself, it was LOC who actually managed to get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. And with that, I believe that they have confirmed their slots for the next round itself. But the question is, Johnny, of course, the big question mark on Sanhok still stays. And which team is going to have the balls to actually make it and catapult themselves up inside the top 8 is going to be the question. I have named this route the Soul route. All right, the way first 2 games don't really go your way, but then you sort of make that big jump, get a big game for yourself. Yeah, which team is going to take the Soul route? That is going to be the question for us.
It's Soul / God's Range / Team Tamila's route. Because again, all 3 teams did the same thing. They were chilling the first 2 games, and then all of a sudden at Sanhok, they realized, like, I believe there was, like, calls being made, like, guys, are you not focused? This is the last map that you have. What are you doing? Oh, it's the last game. Don't worry, we got this. And all 3 of them made it through, just based on that 1 game. But again, to be able to have so much confidence in your skills, in yourself, for people to have so much confidence in your abilities, that yes, we know this team can pull it off in one game. It takes a whole different set of you need to be on a whole another level in terms of gameplay, in terms of your strategy normally in your ideal situations. And I think that is the problem over here, that now a new norm is being defined by these teams that are playing this lobby for this particular group. And it has been defined, in fact, in the first two games, that it is going to be important to play a positional based play style. Yes, early aggression is being rewarded, but if you notice, it is only being rewarded for the teams with immense firepower, teams like Revenge, teams like Xpark, teams that have been there in the scene and that are known for just being nothing but based on raw aggression. So those are the teams that are just playing for picks right now. Everyone else is just playing for position.
Exactly, but of course, we are going to witness the man who had the most amount of aggression in this map itself. I'm talking about the MVP of the game, who's going to come in front of our screens very soon. It's going to be Omega from Team LOC with 6 finishes to his name. Brilliantly done. I mean, Team LOC, you mentioned it perfectly. I feel like positional play is the norm of this lobby, and Team LOC took that right bit of gamble. It was certainly a gamble. If the circle had shifted away from them, they would have had nowhere to go. But the circle, the BGMI gods, they favored the brave, and LOC, they just were on the receiving end of it. D-Sing does have 5 finishes to his name, so pretty close. Yeah, I mean, I guess wasn't that wrong. Pukar with 4 finishes to his name as well, and Aman from Revenge with 3 finishes. And those are going to be the top 5 players of this particular lobby. Team LOC, they look very, very strong, especially once they find that position, especially when they find themselves that little bit of a shelter to work with, and the zone, if it favors them by any chance, they look to completely wipe out the competition of the lobby.
Yeah, and they have been quite decent in the first. They were quite decent, in fact, in the first game as well. But let's have a look at the standings of this game in LOC. My goodness, the phenomenal performance of Miramar, enough to push them through to the next stage in just this game. 31 points, and this is the highest that an underdog team has been able to secure in a game so far. LOC definitely looking to push themselves up in the weight category.
They certainly are, right? Punching above their weight. Revenge Esports did try a little, but with only 18 points. The drop-off is massive. Look at MIG Esports, for a matter of fact. Only 3 points in the 8th position. 31 points at the top of the first page. Only 3 points at the bottom of the second page. This has been very top-heavy, and especially LOC-heavy. And they have dominated this entire map of Miramar. Of course, you've got to give some amount of credits to the circle, but I believe it's not just luck. You know, it's a lot of skill to actually acquire that position and also get so many finishes for your name. But there's one big name, Johnny, that I'm really worried about right now. Again, it's got to be Brawlers.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, it's not really been their day so far. Their angle wasn't that great. Miramar is not that great. But I called it in the first game. It's Sangwan, man. He's not playing for Wrangle. He's not playing for Miramar. He has never liked those maps, ever. His favorite map has always been Sanhok. And I know for sure he's going to be brutal upon anyone. You can't find this man in Sanhok for sure. Other teams better watch out for him.
Exactly, right. We've seen a lot of those plays happen, especially the snake playstyle that Sangwan loves. Maybe might even play for the heal battle, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, the entirety of the action is going to come on the other side of a very short break. Don't go anywhere, because we are going to come very, very soon. So get your snacks and we'll be there.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार, अभी हम स्मोक करेंगे।
साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
थैंक यू। नाइस वन, परफेक्ट।
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है। ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई
प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
एक HP है भाई।
सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ah, the power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
And with 2 games done and dusted, only 1 game remains for the teams of Group 15. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break to BGI as the grind. This is Super Johnny joined by Necro now. And that game during that ad break, Defense Derby, oh, it looks so phenomenal. If you guys are wondering what that game is about, well, it's a 4v4 tower defense game with an interesting twist that you're going to have to bid for the cards before the first wave arrives. But we'll talk about that when the game is actually out. For now, we'll talk about the next match. Necro, first of all, welcome back to the broadcast. How are you doing? Did you enjoy the first 2 games?
Listen, man, I enjoyed the first 2 games, that's for sure. I mean, especially the game of Miramar, though. I'm so happy for a team like LOC, as you guys mentioned,
Yes.
right? It's the first underdog team to secure that many amount of points. And I mentioned this even in the game of Erangel. LOC, they looked really promising, but they also delivered right after that in the second games. I really want to see what this game's going to be packing in the game of Sanhok, but right now, the main focus is going to be on other teams as well. For example, teams like High Voltage, who were able to make it till the late game scenario, but still they got picked off by the players of Team X-Spark. I think so 2 of them got picked off by X-Spark, and then the rest of the only 2 players were not really able to secure that much. But considering how much weight this name High Voltage holds, expectations are a lot. So on Sanhok, hopefully they're going to come out on top.
Exactly. I mean, we're going to be hopeful for Sanhok as well, but I think X-Spark, their intentions are quite clear with what they've been doing in the first few games. They're not here to play for placements. They're here to play for finish points. And I think if that is the case, might as well just, like, I think set a benchmark. I think 7 eliminations minimum should be the goal for Team X-Spark. They have had double-digit eliminations in the first game. They finished with, like, a very high number in the game number 2 as well. So I think 7 eliminations, and they're going to be beyond 25 points. So I think they are doing quite decent so far. But I do agree with you. If they win the game, it's not bad, right?
I mean, it's like icing on top of the cake, right? As I always like to say, if you win the game, then of course you're going to be creating a special moment for yourself. But do you actually need to when you're getting so many points flow anyways? You're consistent enough. You've also got the momentum in the elimination points. I mean, I personally would say aggression is the way to go. If my team's doing phenomenal in the team fights, I would not like to play for the chicken dinner at all. I'd be like, it's okay. We can win the game anyways. We can go for the placement points, or we can also prefer to just go for the elimination points because we're good to go. We're going to be qualifying anyways if we keep on consistently performing. And now considering the upcoming game of Sanhok, that means a lot of these teams won't even need to do a lot. All they need to do is rack up those meds and go for the med strats. So all the lazy teams now will be getting a lot of opportunities to try and make something happen on the board.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, the opportunity, the extra added opportunity of playing for survival and going for that heal battle strat is definitely going to be there for a lot of teams that have been struggling in the first two matches. I mean, teams like Team Coco, because even High Voltage did quite well in this game. And after the first game, there were two teams who hadn't opened up on the overall rankings. And now they're just one who's sitting there with no points on the overall ranking. So, I mean, the opportunity is going to be there for them. But ladies and gentlemen, opportunity is there for you guys as well to become a part of the BGIS, because registrations are still open and all you have to do is just follow what Necro says next.
Exactly. Go on esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com in your browser, register your team with all the players. Make sure every single information or piece of information that you guys are providing is valid, and also it's filled with pinpoint precision. One single mistake and your team will be DQ'd out of the registration. So be careful, because I personally want to see some new dark horses. I want to see some new underdog teams. I want to see that one team who can beat the best of the best in the Indian region and out of nowhere just come out on top and astonish all of us, because we all love the dark horses. We all love an underdog story, and we want to see some new champions arise as well. Johnny, getting back to the conversation, last game for this group, as you mentioned, even Team Coco is on a struggle, and Team Brawlers as well. I mean, I don't exactly know what's going on with this team. You want to add something onto that?
I mean, I have no idea as well. It was a positional error, not even a positional error. It was just a brilliant move from the opposition in the form of Raid Esports, Godspeed, who, as even Salty mentioned, I mean, just an unexpected move running in towards the blue and then swinging out from there was something that Brawlers weren't really able to read. In this game, it was just a positional error, and that was the deterring factor for them. But as I've been saying again and again, those twos weren't their maps. Sanhok is where they will shine, or Sanhok is where I believe they should shine, because I mean, we all talk about the Sanhok snakes, and they have the man because of whom they became notorious. That playstyle became notorious. Someone is the man who's mastered that snake strategy to himself, and I think at this point it needs to be a combination of that snake strategy and what you've been saying, like hide yourself, stick in the grass, but play for that heal battle, play for the points. If you can secure, and they will definitely need to secure those eliminations while playing for placements at the same time, because I believe they're a little bit too far away from the qualification marker right now.
I genuinely think there's going to be a lot of those teams going for the Met strat. I genuinely think so. On the southern side, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of collisions. Now, if you guys are hearing this stream, this broadcast, I've got a special tip for you guys. Recently, I've been noticing the area near Nakam and Tambang is completely open. No one's going there. So you guys can maybe drop over there, loot those compounds, be safe. But yeah, Ruins is going to be a big red flag for you guys. So watch out from Ruins, rotate safely out of that spot, leave one guy all the way in the back with all the meds, and let him keep on patching himself up. You're good to go. The rest of the three players will go inside the circle, get as many as elimination points, play just like how X-Spark is playing. Those rest three guys will go in the circle, will go absolutely berserk, get any elimination points as you can. Even if you manage to secure 5 elimination points, you're good to go, Johnny. 5 elimination points from that, and then imagine maybe top 4 with heals. You are getting, like, how many points? My maths is not too good, but 15. I'm going to hold on to that one for now. We've got the plane flat path in front of us, and the plane flat path starting all the way from docks towards Hot Tin.
Well, this is going to be an interesting game, as we have been talking about it during the pregame as well. A lot of teams quite close to each other in terms of the overall ranking, so anyone can make it inside the top 8 so far. You were talking about drop clashes happening and the southern side of the map being completely abandoned this time as well. We do not see teams heading towards Tambang, Nakam, Shami. Psych have taken an exit, but Charlie and Bantai, I think, are going to be their preferred starting points for this game. X-Spark heading towards Kampong after all places. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and Aditya is all by himself towards docks because he knows there's no one around him, so he can't be comfortable and loot around too. Johnny, one thing's for sure, I guess Team X-Spark aren't going to go for the Met strat. Because maybe Team X-Spark thinks that they probably need a little bit more points to survive in the top 8. But speaking about survival, and high voltage survival's on the line.
Yeah, and Revenge Esports, Aman already has a shotgun in his hand. Hydrox with the M4, we know point blank range shotgun is going to out-damage that AR, and Aman just needs to line up the crosshair, but no! Fails to connect even a single bullet. And Hydrox destroys Aman. Revenge taking a massive hit in the early stages of the game. Juice is going to be the next man charging forward, and even he's going to be taken out. Revenge is 2 players down now. High voltage, what a brilliant conversion.
And well, this is the reason, guys, why we were hyping High Voltage up so much from the start. Look at them, just single-handedly picking off their opposition like it's nothing. And now Revenge Esports, the team that won the previous game, or at least they were on the second spot, is on the verge of getting eliminated. Oh, Revenge Esports, not the start they wanted, but I think so they should have decent amount of points accumulated for themselves to at least make it out of this tricky spot. We do see the rest of the players of High Voltage as well. Now the backup starting to arrive, Johnny. The cavalry is here, so Revenge Esports with this two-man squad, they will need to make the impossible.
Let's see. I mean, as you mentioned, the situation right now, it appears impossible, but Fruit Juice, he has the M249 to work with. He's looking to back off Akshu with the Uzi. And actually dish out quite a lot of damage at this range, but final boss in the backlines has a flank available, and this is a wonderful position to be in.
Yeah, he's getting pushed onto Akshu. DBS in the hands. One shot. Into play.
Oh. Finally, down to the last player. Revenge Esports final boss with a UMP, trying his level best. Will they be able to make it? Revenge Esports, this game, it's not as important to them as it is for the players of High Voltage. Revenge already has a phenomenal performance. In fact, two phenomenal performances in their bag with Erangel and Miramar being wonderful for them, but they still are not giving up. Final boss, look at that. Knock secured. Will he get to finish? I don't think so.
Oh, there we go. Final boss. Well, he was the final man to stay alive from that squad, and he gets eliminated finally. So, out of the game, the entire team Revenge, and even High Voltage, actually, they lost out on one of their players. It's in the name of Demon, so it's still a fair trade, I would say. That was worth it. 1 for 4, I would take that any day. And considering now, as the rest of the game, High Voltage will need to keep on proceeding on with just a 3-man squad. This is, of course, going to add on to the difficulty level a little bit more. And as I've mentioned, Johnny, for High Voltage, the survival's on the line. The qualification's on the line.
Well, let's see. I mean, for High Voltage, as you mentioned, qualification is definitely on the line, but with the backs against the wall, they are standing tall right now. It is still a 3-man roster, still surviving, and we all know on Sanhok, 3 people sometimes can pull off wonders. In this map, Team X-Park, as we were talking about, them starting the early game from Kampong. There's not a lot of teams that they will have to worry about. The southeastern edge of this map is usually quite abandoned, and look at that. They have free terrain till Quarry, till Cave. No threat in sight.
True that. And the entire team of X-Park is now starting to move up. As we know, they're done looting. Aditya was all by himself towards stocks. He's got so much loot secured, stacked up onto himself. We've also got Team Brawlers on our screen, so that's on a massive struggling phase.
Well, the struggle is going to be there, but I mean, this zone right now in this game, it's not too difficult of a position for the teams to deal with. It's quite central, and I mean, until there is a hard shift either towards the northern, eastern, or southern edges, I think it is going to be quite a slow game of Sanhok in the early stages that we will have to push through.
Old Hood Esports on our screens.
And again, for the people that are watching us right now, look at that. Prize pool, 2 crore INR on the line in BGIS. So make sure if you want to participate, you head on to esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com and register your squads. Pay attention to the details that you're entering inside the form. Any incorrect information means disqualification. So again, head on to esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com and register your squads now for BGIS.
I mean, look at the prize pool, too. I love the fact that they've also shown the prize pool right next to register now. So, yeah, that's going to be like an extra motivating factor for the players to register on, actually. So, yeah, 2 crore rupees is on the line, guys. Make sure to register on esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com. We've been letting you guys know over and over again, and there's a reason, because we want to see some new upcoming superstars, some rock stars. that can rock the stage of BGIS. But MIG Esports on our screen so far. And Wizard, he knows there's the players of Old Hood in the front lines. He still hasn't decided to strike yet. Finally strikes one player down. Second one to go in the front lines, and Old Hood now might just be making things a little tough for the player Wizard. Second player is way too low for comfort. Both of these players are looking to prepare some nade, but let's see whose nade's going to be prepared well enough. Cloud's nade overshoots, no value found.
See, even if the player is knocked out, he's going to be providing with his team with so much information right now as to exactly where that one individual from the side of MIG is trying to hide himself. So Klaus needs to be finished off. Wizard finally securing that pick for himself, and that means no more added information for the side of Old Hood Esports. But it seems like MIG, they do not need any info. As deadly as the Jets named after them. Take down one more individual from the side of Old Hood. As Crazy is the next man to go down. Now only two men are left standing. Sultan and Cloud. And Cloud is a little too overextended for this 2v4.
True. I mean, it's not good in the hood for them, Johnny, that's for sure. They're struggling in the all departments. And now also catching a bit of shots. Cloud gets knocked out. Two players right on his face. One player with the DBS in the close. Well, of course, just shut him down like that. Cloud cannot do much. Now there's one last man alive from Old Hood. His name is Sultan. Let's see if he's going to be able to make an escape route for himself or if he's going to get eliminated himself. And that's what exactly happened. It's the player of MIG, actually, who third party, or who pretty much one of the players in the backlines who's able to shut him down.
Let's see, though. Two teams taking early exits in this game. Revenge Esports is out. Old Hood Esports is out as well. But Revenge, I think, are going to be the ones who won't be bothered as much about this early exit. Old Hood Esports, though, I mean, we'll find out once we have a look at the overall rankings as to what exactly is the impact of this early exit going to look like for them. LOC Esports on the other side on our screens right now, playing from Bhan. And Bhan actually is quite a wonderful position for them to actually be in. It should be a priority spot, but it is quite surprising that no one is actually contesting them for that center.
Exactly. Look at NVM too, Johnny. I mean, just out in the blue, taking a lot of damage. They haven't even got a lot of meds. I don't exactly know what they're doing over here. Probably just trying to top themselves off with some extra bit of loot. But let's hope that they make it inside the circle as quick as possible, because Sanok, as I mentioned, it's all about asserting dominance if you're not going to be opting out for that med strat. And looking at how NVM are looking like, I don't think so. They're going to be opting out for that med strat. So they will need to assert some dominance on the lobby.
I mean, for sure, NVM, they were quite decent in the first game. Second game wasn't really theirs. Individuals picked up in the early stages on Miramar, putting a massive impact on their endgame result, but this time on Sanok, taking things quite slow, playing at their own pace, and just exiting the city of Sami, looking to move up north inside the zone. I think NVM, if they continue like this, and if they, one thing is going to be for certain, they need to look out for this first aid and get at least 10 or 13 first aids on at least one individual, because if things go south, then they might have to play for that heal battle. So I think getting those first aids in early is definitely needs to be a priority for them right now, but let's see what happens. Still, though, as I was saying, they are in a decent enough position. See, no one's going to contest their rotation up until Query, and by the time they reach Query, we will be moving on to the third stage of the tournament. So majority of the teams that you do see just a little bit north of Query will have moved out of that position. So even the front lines will be cleared out for NVM then.
But I mean, look at the smack center of the circle. It's starting to fill up with a lot of colors now. A lot of these teams just looking to take control of that central spot inside the circle. It's not going to be that easy, Johnny, indeed. And look at Team Coco. All the players just around looking to take over the Paradise Resort area. Considering how the journey's been looking like for Team Coco, they haven't really been doing that phenomenal for themselves. So this game has to be a do-or-die type of scenario for the side of Team Coco. And stepping inside Paradise Resort, I don't think so that's the way to go, because you're going to be meeting a lot of players who will probably have those unique angles onto you.
Yeah. And this is one of the few times where the fight in Paradise Resort does not break out as soon as the game begins. Instead, it is happening 10 minutes into this match. And Faith Esports kind of in a better position compared to Team Coco, because Faith did get a few decent points from their first game. The next match, Miramar, they were also eliminated early, but that first game, they did have a few points at least. Coco still looking to put themselves up on that board. And since all four players are grouped together, they might have an advantage if they are able to isolate these fights against the individuals from the side of Faith. But now finally going for the push inside these compounds, they're going to have to be extremely careful. This game of Sanok is their last shot at making it into the next stage of this tournament.
Faith Esports. This is the team that is guarding the Paradise Resort. And they're just waiting for that single mistake from Team Coco. Just waiting to step out in the open. And as soon as that happens, Alfie's going to strike him down. He's a monster that's waiting for the right opportunity to strike. But he still hasn't found that opportunity. And soon enough, it seems like that opportunity might just greet him as well. But she's being quite careful while approaching that crowd. And I love the fact that Faith Esports, they haven't even revealed one single footstep from their side. But now finally, that might just come true. Alfie pulls out the DPS. That's 2 players knocked out. This man is an absolute monster, eating them alive like it's nothing. Now looking to devour the entire squad as well. Max is going to close up. One more to go. Another shot connects DPS. And out of nowhere, you blink it and you miss it. 2 players from Faith Esports, they eat the entire Team Coco alive.
Nothing working out for Team Coco today. All 3 games finishing off with no points on the board at all. Quite brutal, but again, I mean, you can't really do much when you're running in the face of TBS. And Max and Alfie, just the timing of those fights, phenomenal. Hey, where did he get hit from? What? I saw the indicator pop up.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny, it's literally one of the cleanest 2v4s that I've seen so far. Just Alfie and Maxi, these 2 players just cleaning up the entire team like they're nothing, as if they're unparalleled, not even compared anywhere close to the skill level. But now the next circle is going to shift down south, a little bit tilted on the left, Johnny, and the only team that's currently in the smack center is Boss.
Let's see the Boss. They have the center for themselves, but in a zone like this, I think that center might just be the detrimental factor for the in-game result for the team, for the side of Boss. They're going to have a lot of attention on them, and a lot of big names are definitely not going to be scared to push a position like that out in the open. NVM though, Necro, did you see how split up the players of NVM are from each other?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, man, either a chance that they're going to be going with the med strat or something else. But Team X Spark on our screens. Aditya was finished right off the bat inside the game, and now the rest of the Team X Spark looking to make something happen. With only a 3-man squad, they've also managed to find 1 knockout from the side of LOC. LOC is one of those teams that managed to get 16 elimination points in the previous game. Total 31 points. So it's not a team you should take things easy against. And now even Raid looking to push up against the players of X Spark. X Spark might just find themselves in a massive deadlock, but they need to break free.
And will they be able to do that? That is going to be the question that everyone is asking right now. Omega from the side of LOC is knocked out. Clowny is going to try and see if he can figure out a way to either push back the players of X-Spark or just create a little bit of a distraction. Help Omega fall back and get the revive in. But X-Spark, look at them. They are fighting 2 different teams at the same time. LOC on one side, and when you hear Puka, he's going for a push against the players of Raid Esports. The DBS is there. It's on the ready. The shot's being fired through the window. Duels happening from either side. Puka, he has his teammate next to him, but they need to be extremely careful because the man who's responsible for destroying teams like Wallace is there as well. And Godspeed, will he be able to do what he did in the previous game again? This time, no, denied! Dreams, incredible with the DBS. Is going to be good for 2 knocks, but then instant shutdown comes from Legit.
The only reason why X-Spark got destroyed over there is because the tunnel vision that they were showing on the player that was inside the shack in the front. They completely forgot that they can also get lurked on from the left lines, and that's what exactly happened. Raid Esports, they wrapped around and they shut down that entire push from Team X-Spark. Nicely done and a good adaptation from the side of Raid. But now X-Park, they've only got the last player alive, the last glimmer of hope for them in the name of Sarang. Now, as I said, the qualification might be on the line for X-Park, so Sarang at least needs to secure some confirmed points. He needs to get at least some decent amount of points till the end, so that maybe Team X-Park are going to be gliding in smoothly inside the qualification, maybe in the top 8, but no! Even he gets eliminated. It's Orglis 5 who are rotating out of Camp Bravo so late.
Yeah, and Orglis 5, I mean, quite an important match for them as well. They are also looking to secure as many points as possible from this game. And as you mentioned, this fight of Team X-Park against the players of Raid Esports, yes, tunnel vision just completely ruining that situation for the side of X-Park. And kudos to Raid Esports actually as well. They played it out so well. The communication between the players was so clean.
Exactly, right? The adaptation that we saw from them, perfectly executed. Faith Esports still inside Paradise Resort. So far, I'm not going to lie, the Paradise Resort spot's been looking like the hot spot in the game of Sandbox. Every single team wants a little bit of piece of that Paradise Resort in their hands. But all the time, it's just so deadly. You never know what's going to be waiting for you on the other side, just holding a DBS in the hand and one pumps you. And now that the circle's also shifted a little bit on top of the Paradise Resort, or at least some part of the Paradise Resort is in the circle, the players of Faith won't need to move that much.
Well, Faith, while they might not have to move that much to find a safe haven for themselves inside the zone, Brawlers, I mean, they're going to have to move. They're going to have to do quite a lot, in fact. A lot of heavy lifting needs to be done from this team if they want to make it to the next stage. And their angle wasn't really there. Benamar was a troublesome situation for them. And look at this. Kyo Lamau actually finding the opening against the players of LOC, but this one is at quite a distance, so it's going to be difficult for him to actually secure the finish. And along with that, he has given away his position as well.
Yeah, LOC Esports on our screens, and now as we know, considering they've got all the 4 players alive, Clown is way too low. So for LOC to keep that player out alive, indeed, it's going to be a massive challenge, but let's hope that it's not going to be a struggle in the future lines for that team. Brawlers on our screens as well, with 1 player lost out. You said this might just be their map, but they're already down a man, and that too in the name of Sagwan.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate. The man who is responsible to get those points for the team in this game is the man that they have lost. But again, the remaining 3 players, then they aren't bad. They're in fact extremely decent, talented players, and extremely good, in fact, not even decent. So I think it should not be too difficult for them to actually finish this game amongst the top 3 and with a lot of finishes as well. But let's see. Raid on the other side, not looking to stop or slow down at any time. Focusing on the players of LOC now have found the opening, but 2 players are extremely low.
Indeed they are. Raid Esports, look at those shots from the tall grass. Snipes, just firing no shots, looking to find something in his hands, and he was actually able to do so as well. A little bit of chip damage, that's all he's going to get. Godspeed on our screens, and now even the entire team of Raid is being pushed to make it inside the circle, but AKB is the one to camp out that compound. And they're not going to let that man just stay alive like that. AKB being a big pain in the foot for the players of Raid. And now Snipe peeks out, goes for the shots, but his position also gets compromised. And it's AKB to come out on top of that site.
Raid Esports getting completely wiped out in that situation. And as you mentioned, AKB Esports, they are still surviving, but Fuzzy finished off. Reflex ITL knocked out means AKB is down to their last 2 players. And all they have to work with is going to be this small little shack. Smoke's lobbed out to create some cover so that they can go for a revive on their teammate. But it's not going to be easy. Reflex, he's crawling back as well. Will he make it though? Oh, he does.
Mafia? Yeah. I mean, Mafia's right here with 2 elimination points. So LOC, they're not doing too hot, but not doing too cold as well. Somewhere down in the neutral ground so far when it comes to the game. And look at Omega. Oh, man's bobbing and weaving. He's pushing in with the snake style, and let's see if Omega's going to be able to shut down the opponents. Good Molotov placement. Might just seal the deal on the players in the front. Peeks out with the AKM, but all it's going to take is that one single shot to shut him down. Omega, now it's the race to make it inside the safe zone, and he actually wins the race as well against the blue, but eventually there's a third party, and he gets taken out.
And LOC down to the last two players. Crypto is trying to make a run out in the open. It's a risky maneuver and he might not succeed as well, but it's important for the team to actually secure these points in this game as well and prove that they can be consistent no matter what the situation looks like. Mafia secures an important knock. Beast OG is going to be knocked out and they're still going for the push. Mafia taken care of, and Kyo Lamau is going to Lamau in the face of opposition as he is going to finish off LOC. All players are done.
Oh, wow.
And now he looks to clear the front lines for his teammates.
Man's got a decent position in the battlegrounds, but unfortunately he's not going to have a lot of backup to support him in the future. Brawlers, with only 2 players, the firepower's now been cut down as well, and now they're also starting to run out of the resources. Backs against the wall. Let's see Brawlers what they can pull off. Maxi knows one player's position. Aditya, now he's pinned. All it's going to take is that one nade to seal the deal on Aditya, but unfortunately for the players of Faith, they're not going to have that nade in the hand, but it's still completely fine. That player gets knocked out from the sideline by the players of Boss Esports. Now it's all down to Kyo, and he spots out one of the players walking out. What?
That is actually good. And he started to shoot over there. Faith, they had the numbers to actually wipe him in an instant, in the blink, but now since they aren't going to be aware about the position of one man lurking behind them, he can turn the game around for Faith. And as I say that, Kyo is going to be spotted out by Boss Esports' player, and he gets finished off, so it doesn't matter. We're down to the top 4, 11 players remaining.
It just doesn't make any sense for him to not take that shot because he knows that there's even Boss Esports right next to him. Ladies and gentlemen, the registrations are open, and as I speak of that, Faith Esports, they valid my statement, and they eliminate the team in the front. Nicely done. That was the last players from that team. Now, High Voltage, they've only got one more player left alive, and he's also trying to be a snake. As long as he's able to secure the top 2 spot, that should be good enough for the players of High Voltage. Let's hope that that's going to be the case. That's going to be the way to go. And the entire Boss Esports now, they've only got that one single solid piece of cover, and now they're also starting to get mowed down by that one player from Faith Esports in the name of Maxi, and that's going to be it. Boss Esports eliminated out of the game. Now it's all down to Smokey from the side of High Voltage. It's a 1-on-4 scenario. Let's see if he's going to be able to be the one-man army for the team High Voltage or not.
I mean, now they know where he is, and the Molotov is actually going to dish out a lot of damage on him. Smokey, no way he lives past this. No way he survives and secures the win. Faith Esports, an impressive performance. Not just on Sanhok, though. They were impressive on Erangel, and they were impressive on Sanhok. 2 maps wonderfully played, and Faith Esports now, I think with this performance, they have also guaranteed themselves the top 8 slot.
Exactly. I mean, Faith Esports, solid performance in the battlegrounds. To be honest, this is what I expected from a team like Faith. They got so close to the chicken dinner in the first game, but then in the third game, they finally achieved it. To be honest, that consistency Faith Esports has been showing, it's been phenomenal. And you know what? We've been mentioning this over and over again from the start of the show. Why aren't you guys registering, man? Go to esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com and register your team. It's not that hard. And also, actually, it's pretty hard. So make sure the information that you guys are filling, it's quite valid and pinpoint precise as well. If the information is not going to be precise, one single mistake found and your team will be disqualified. So make sure the information that you guys are filling, it's valid.
And if you have any questions, there's an FAQ section on the website. There's a support link as well that you can feel free to reach out on that support link with any doubts that you might have regarding the registration. Also, the talents on the Hindi desk have actually put out a lot of videos on every single detail that you need to keep in mind. So you can go and check those out as well. Crafton's channel has a lot of resources available. Go ahead and check out as well. But important thing, register now. And also, I think we have to look back at this game now, Necro, because this was an intense one, and I haven't seen this before. And S12K against an M4, and it doesn't connect a single shot on Hydrox. Not even a pellet.
Exactly. I mean, a team, Revenge Esports, that managed to get second spot in the previous game, and then inside the third game, I don't know exactly what just happened to them. What hit them out of nowhere? Things started falling off. Things started going south for them. But hey, I think so they have pretty much qualified, right? They had a pretty solid game of Miramar, so I don't think so they're going to be struggling anyways. But this elimination right here, this wipeout is one of the dirtiest wipeouts inside the entire BGMI the grind I've seen so far. It's so quick and so nasty. Team Coco, obliterated, unparalleled. They're not even equal to the skill. That's what they proved. That's what Faith Esports proved to Team Coco.
Well. I mean, it wasn't really their day today, to be honest. I mean, things not really working out for them. And can't really say much. I mean, I don't know how many points they have in total on the overall leaderboard, though. Although, I'll talk about the teams that have been impressive throughout the day. And, I mean, talk about consistent performances. LOC played wonderfully on all 3 matches. Faith was actually very impressive on 2 of the maps. And along with them, one more team, I think NBM, again, had brilliant positioning. They were also quite incredible with how their approach was. But unfortunately for them, gatekeeping became a massive challenge in this particular game. No one was expecting this open situation just south of Paradise Resort, I guess.
True that. I mean, look at how these elimination points were just falling up, too. Aditya as well, that last player who was alive from Brawlers, or it's the second last player, actually. He got taken out from the game. It was Boss Esports who was just putting so much lead in the body of the players of Brawlers, and in the end, Brawlers couldn't even do anything. Unfortunately, just getting eliminated was the only last choice they had left over, and that's what exactly happened. High Voltage, though, I really want to see how many points this team has accumulated, because in the game of Sanok, it definitely seemed like the aggression was amped up a little bit. They were able to get some elimination points in the hands, but still the qualification might be on the line for this team as well, and even Xpark.
Yeah, I mean, if I think about Xpark, I mean, I keep forgetting how many finishes that they have on Miramar. I mean, Erangel was definitely a wonderful performance from their side. They did have a lot of placement points. They did have double-digit finishes as well. And on Sanok, things did not really look that great for them. So, yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, qualification is going to be, like, a little questionable, but we can't really do anything about it. Games are done. All we have to do is just look at the overall standings, and the results are going to be quite clear.
I mean, hey, you know what? Simple as that. I guess we'll just have to wait it out and see how the process is going to be looking like for that team. But
yeah,
on the map of Miramar, I would say they were definitely struggling, and they got eliminated somewhere in the mid to late pack of the game, and they were not really able to survive for that long because they only had 2 players to back it up, right?
Yeah.
And they started facing their battles against the players of High Voltage. So in Miramar for Team Xpark, things got way too tough in the late game scenario. But speaking about Revenge Esports, I think so they're going to be sitting in a really comfortable spot. Even Faith Esports, they're going to be doing absolutely phenomenal. The teams that might be barely qualifying can be Brawlers if they have managed to somehow secure a decent points. You think so, no?
No, I don't think Brawlers is going to be able to make it through. They did not have good finish points on Erangel. Miramar did not really work out for them as well in this. Sanok is what I think even I was relying on, because, I mean, Sangwon has been one of those players who's just a joy to watch once he actually gets warmed up and once he gets comfortable inside of this game. So, I mean, I was looking forward to seeing him move on to the next stage, but I don't think that's going to happen now. I mean, even Sanok in particular, Sangwon was the first player to go down. Then the rest 3 players, we saw the fight they were trying to push for. Did not really work out for them as well. So, I mean, I'm just going to wait for the standings, but can't really say much about that. I mean, it was just an unfortunate series of events.
I think so. Even LOC is probably going to make it. So, yeah, any team that has won yeah, LOC like
31 points, Necro. Why is that a question?
That too, with that chicken dinner they got on Miramar. So yeah, without a doubt, they're just gonna make it. But you know what? Let's move on forward and take a look at the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Faith Esports, and as we do see, Happy07, he's the one to get a lot of finishes, 5 finish points, and then Maxi as well with 5, and then you've got Boss Penta 999 with 4 finish points in his hands.
Yeah, and Faith, I think just on these 2 players, they have 10 eliminations. They did win the game as well. So just this game was enough to get them inside the top 8, but now I think I agree with you, they're going to be in the top 3 as well. High Voltage Smokey is there with 3 eliminations as the last player on this list of top 5. But let's move on from the individuals. Let's have a look at the rankings of the teams in particular, as the point rankings for the previous map are going to be there. 29 points for High Voltage. Brawlers have 10 points. Do you think they push through? What's their total tally like?
They should be somewhere around like 19, 20, maybe. But yeah, man, it's honestly really questionable. That's why I said maybe Brawlers are probably going to make it, because inside this game, they were able to at least stick around inside the lobby for a decent amount of seconds, right? Decent amount of circles till the late game as well. So there's a chance Brawlers are probably going to make it. But you know what? Let's take a look at the second page and let's see which were the upsets in that previous game, and maybe also on the verge of getting eliminated from this entire run of BGMI The Grind. Team Coco, they got 0 points in 3 games, Johnny. And even Old Hood Esports, they got 0 points. Oh, that's going to sting when you look at these point standings. But finally, let's move on forward and take a look at the overall standing.
And here they are, ladies and gentlemen, right after the drum roll. Overall rankings in front of us, and LOC Esport taking the first position away. 52 points is going to be the total tally after the phenomenal Miramar game that they had today. Revenge Esports on the second, Faith push through. High Voltage is there, X-Park is there, AKB Oculus, 5 Brawlers. They failed to make it, Necro.
That just hurts, Johnny. Brawlers is probably going to be right on the opposite side of the board. They're probably going to be on 9th position or something. And when you're going to be looking at these boards, it's just going to sting you so much in the heart. But you know what? Let's take a look at the second page and find out where exactly Brawlers are. I really just want to see where Brawlers are. Okay, they're actually pretty far away. 15 points on 11th spot.
Yeah, I'm not really positioned that we were expecting them to be in, but now, I mean, as we have been saying, I mean, can't really do much about this. The only option left for them is to register and come through the open qualifiers. But Team Coco as well, as you mentioned, and yeah, I was talking about this. I mean, first game wasn't theirs, second game wasn't theirs, third game also wasn't theirs. They were the first team. First 2 teams, they were there within the first 2 teams that were eliminated on every single map, so they have no points on the leaderboard at all. And again, the teams that have failed to make it through now, only one option remains. Register on esports.battlegroundsmobile.india.com, and then we are going to see you through the qualifiers.
Exactly, but if you're registering with the similar set of players, then you don't need to register. You're good to go, right? You're gonna be having a second chance for yourself. So that's some good news for you guys. But for Team Coco, man, I mean, you can't say it's not their day. You can also say it's unlucky. But if it's gonna happen 3 times in a row, then that is an issue that you need to solve. It's understandable if 1 or 2 games get completely unlucky, but it happened back to back and 3 times, then that is definitely an issue you guys need to solve. And hopefully the second time we're going to see you guys in these battlegrounds, you guys have patched it up.
Yeah, but Necro, can we blame what happened to them on Sanhok? It was like a brilliant crossfire with both the players having DBSs at point blank range. So
I mean, then you really need to ask yourself, put a team that is experienced in that scenario. And think that if an experienced team is trying to go in that spot, first of all, even if, one player gets taken down, the rest 2 players will instantly position themselves in a really defensive manner.
Yeah. That is actually quite true. But, ladies and gentlemen, again, that group is done. And now it's time for us to move on as well to the next group. Group 16, the final group of this Week 2 BGMI The Grind. And round 1, we have a lot of big names over here. And again, as the group change, my co-caster is also going to change. As well, I have now Salty joining me back on the panel. Salty, how was the break for you?
I mean, I'm doing great, man. It seems like Johnny's been really enjoying the fact that he gets to cast all the first 4 games. He has called dibs on the floor because, you know what? The first 4 games, we'll love them. He does the entirety of the group. But honestly, you know what? There's also Brawlers and the fact that I'm sort of a little sad as well. The fact that they did not really make it. I really thought that there is going to be that hero run and they are going to qualify, especially with experience in their bag with Sangwan and others. But, you know, sometimes life just throws a curveball at you. And for Brawlers, this curveball was even bigger than David Beckham's free kicks. But moving on. We have new groups and new set of players and a few other big names as well, Johnny. So what's your take on these new teams?
I think there's only one team that I'm looking forward to in this group. There's just one name, and that is Team Rebel.
Okay.
That's it. That's the only team I'm looking forward to. I mean, Rebel has been one of those mechanically gifted players for ages now, and she has been dominating the scene for quite a while. Not dominating in the sense of like lifting trophies again and again and again. And in terms of like garnering respect from everyone else, everyone agrees on the fact that this player is deadly. And now she has four of the same kind in her team. So I think this is that one team that I'm actually looking forward to, and I would really like to see which path do they take actually. Are they going to play for the points, just keep a balanced approach to the game, or are they just going to go all in, just secure those points, like we have been seeing Team X Park sort of be in a similar shoes, wherein just they were completely focused on aggression, finish points, sprint points, and that was the route that they take. So it is that one team that I'm looking forward to. All right, I'll add one more name, Midwave, because they have a lot of big players, and also Entity actually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually surprised that you did not name Marcos Gaming. I have the list and know the players, and these players, they are very experienced. They are probably playing at the top level for a very long time. So it was interesting. And speaking of big names and speaking of all of these experienced players, we always come to the conclusion that somehow the underdogs are just overshadowing them when it actually comes to the battlegrounds, and that just makes things so much more interesting, because this is all about the grind. This is all about the BGIS, a tournament which supports the grassroots and the grassroots up. So once again, just reminding you, if you haven't registered for the grind, then go ahead and register for BGIS.
Exactly, and I'll let you know this. Like, the reason I did not talk about Marcos Gaming is that's an obvious pick. I mean, they might. There's a very high probability. I would say it's a good, like a 98% probability that Marcos will make it through. And I'm not even saying just top 8. I think they will be finishing in the top 4 in their group in particular. There are not a lot of teams that can challenge them. Plus, now I don't know why, but they've started doing this. That they bring in a few matches. They would bring their coach down to play. Osmium is the guy in the back lines who's just crunching data, and now he's starting joining the teams during their matches. So if that actually happens, it's going to be quite interesting, because in those particular games the rotations become extremely technical from the side of Marcos Gaming. If Osmium is not there, then the OG lineup, Aladdin, Spray God, Bexy, Siam, I mean, these players are legendary players, so it should not be too difficult for them to actually push through. But since you've talked about Marcos Gaming, I mean, looking at the other names as well, this last group is unrealistically stacked.
Exactly, right? I mean, I think that we've saved the best for the last, because this is the last.
Yeah.
This is the last group of round 1 PGIS, the grind, and the first map, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna come on your screens extremely soon as a flight has taken to the skies right now. The flight path is gonna be somewhat interesting. It cuts diagonally across the map, and it's a little bit skewed towards the northern side, towards the right-hand side of the map, to be very exact. Starting from Novo, ending towards Severny, Johnny.
And it is going to be quite interesting to see how do teams react to this flight path as well, considering, as you mentioned, and we talked about it as well, last group of BGIS, the grind round 1, ladies and gentlemen, playing their very first game. In the previous group, we noticed a lot of teams had to struggle to rotate towards the military island, because the flight path was leading towards the northern part of the map. This time around, though, it's quite nicely heading from the southeastern edge towards the central northern area of Severny. So even if teams like to play from Gatka, like to play from Ferry Pier, Quarry, George Pole, they have the opportunity to draw vehicles from there, or dropping close to Pachinki, picking up vehicles and rotating out. But look at this, the first fight breaking out, and it is the players from the side of RC. It is a clash towards Novo Repnoi that has happened.
Oh no, Redemption Crew, they have another team number 2, and I love the player name that is right in front of me. That is Send Noodles. I hope Team Redemption Crew do have some noodles in their bag. But for now, though, they do have weaponry in their arsenal as well. And shots are being fired by Toothless Noob. No shots connected, no damage being dished out so far. But Redemption Crew, they know that this is their opportunity to get a good start to the game. And I believe that they're starting to huddle around this solo player that's right in front. Just a single player all by himself in that compound. You've got Hitler as well by the sidelines. Reaper OG, in fact, is probably the player who needs to start to make a move. As soon as the nade gets lobbed in, I believe that it will be the one horn. And the battle is going to begin.
Well, the battle is set to begin. I mean, the pieces on this chessboard have already advanced, but not a single take happening right now. Although fight breaking out somewhere else on the map, as we did see the finished feed, some lad has been knocked out.
Yeah.
As soon as he gets finished, we'll find out who and from which team.
This is such a chaotic formation from either of these teams because they're in a very mixed up situation. No team has any exit strategy so far. If they try and make a move, I believe that there are players who will be able to take them down. So the only way to come out of the situation is try and engage in the fight and try and win this fight so far. I believe from Redemption Crew, there is one player who is in the back lines, and I believe that's going to be Srez, if I'm not mistaken. So that guy might have the entire reconnaissance. He can scan the entire location and tell them that if any player is starting to close in. Trained Fighters is the team that is in front of them. So far, no movement whatsoever. But of course, Death is still trying to scan the location, still trying to understand what is Team Redemption Crew. And ultimately, a stalemate, Johnny. And we've seen these stalemates do tend to hurt teams because this time, this very, very crucial time could have been much more vitally utilized if they were looting and getting themselves the utils.
Well, utility is definitely going to be important, especially to engage, but either of these sides, be it RC or be it the players from the side of TFD,
oh no,
both these teams in fact need to realize that they're wasting too much time in the early stages just in the stalemate, and this time can be utilized to just find better. Oh, what? Reaper just ran in, and there was a surprise waiting for them, but he has dealt with the initial suppression fire from the lad. Send Noodles. He runs inside the kitchen. Reaper knows where the opposition is, sees him go into that corner room. That was an awkward moment between the individuals.
Yeah, that was an awkward first contact. But of course, Send Noodles actually gets back to safety. And Reaper OG, of course, giving him the time to actually fall back. A lot of shots were connected, but I believe that Redemption Crew, they're not in a mental state to fight. They're holding themselves back. They're holding themselves from pulling the triggers. And this is not really a good sign. But of course, this fight did disengage as Trained Fighters. They are falling back. They have crossed multiple compounds and are going backwards towards the containers of the Novoripnoi region. Now, they might be able to find an exit strategy from there. But look at the circle itself. The circle completely covers the military island and has so much water bodies. A plethora of teams, every single one making those quick rotations, every single one on the map, on the vehicles to try and traverse and cross this location. And you know what, Johnny? What is so exciting about this circle? There's going to be a lot of bridge battle.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of bridge fights are going to take place in a zone like this. And I think in order to capitalize on those moments, we did see the players from the side of ILC taking the Novoripnoi bridge. I think they can try and gatekeep a lot of individuals from crossing over, just like they did to the players of the CS a few moments ago. But look at this Redemption Crew having secured their exit from the stalemate towards Novoripnoi. They're going to look to move out, and Trained Fighters as well. They move out as well. So both teams, again, as we were talking about it, realize that, all right, this is just a waste of time, just waiting here for someone, the other side, to make a mistake or for us to actually find a good opening. We are not really accomplishing anything, just laying down over here. Both the teams move out. But I wonder, where are they going to go? Because now you have two options. One of the better options that I think can be taken is that Observatory Hell. It's a massive high ground advantage, and you can gather a lot of information from there. But the challenge is you need to have good loot before you actually head to that high ground, because not a lot is available over there.
Exactly, right? And the fact that those teams, there was a massive stalemate. A lot of their initial time was wasted into try and deal with that situation instead of try and gather those utils that we were talking about initially. So right now, both of these teams, since they have fallen back, neither of them have enough in terms of utilities. Look at this, a Team Ultra Instincts just taking that highway for themselves. Divine on that buggy, just completely being left alone, and now he's been shot at. from the backlines. Teams have actually captured those compounds. These compounds are going to be enormous for Team Anonymous. They certainly have named themselves Anonymous, but they're making their presence felt on the map. Shots being fired, teams being deterred from their location. I believe that they are going to hold their ground till eternity. But another interesting fact for this circle is that a lot of teams, once their loot is done, once they are completely stacked with those utils, I believe that they might also try and gather the southern shoreline of the military base page as well, because you remember there was one circle that we got to see. So teams would love to do that. It's still exciting to see if there's going to be any sort of water rotation coming in from the mainland, but I believe there isn't going to be any.
I'm waiting for that as well, water rotations. Because in a zone like this, they are quite luring. I mean, you're going to think it looks easy, we might make it to the shoreline, but it is extremely difficult to find a good spot to land on Military Base Island. I mean, that island's terrain towards the southern side gets extremely tricky and difficult to judge. You won't really know which cliff you can actually comfortably climb upon. And of course, there's the aspect of the timing itself. If you are a little bit too late, then there are going to be teams just gatekeeping you, and they won't even allow you an opportunity to set foot on dry land. So I think that water rotation decision, if it needs to happen for any of these teams, it needs to happen now. And well, Kinetic Esports, hearing my cries, already moving. And in fact, no boats, they go for a swim.
This is a long river to swim, right? But of course, the teams will manage to. I feel like this is the early stages. So since Team Kinetic did decide to actually rotate early, they won't really face any sort of trouble. Speaking of trouble, look at this. One boat has already been explored. This is Team YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. One of the players has actually been knocked out, and the Supari gang, they are lining up. They want to feed upon these finishes for themselves. 3 points, if I must say, for them. And once again, this is just a chaotic situation. The BGMI gods, these players aren't praying enough, Johnny. They certainly aren't.
Yeah. I mean, they are not praying enough, and I think even if they do at this point, it's not even going to be heard. There's no way this team gets out of this alive. All 4 players, 3 of them have already drowned, and 2 of them drowned, 1 got shot, and then there's just one last individual who is out for a swim. Why are you giving up? The Super Gang, turn around, finish him off. That's a free point. That's like 4 free points over there.
This is very interesting, Johnny, because Team Super Gang, they left a player, they left a teammate over there who is still swimming, and this guy using his buggy, he's making a very long rotation. What is the big idea? I don't understand here. I believe that the player inside the water body was to scout out the players who were knocked inside, right, from Team Galactic Gladiators. But the fact that he's left behind, that makes me think, what is their big idea? But speaking of the circle itself, it has shifted mainly towards the military island, and now almost the entirety of the mainland has been left vacant. There are still a couple of teams who are very late into the rotation, but for Team YouTube and Team TSG, what is the outcome of the situation?
It's a race, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here in the Olympic pools of Erangel, and this one is a race, a freestyle swimming race between the Supari gang and the players of, the team of YouTube Ziddi. And, right now the goal is quite simple. Whoever gets to the shoreline gets to live. Whoever doesn't make it is getting finished off. Luckily for the Supari gang, they have 4 players, and Nikhil is the only man who has decided to participate in this competition.
This is so funny. This is so exciting to watch. I mean, imagine this, right? BGMI was supposed to be a game of survival and gunfights, team fights, if I must say. And now we do get to see races as well. We get to see a little bit of Fast and Furious. We get to see a little bit of Baywatch as well. And there's just so many different aspects of it. Swimming race, just like you mentioned, whoever reaches the shore. I mean, it's a very risky move for Nikhil as well from Team TSG, because he's a solo guy, right? Even if he reaches first, if the other 3 reach at the same time, then maybe there's a chance that he might get taken down. Now, for Team TSG, they need to figure their things out. They need to figure how they are going to battle. But elsewhere, we have Team CS, if I'm not mistaken. CS Esports up against Team AE.
And well, let's see. What is the game plan going to look like for this team in particular? They have a decent position for themselves inside the early stages of the game. And I believe they haven't been spotted out or contested by anyone yet as well. But another water rotation coming in, and this time it is going to be the players from Kerala Esports. They have a long way to go, but I think if there is the timing is right, they might just be able to use the chaos to their advantage. And
yeah,
I think first things first, they just need to get out of the blue. That's it. If they get out of the blue, they should be good to go on the other side. They will have a little bit of reset in the mid.
Look at Team INT though, we just saw them. They were extremely late into the rotation. Now their players are getting knocked out. They have no heals whatsoever. I don't understand what they were doing at Georgiopol for so long. This is the second circle and now you need to make a big long rotation, not just from the mainland. You have to cross the bridge, you have to cross the river with no utility whatsoever. They have no medkits, probably no bandages as well. This is a little bit of a disappointing start from them, honestly. Without dying, without even engaging into a battle.
I mean, again, judgment error in terms of how much damage, how much blue zone damage you can sustain. And a lot of people fail to notice that there is a slight, so FYI, there is a slight damage amp right now when you switch from one stage, stage 1 and stage 2 in particular. There's a little bit of an extra amp that has been throwing this game plan off for the inexperienced team. The experienced players on the other side have gone through a lot of practice matches in their own time. And again, I guess the amount of grind that they've had, they might have gotten those calculations perfectly as to exactly how long you can sustain in the blue zone in what stage of the game. So I think that is something that everyone needs to keep in mind, that yeah, you can tank the damage for stage 1 and stage 2, but carry a little bit of extra boosters, one extra bandage, and in case of Team INT, any bandages or any first aids would work.
Certainly would, but you know what really excites me is we haven't seen a military-based circle for a very long time. We've been seeing those open circles, we've been seeing those little bit of the urban warfares as well, but it's been a very long time that we haven't seen some sort of a military-based circle. And look at this, the Lambo did decide to make a jump, but Midwave Esports capitalized on it. As soon as the player gets down, he wonderfully used that opportunity to find the knock for himself, almost trying to secure it, but there is backup for Redemption Crew, and this almost seems like a cleanup crew because Team Midwave, they don't really have any sort of cover to work with. A nade lands perfectly, cooked to perfection. As one player gets knocked out, I believe the other players might actually take the escape route, but they are not coming in to try and help this player as far as I can see.
I mean, it's going to be a chance of saving Dionysus right now, but Srios, look at him! He was going for a flank, and I thought he was going to be the world of hurt, but so far he has managed to delay the players of Midway Esports and delay the knock upon him, but no, Atanki still finds it, and now it's an even trade between the two teams. It's a 3v3 situation, and the players from the side of RC are being held back, so Srios is going to be finished off. Dionysus, the trade is going to come in for the players of RC, Redemption Crew, as Dionysus does fall down to the blue zone, and the finish point is going to be secured. But Redemption Crew, they're trying to make a getaway because they did not just lose one individual in that fight, they lost two. And now, with just two players remaining, they will have to switch their focus and play for placements.
They certainly will have to, but where do they go is the question, because I believe that it's very late into that rotation. Of course, the circle took a massive shift towards that mainland, so majority of these teams who were trying to go in for the shorelines, their plans have been completely torn apart. At this point, of course, Redemption Crew still trying to battle the blue zone, still trying to tank as much damage as they possibly can. The trade-off being a longer rotation, a safer route of rotation. This plan was brilliant to try and use the vehicle to maybe run the other guy over, but then as soon as he tried to, climb the cliff, the Lamborghini and the speed of it, and the vehicle being a little lighter, it just went up in the air, and as soon as you know that you are in the air, you are done for. There's nothing that can possibly save you. So Midwave Esports, kudos to them. They still survive with 3 players, and I believe that they can make it work, especially in a circle like this. 3 players should be more than enough if we find the right spot inside the circle, and I believe they've spotted a couple of players in the process as well.
Yeah, and the spray from Wixie is going to be good. Death is going to be, well, knocked out right now and finally finished off. So kind of is going to be on the receiving end of his name.
Aru, of course, has spotted so many players in the process, and this is an absolute brawl. Team, I believe it's anonymous if I'm not mistaken. They've spotted Team BW. Midwave also trying to third party in the situation. This is absolutely chaotic, Johnny.
Yeah, a lot of chaos is going to ensue into these next few zones. We're already in stage 4 with 12 teams remaining. And Midwave Esports, they're not letting anyone cross them for free. Shots being fired on whoever they see. Divine is going to be the next man in Whiskey's crosshairs. And Atanki in the perfect position to actually force him to move further ahead. Shadow as well is going to be the next target. But Wixie, a little bit of a trouble tracing the spray, but as soon as Shadow gets out of that car, he's going to be knocked out and finished off. Another point for the lads of Midwave.
Yeah, certainly Midwave just doing so much damage to the other teams in the process. Not really engaging in a fight, but also third-partying and successfully finishing off a lot of players in the process. But look at this, though, another stalemate in front of us. Team Intense06 up against Team CS Esports. Now, Rana OP probably has been spotted through that window itself. Pain trying to get in that little bit of a angle. But of course, one player has been knocked down with the nade itself. And I believe that this is time for ambush. Players are trying to walk in as Ando climbs to the upstairs. It's all down to Vampy. And he just finds the first knock for himself. Dealing a lot of damage. Not the knock, pardon me for that. But nades in the hands. I believe this is going to be a beautiful Molotov. And first knock has been capitalized.
Well, it looks quite good, but Intense OG, I think the intentions are quite clear. Want to hold their position on the top floor. Denying the fight for now, though. CS Esports, Rana. Damage from that nade is going to run indoors with the UMP in his hands. Oh, Ace.
Oh, no.
This nade, it just needs to roll in. It hits the wall. Because of that smoke, his aim was off, but doesn't matter with the DBS. He charges forward and the players hiding in that corner. Lumas is going to be picked off. Intense OG. They have lost a lot of individuals.
It's all smoke in front of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Vampy still tries to find that little bit of a clue for himself. The pixels, of course, of the bullets don't really connect. Antoine taking the time to revive his fallen comrade. It's all smoke, just like you witness it. UMP won't really reign supreme in that close-range combat as his DBS sings the songs of death. Team CS, what a beautiful execution. They did lose one player in the process, but of course the rest of the teammates did find the right trade-offs. Now Midwave, for them elsewhere, they need to make that long rotation route. And this circle is so interesting because look at the topography of it. The hills. Once again, the hills, just like you mentioned, Johnny. This is where it's probably going to end.
Well, I mean, it is going to end there, but which team is going to be there standing till the very end? That... well, it will be revealed in a few short moments as there are only 8 teams remaining, 25 players still surviving. Midwave have been quite clean till now, only lost one individual in an awkward fight, but the other 3 are doing a pretty phenomenal job of keeping it together in the midst of all the action. Still looking for targets, still looking for teams to take down. It's going to be a massive challenge for them from here on out.
Exactly right. I mean, it's a good situation for them as well because they know for a fact that they're scouting locations before actually blindly driving into that spot. So it's a wise decision. They are moving from strength to strength, moving from cover to cover. But too many teams in the process. They found a little bit of a ridge to play across. But just like I mentioned, Team MG, their position will actually be given away with the bucket itself. The spray, of course, does not connect. Spray God tanking all that damage, reduced to 50% HP, but he's still gonna live. For a little while, if his exit strategy has been taken off, but how long will the smokes last is going to be the question as utility is being flooded in, and from the backlines, it's Team Entity who is coming in, Johnny. This is bad news for Team Midwave, a team who was so clean in their fights right now. They are facing the cleanup crew. Backstabs and the smokes is the only form of defense for Aru, and he has been wiped off. Wait, what? Kamla boy?
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for them. But Gamla boy with 3 eliminations, I mean, making sure that his IGL, Somraj is going to be a happy man in this game. 3 finishes secured, making it into the top 5. Entity Gaming, a lot of expectation from this. One of the biggest names in the Indian esports scene. massive responsibility on the players playing for this team. But CS Esports, Ace-Pat, oh, the slam-in was a fail, but Gamla boy, he's like, don't worry, brother, I got you. I'm going to pick up that point, and already has 4 eliminations. So as of now, Gamla boy has 100% finish contribution for his team.
He certainly will, but for how long is the question, because Team Entity and Team Marcus Gaming, they face each other. The battle of the Titans might just unfold in front of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen, as Somraj decides to disengage and fall back. Good decision from Team Entity on quick basis. Of course, they hold the edge of the circle. Nobody is coming in from the back lines. But just like I mentioned, Marcus Gaming, they're well split across a 2-2 split, which kind of deters Team Entity's pathway inside the circle. And for how long will they hold the edge is going to be the question. Especially it being completely out in the open. They always have to worry about the backlines, because you never know when do the vehicles start firing up the engines. When does the buggy slams in? And I love this split coming in from Marcus Gaming. They cover so much real estate.
It's going to be quite interesting to see how teams actually take these final few fights. Because look at this. Look at the teams that are there in the top 3. I mean, you have Marcus Gaming, you have Entity holding that position for themselves. Then you have Team Rebel also being a part of this contention. So this is not going to be an easy end game to play. I mean, these are grandmasters going up against each other in the final few moments. And let's not forget, all 3 teams are here with complete rosters. It is a 4v4 situation. A king of the hill fight between the Titans of BGMI.
Yeah, definitely Kamla boy with the nade itself just completely explodes Vexy, and also with the DP, of course, just almost taking down Spray God in the process. Marcus Gaming, the split kind of looks being spotted, and all of their players, the information has been given out, and Entity is just capitalizing on it. Wait, are they going to use the vehicle now? Especially with every one of the players alive, 12 players still remain. He just readjusts his positioning to get that higher reach for himself. But of course, Marcus Gaming in the midst of everything, handling 2 things at once, 2 teams at once. It's not going to be easy. Smoke's their only form of cover right now. Players trying to heal themselves up, but Entity applying so much pressure, so much movement. It's just too difficult for them to track.
Yeah, and I mean, Entity, the amount of pressure, as you mentioned, upon Marcus Gaming from their side is actually immense. But now Entity under fire from the players of Team Rebel. And it is quite impressive. Team Rebel, no flashy plays, but still have gone on to secure 6 finishes in this game. I believe they are going to finish this with a chicken dinner as well. If Entity can stop them, Entity with that nade. Kamla boy actually securing 3 impressive knocks. Spray God is the last player remaining from the side of Marcus Gaming, and shuts down Secret from Entity. Impressive spray connection. Hasn't taken a single hit of damage so far, but Gamla looking for the push. Spray God needs to be careful. He knows the opposition is behind the tree. The pre-fire is going to be there to stop any more aggression from the opposition, and the knock is going to be secured by Siam from the side of Marcus Gaming, as the flank was good for Marcus. Entity, they're going to be down to their last 2 surviving players, and Marcus Gaming, what an impressive recovery.
Spray God just doing so much heavy lifting for the team, just carrying the team's hopes on his shoulders right now, and this is the time for him to capitalize. As Team Entity, they've been cut down to 50% strength. Nades being lobbed in, so much damage being dealt, but Marcus Gaming, they are still trying to revive all 4 men in the process. All of a sudden, the tables have turned and the sides have flipped. Entity Gaming on the receiving end of this, and Team Rebel just lurking around in the background, not really making their presence felt, because they know for a fact that these 2 teams brawling it out, it only makes sense because they will catapult themselves to the 2nd position. Ala then just trying to cook up that nade, and it's an artillery warfare, ladies and gentlemen. Too much movement happening, and Spray God fires up that engine, almost dashes in inside that pump, inside that player, and he gets taken down. It's what? Marcus Gaming, they wiped out Entity. Johnny, this is impressive.
This is impressive, but now Marcus Gaming, they're down a player. Spray God trying to go for a revive, and this is the perfect opportunity for Team Rebel to chime in and secure this win for themselves. But the Molotov is going to be locked behind Rebel. She's going to be pinned down behind the tree. Nowhere left to go. They see Wexy on the high ground holding the flank for his team. And it's a complete 4v4 again, ladies and gentlemen. Wexy needs to be careful. Evil on the flank. Needs to watch out for him.
Vexy so far just holding his ground for himself because he knows that he is the backlines and the two teams, all of them just proning down. I believe that in a couple of moments they might even ditch their backpacks. And as we have a look at that drone shot, the only form of cover that every single one of these players have is going to be the trees, the little trees and the little vehicles that they have for themselves. Just trying to crawl inside the circle. Team Rebel, of course, they are on the closer end of the wall of death, so they need to push forward. And this might be the opening. A beautiful knock coming in from Rebel, the leader from the front. Just finds the opening, and this might just be the catalyst for the fight to brew up. There are flanks that they need to care of. Team Rebel just holding their ground for themselves. They did find that opening, but not really acting upon it, Johnny.
Well, I mean, the opening is going to be there, but they have to be careful before they do anything any further. Alpha, all right, getting finished off. Numbers kind of equalized, but Marcos still have an opportunity to go for a revive on their own lad and swing this fight in their favor, and they have done so. Sayam being brought back means Marcos now have the upper hand. It is a 4v3 situation. Rebel, Nikki, and Evil. They have a good spread, these three ladies, but Evil as well has the airdrop for cover.
Now she needs to move out. This is it. The damage is going to be extreme. And look at this though. No heal whatsoever. Evil knew that. Just tried to hold on to that location for a little bit longer. But Vexy has spotted him. This means that Marcus Gaming, they are going to be the cleanup crew. And they are going to clean up Team Rebel in a flash. And what a beautiful winner chicken dinner from them. But Johnny, you must have to give it to every single one of these three teams because that end circle was really a blockbuster.
I mean, exactly, and I don't think we should be surprised with how this final fight was played out. The top three teams, how they played their particular scenario, because look at the names of the teams, man. Marcus Gaming, Entity Gaming, and of course, I mean, it is Team Rebel, but even though the name is new, we all know Rebel has been there in the scene for a while, and she's been there in the top tier for a long time now. So she has all that tier 1 experience. Plus, this roster is actually quite incredible. I mean, I've been hearing stories about them, about what they have been up to, and I mean, this was definitely going to be a challenging position for anyone who was up against Marcos or Entity, because that high ground was going to be there. But still, incredible game coming in from these three teams, and I think now we're going to be waiting for the standings to see actually where does this set them up for the next matches. And also, what about the underdogs in this group?
Exactly right, but you know, speaking of underdogs, I feel like there were a lot of curveballs that were thrown at them. The circle, of course, the rotations, the bridge battles, the water battles that we got to see. Too much stuff to actually deal with, where they probably could not even focus on their gunplay. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to witness all of these action in the highlights, and I believe the majority of it will be inside the final circle. Some of them might actually be in the waterways as well, just like I say, it's the Supari gang. Now, it's interesting for us to watch out where did Team TAG land on the points table, because in spite of having that early advantage, I believe that they kind of squandered it by letting Team YouTube stay alive in that location, and once again that wrong decision making which they had to do over there. But this player Assaulter, beautiful stuff, and this entire fight where Team Midwave could actually capitalize on every single team involved in their individual fights, and they were just chipping in with a little bit of damage here and there, you know, take a little bit of damage here, take a little bit of damage there. I love what they did over there.
Yeah, it was quite beautiful. It looked like all the players were sync. All four of them shared one brain, because I mean, they were playing in tandem and all of them were out in the open, far away from each other, overly exposed, but still they got so many picks from those positions. So Midwave, I think the aggression from their side was on point and very impressive. Then, of course, the players from the side of CES also equally impressive in this game. They also had quite a lot of points for themselves, and the fights looked very impressive. Unfortunately for them, they had the right idea. They knew exactly where they wanted to be for a circle like this. But unfortunately for them, Marcos Gaming also had the same plan.
Yeah, of course. Speaking of Marcus Gaming, this player Spray God, we are gonna see that piece of highlight where the battle between Entity Gaming and Marcus Gaming, it drew out for an extremely long time, and it almost felt like Entity Gaming, they are having their way, especially Gamla Boy, right, doing so much damage with that single nade and almost taking down Spray God in the process with the DP. But look at this recovery. Man heals himself up, takes out the driver, takes out the vehicle ambush, and then also finishes off the rest of the cleanup crew. Siam and Spray God pushes in and completely wipes off the rest of the team. The amount of composure to save the team from a 2v4 situation, it's insane. And I believe Spray God just displayed his whole capabilities in this one moment itself. Of course, in the final circles, Team Rebel did have to battle the circle a little bit. The circle was a little favor towards Marcus Gaming, where Team Rebel had to push out of their covers. We saw Evil had no heals on her, and even she had to push out of the little bit of an airdrop that was stationed. And that just did so much damage, right? The players for Marcos Gaming, it wasn't really a tough job for them to actually clean up Team Rebel.
There was only one plan of action for Team Rebel, and that was if Vexy was taken out, the man who was protecting the high ground for Marcos Gaming, if he was taken out, then they could have actually traded position with Marcos Gaming with just firepower and team fighting pressure, and then just push them on the low ground towards the disadvantage. But unfortunately for them, as you mentioned, I mean, Vexy did reposition correctly, and as soon as Evil stepped out from behind the cover, she was taken out. So it fell apart. But I mean, overall, it was quite an intense game, and I think by far, I want to know your thoughts on this, because I have a feeling this is the toughest group that we've witnessed, week 1, week 2 combined.
Maybe there is a very high chance that it might be the toughest groups, because you've got a lot of big names, right? And when I think about it, I believe that this group probably has the most number of tier 1 teams that are playing. Not just speaking of toughest, I believe this has the most amount of tier 1 teams which are playing. We still need to find out if the underdog teams are good enough, because when you speak of the toughest group, I believe there were a lot of groups where the underdog teams were also at the tier 1 level, and the entire group was very evenly matched, and games were very very close. So that way, I believe that this group has the most number of tier 1 teams, and to see that every single one of those teams entered the final circle and we got to see that perfect King of the Hill battle, it is just brilliant to watch.
Exactly, and again, I enjoy these King of the Hill situations, so I'm always rooting for like a few common zones on every particular map. I mean, preferably right on top of high grounds. I mean, one of my favorite zones on the angle has always been that Everest Circle, because these final hill situations and especially the build up to them create a lot of intense and interesting moments in the game. First of all, how do you get towards the top of the hill? How do you make the climb mid-fighting? And again, the fight on the low ground as well gets quite intense, and it is very fun to watch what teams have to go through just to survive, just to stay alive inside of this matchup. But now, as we're talking about King of the Hill, there was just one King of the Hill in this game, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the MVP of this particular match, and we're about to find out who that individual is going to be.
Whoa. I was actually thinking the Spray God would actually be the MVP, but no, it's Aladdin from Marcus Gaming with 6 finishes. Now, deservedly so, because when you have 6 finishes in your back, you contribute to 6 particular points. Gamla Boy, of course, from Team Entity has 4 finishes to his name. You've got Para BDC, who has got 5 finishes, and you've got Siam and Spray God with 4 and 3 finishes respectively. So Marcus Gaming, they have 3 places out of the top 5 players. So it just goes to show how much of a dominant run they've had, trying to tear apart the opposition on their way inside the circle.
Yeah, and again, I mean, they made it look easy, as you mentioned. I mean, Marcos Gaming, with the way they were playing, they looked just absolutely clean, so phenomenal in this matchup. But, ladies and gentlemen, the rankings of the first game, the standings of the first game are here, and we have Marcos Gaming already in a pretty phenomenal position. 28 points secured from this match. On the second, that is Team Rebel with 18 points. CS Esports, surprise, surprise, CS Esports find themselves in the top 3 with 15 points, because Entity was... well, they did not have enough finishes. They just had 4 finishes to their name.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not really bad, right? I mean, yes, they might not have the podium finish, but a 1 point difference, it's not something which
Wait.
I believe Entity would mind. And it's a good platform for them. Team Anonymous, though, the drop-off was intense with only 3 points. And look at the second page. 3 teams with 0, 3 teams on 1, and 2 teams on 2 points. I mean, the problem was evident, Johnny. The circle and the rotations, and none of the underdog teams could actually overcome. And therefore, you see that massive drop-off where only few teams are dominating at the tippity top, while there is a massive drop-off. Even the 8th position team only has like 3 points to their name. Could not survive, could not find finishes because they were busy with the rotation, busy battling the zone itself.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, there were a number of problems for these teams, and I think 4 of them in particular, as Ocean always says, 4 pillars of BGMI, right? I say 4 problems in this particular game. One was the zone, and the other 3 were Team Rebel, Entity, and Marcos Gaming. No, sorry, Entity. Entity had 4 eliminations. Team Rebel, Marcos Gaming, and Midwave, actually, who were able to secure all those elimination points for themselves. And they actually picked off a lot of individuals mid-rotation. So hopefully the next game is going to be there with the same amount of intensity.
It certainly is going to be. Of course, will they be able to repeat Orangutan's run, getting that second chicken dinner on a trot, is something which we will find out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं। साइड
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट,
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold. कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाई। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land.
My heart is burning up. Go down. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a very short break, and joining me right now is gonna be the man, the myth, the legend, Necro.
Wow.
I mean, how are you feeling, especially after that first game? See, I love giving proper intros and a warm welcome to my co-host, and I feel like you are one of my closest friends. So how are you feeling, firstly?
Listen, I'm feeling great, but you know what? We also need to talk about something that's going to make the audience feel great, and that is Defense Derpy. I think so you need to talk about it, man.
Certainly, right? It is a new game that is being produced by Krafton, and I love the fact that it's a 4v4 PvP tower defense-based game. So the graphics, we just had a look at it right now. We are looking at how behind the scenes things work, and I will try and learn the game, but it looks pretty interesting, and the graphics looks amazing. So let's just find out how that works. But coming back to the day itself, Johnny called it one of the toughest groups, right? This is the final group of round one, Necro. With so many tier 1 teams in the lobby, it is certainly going to be so much difficult for the underdog teams. We just saw that the points table was extremely stacked at the very top. Which team are you actually looking forward to in this matchup?
To be honest, it's really tough to pick one team, Salty, I'm not gonna lie. Considering how the previous game went, it's just really tough to pick one favorite team and say that this team might be coming out on top. But you know what? I feel like Midwave is one of those teams that I will like to go with. Now, look, I know there's so many of these known teams. Marcos Gaming has done a really good job. Then you also see NTD Gaming as well is doing a phenomenal job. But these are the team that you know you will perform. Midwave, I feel like, is one of those teams that is looking to perform, but that hasn't performed just yet. So I think this team definitely has a lot of caliber, and that can give a tough fight to teams like Entity and even Marcos Gaming.
Midwave certainly has that little bit of a decision-making caliber where they can make those quick clutch situation decisions, which actually gets them a lot of those finish points in their bag. And we saw that clutch potential in them, where in spite of being with 3 players, they could manage to third-party multiple teams in the process. Yes, they could not make it inside the final circle, which is going to be a problem, especially when the circle throws a curveball at you every single time. But I believe, just like you mentioned, it is one of the underdog teams, I believe, who can do certainly well on the map of Miramar, especially where you might just be able to third party even more with the long sidelines, with the open terrain. There is certainly an opportunity where Midwave might actually get even a chicken dinner. Not a chicken dinner maybe, because Marcos Gaming, they look way too strong, but probably a podium finish.
I mean, I would say chicken dinner too. There's a chance for Midway to get a chicken dinner, but you asked me for my predictions, and now I'm going to ask you for your predictions. Do not go with known teams. Go with someone who's underdogs.
Redemption Crew felt like a team where Redemption Crew, I have seen them play, all right? Redemption Crew, I've seen them play before, and they play extremely well, especially they are a little bit of a passive team. They like to get inside the circle first. They like to play it in the end zones, and they have bagged chicken dinners before in qualification stages of an official tournament before. So I believe they certainly have that caliber in them. Again, the last map, I'm not really going to blame any of the underdog teams, because only the known teams could actually face the wrath of that circle. But on the map of Miramar, you know what? The circle, in spite of the hard shifts, it's always the early rotations that actually make it work. There is not going to be any sort of waterways or stuff like that. Hopefully, there is not going to be any sort of waterways, just putting it out there. But whatever it is, right? I feel there is going to be an opportunity for the underdog teams to bounce back. And Redemption Crew, I feel this is the team that I'm looking out for.
I mean, I would say that if you've picked that team, probably they've got a lot of potential. But I just remembered when you were talking about the entire Miramar scenario, I remembered one scenario in the previous game, and there was one of those teams that was trying to make it all the way down south. Now, we know military base circle, if you're going to be dropping all the way up north and then you're going to be making the rotation to the opposite side of the map, it's going to get a little tough. But this team was in the blue for like till the 3rd zone, and they got eliminated out of the zone as well. You've got something to say about that, because when I was just looking in the back and I was looking at the games itself, I did not understand why that late rotation was made when you know that you haven't even got so many meds.
Exactly right, and that was Team INT. I remember very specifically that this team sort of stayed in the Georgopol region for probably like 2 circles, and they tanked that entire blue zone damage without even having any right goal in front of them. Because had they been engaged in a fight, or if there was a stalemate, you would have understood. You could have reasoned with them that, all right, we have enemies right in front of us, and that's why we could not rotate. But the team rotating in the 3rd circle without any meds, trying to tank all that damage when the entirety of the mainland is covered by the blue circle, it just did not make any sense to me. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what makes sense is going to be this game of Miramar, as it is going to shape up the overall standings for the final group of round 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight path is on your screens, and my co-pilot is going to describe the flight path to you all.
Exactly. Play flat path starting all the way from Oasis towards Valle del Mar. So it's a plant flat path that is tilted a little bit on the top left side, but once again, teams that do want to make it all the way down to Los Leones, a struggle will be there. Even Impala, out of reach, El Hazar as well will be out of reach, so that means a lot of these teams will probably need to drop on their temporary drop location, get some decent amount of loot racked up from that spot, get their vehicle stacked up, and then move all the way towards Los Leones. But let's see how the game plan's going to be looking like for a lot of these teams. Even I was looking at TSG move from the water lines in the previous game. They had quite a nice little water swim race going on between themselves. Don't exactly know what to call that, but yeah, it was definitely a good sport. And then we also saw YouTube right next to him who was trying to do the same thing, but don't know who made it on the other side first. But inside this map, let's see where the circle's going to form.
Exactly, that was one of the situations which I really wanted to look at what happened, because you don't really get to see these swimming battles every single day, right? The swimming races where one team who would get to the other shoreline first would actually find so many finishes for themselves. But I just hope that the better swimmer wins, because to be honest, I don't know any bit of swimming, so I'm nobody to judge. But speaking of being judged, I feel like Marcus Gaming, they're the ones who are being judged on the basis of their driving skills, because Prey got just rammed into a rock.
True that. I mean, Marcus Gaming's on a move. They're on a run. Do not want anything to be done in that vicinity. Just does not want to cross the sights. And now as well, I've also got another team on our screens in the name of Team Ultra Instincts. Let's see if they're going to be able to activate that Ultra Instincts or not. Who's going to be their Master Beerus, though? That's what I'm trying to find.
I mean, Dragon Ball Z references. I get to see you are some sort of an anime weeb just like I am. But speaking of this fight so far, I believe it's just I mean, I find anime really enlightening. At some ways, it kind of teaches you much about life, just like BGMI does, survival instincts and everything else. But speaking about coming back to the game itself, I feel like One Last Chance is going to be one of the teams that would want to come back into this game. But so far, they've been spotted by trained fighters and shots being fired, of course. Not a lot of them would connect. But they are trying to move out of the situation on foot, which ideally does not please me at this point, Necro.
True that. Trained fighters just moving around, jumping around. And considering they know there's a team in the front with not really that much amount of loot, and this is what I exactly said, when the plain flat path's not going to be favoring your drop location, you'll need to drop down on some temporary drop locations, get some solid loot stacked up, or a decent amount of loot stacked up, and you should be good to go from behalf of that. But now trained fighters, as they've got one knockdown secured, just for now though, it's going to be in the name of Snow. Let's see for how long Snow's going to be able to stay alive inside the game, or our Team BW going to decide to push up? That's a massive question. And so far, One Last Chance, just that player trying to back out in a safety spot. I like the fact that the players of One Last Chance, they're positioned in a pretty defensive manner. And now there's also a third party coming in. Send Noodles gets knocked out. It's Reaper.
Yeah, it's actually not a third party. It's a flank coming in from One Last Chance. Look at that massive split coming in from their end. One player going in to revive their fallen comrade. Meanwhile, Reaper just trying to pincer them from the right-hand side. And Nick Soapy on top, on the tippity top. He does have a sniper rifle to work with as well, which is not that effective, but he can still take those pot shots and try and desettle the team. But so far, it's still a stalemate. Both of the teams have actually recovered from those knocks and are on their moves once again. I believe this is the time when they disengage. One Last Chance. They're barely hugging the circle, so might just make their way towards Picado, which is completely empty right now.
I mean, as you mentioned, Picado is completely empty. And I think so the only main reason no one dropped over there is that probably thought that it's going to be the favorite spot of a lot of teams. And that's why no one decided to drop there. Do not want to take that early risk, huh? Maybe if One Last Chance get a chance to get their eyes on the Picado City, there's a chance they probably can't take it over. But on the opposite side, we've got Valle Del Mar, and we see RC, a team that you opted for. Let's see what this team's capable of, to be honest.
Their rotation is pretty interesting, especially up down to Valle Del Mar. You know that you have access to those monstrous highways. which inside the circle or almost anywhere inside the circle if it's towards the northern area, which it is. And now they have access to vehicles as well, which they might actually use to enter the El Pozo region or probably the northern fringes of the circle itself. We'll find out where do they actually make the rotation from, or they are going to enter straight and try and fight from the southern ends, because majority of the southern part of the circle was already captured. So they need to push for breach through multiple teams to find their spot. Entity, in fact, I believe that last game, even though they didn't really rack up a lot of finish points for themselves, I believe that Team Entity, they had the firepower. They almost brought down Team Marcus Gaming down to their knees. It was a 4v2 situation which collapsed due to of Spray God. But the fact that Entity have the caliber, very known team, of course, everybody, this is the team trophies, not just qualify for further rounds. So I believe that certainly Miramar, that they are looking to set themselves up for the next rounds.
Yeah, I mean, CSE Sports on our screens, and Leo YT is one of those players that is making it in. MW as well. Midwave is one of those teams that I predicted, and I really want this team to succeed. Let's see. As I said in the previous game, this team definitely seemed like they pack a lot of punch. So hoping that Midwave Esports can definitely make waves in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, so far Midwave Dionysus just holding his ground in a cover, of course, but nothing of that sort. Nothing of that sort so far. It's the circle, and it's a complete stalemate, and there's a lot of real estate, and we've seen these early Miramar stages where, you know, there's just enough space for these teams to loot, and that's why we get to see these low phases, the podcast hours, Necro, just like you'd like to call it.
Podcast hours do tend to happen on this map. And one of those teams making a move, and you need to be unsettled as well this early inside the game. You now see Kinetic as well. One of those teams in the previous game, I saw them making moves, but once again, just making moves not going to cut it off, right? Taking as well is really important.
Yeah, Team Kinetic also on the move. I would love to have a look at the map feed right now to understand what sort of a rotation is happening at this point, because majority of the teams, they are on their vehicles, and the circle that we got to see the first glimpse of it by the very least, it's sort of a default circle, so none of the teams should actually have any problems. But problems are going to arise there. The third iteration happens and the third heart shift happens. That is when teams will be thrown a curveball, and that is why I want to know if the underdog teams actually have the caliber of being able to handle that amount of pressure.
I mean, they should have it, but considering just facing such a massive competition in front of you, if any of the underdog teams, they've not done it in the past, then it really does sort of challenge their.
Marcus Gaming on the move, Aladdin as well as Siam on their buggies, and this is interesting to watch because Marcus Gaming, they've been moving for an extremely long time, and there we have the circle itself just for a glimpse of it, but we did get to see that most of the teams are inside the circle itself. It's a little bit towards the northern side, so the teams you mentioned, they're taking the Valadel Mar, they'd have to rotate for a long time. Look at that. There are multiple teams inside the blue zone who are tanking that damage, but majority of the teams, they've already made their way in, and we know for a fact that that topography near the crater fields, it's going to be extremely dicey for the teams to actually capture it at the early. We have the Tibbity top of Elsewhere team Rebel. They are under fire, Necro.
I brewed up. Shots been taken around them. Guns being switched up as well in Inner Pit Esports. Now they're getting pushed on. Hershey knocked out. Team Rebel doing a fantastic job, but even they've lost out on two of their players, so even they're short on numbers.
Yeah, Alpha, of course, trying to take out the exit spots as well, but Team Rebel, they need to revive their fallen players. Of course, Evil and Rebel, both of them being knocked out. This is not good news, especially when Intrepid Esports, they hand power to fight this. Nikki wants to fall back from the situation. The vehicle was completely vulnerable. I believe that the shots were not connected because otherwise it could have completely exploded. That was a very high-risk situation. No, wait. Speaking of escaping the situation, it's actually them trying to save their fallen comrades, and this just absolutely backfires as Nitro lands to perfection.
Really solid nade. And now Alpha is going to be the only one alive. Let's see how much of an alpha this man is to carry his team on the back. It's going to be a tough task for him. But Team Rebel now just dropped down to a two-man squad, from which one of that is knocked out as well. Alpha needs to make a quick escape out of this tricky spot, and that's what he's exactly doing. Catching a bit of bullets while trying to fade away from that spot. But it's not impossible to get away. And yeah, he is going to find himself a safe spot. But I don't think he's going to be able to stay safe for long enough because he just does not have enough out of fire up.
Team Rebel has their lone survivor in the form of Alpha, and for her, I feel like it's extremely important to try and stay alive, get those higher routes, and maybe get those higher angles so that she can stay alive for as long as possible. But look at this, though. She is exactly facing another team right up front and immediately decides to change routes and find cover behind this ridge at the very minimum.
Straight up just rams the vehicle in the warehouse. And take a look at replay. This is how the fight really just went down. Nikki was the one to eliminate that player, but then the follow-up was quite tough. Went for the resurrection, but the nade was just so perfect. Sailed right next to him. And that's how Team Rebel sort of dug their own grave in that scenario. Maybe Nikki should have tried to fall back a little bit, not go for the resurrection instantly. Should have predicted these utilities coming their way. But Team Rebel now, considering now they've just got one last player alive, the qualification's on the line for them.
Yeah, the Supari gang, of course, just waiting as the other team sniffs past right underneath their nose. It's not going to be easy for them to hold their triggers, but the trigger discipline is good enough for them, at least for now, though. They need to survive with all their players alive, and in the vicinity of San Martin, they're in a very high volatile region where a lot of the teams would try and fight them. It's good to just hold your ground and try and survive as possible.
TSG. I mean, as we do see one of the players right here in front of us, and as I said, this was one of those teams in the previous game as well who was participating in that swimming race. Not able to make it exactly to the mark, but hey, at least they tried to do something. But the next circle, though, if you can see, it's quite small, Smokey. I'm salty, so it's going to be a tough one to make it in, right? Considering now the circle's way too small, it's going to be tough to position yourself into that small circle, and there are way too many teams alive.
There's certainly 16 teams alive and 60 players remaining. This is probably the highest number that I've seen, especially for the third circle. And just like you mentioned, there is a lot of real estate. Sarthak, of course, did take a lot of shots against one of the players from YouTube, Ziddhi, but not a lot of them connected. No damage dished out whatsoever. At least their presence has been felt. They can now sense that the team is here. Let's not mess with them.
It's better if you don't. Galactic Gladiators. Let's see how much of the Gladiators these guys really are. Considering all the teams are alive, and as I said, to make space for yourself, you'll need to eliminate the team that is holding that space. So by that, what I mean is every single part of that circle is now going to be acquired by at least some of the other team, because the circle's in all of the teams in it.
Yeah. Galactic Gladiators just holding that ridge, and you know for a fact that they are right at the edge of the circle, and just like you mentioned, they need to push forward Team CS, or at least breach through them to acquire that region for now. Compounds are extremely important to actually hold at the edge of the circle, but so far no moves at this point. As Midwave Esports, they are also holding the edge of the circle. So many teams in the edges, Necro. What is happening?
That is true, dude. I mean, considering how things have been looking like, let's hope that Midwave is actually going to be safe in this battle that they've found themselves in. And you mentioned the split too from Midwave. I think so this split is quite solid. They can't rely on this split for a long time now in the upcoming times as well. Aru and his teammate, and then there's all the way on the opposite side That's really good land amount control.
Yeah. Galactic Gladiator, of course, they've got the high ground advantage for themselves, and they know for a fact that right in front is a team that they need to push forth. I just talked about it, Team CS Esports, but they are very calm and composed about it. They're not trying to take unnecessary fights. Maybe when the circle rotates, they're waiting for Team CS to take that exit strategy, and they might just hear the engines firing up as one of the players embark upon the vehicle. Elsewhere though, look at the circle, takes a massive southern shift, and all the players from Team Entity who were hoping that the circle would end on their higher ground would now need to sacrifice and take onto their vehicles and go towards the lower turfs. Redemption Crew, though, they have guessed it perfectly, and they hold the majority of the zone inside the circle. This is going to be a battle that I'm going to be looking out for. Entity versus Redemption Crew.
Big battle brewing up. Marcos Gaming on our screens, and a team that won the previous game too. So Marcos Gaming, they might just have a lot of eyes on them. Certainly they're going to be the hot topic as well in the map of Miramar. Any other team, if they're going to be seeing that Marcos Gaming name pop up in the elimination feed, they're probably going to be looking out for that team, or at least stay safe from that name, because they've got nothing to lose now. They've probably made it in the top 8 already.
They certainly have, but look at this though. This is the stage 4. This is the 4th rendition of the circle, and it's way too small to house 60 players inside it. And I have no idea how on earth there is no shots being fired. How on earth players are finding shelter for themselves. And as soon as I say that, I believe that the first bit of action begins as nades explode on either side. Alpha taking so much damage as Team Entity. They've spotted Team TRL right now, and I believe Gamla Boy is on the charge. Alpha still tries to patch himself up, and as soon as Entity are on the move, Secret takes so much damage for himself.
True that. Entity, one of the players way too low in the name of Secret, as you mentioned, he's taken way too much damage, and now even the elimination feed's starting to pop up. For Entity to find a good cover, that's going to be the way to go. But there is one more threat lingering around in the close proximity. Hopefully they're going to get rid of that.
Yeah, hopefully. Elsewhere, it's Team Midwave who are up against BW, if I'm not mistaken. Insane Noodles has actually been knocked out, and I believe Team Midwave, they're knocking on the doors of a triple-way fight, because I believe it's Team Kerala Esports who are also in a close compound. Speaking of it, they haven't really engaged in battle whatsoever, and Team Midway Esports, they also realize the potential threat of being third-party. But as soon as they take to their vehicles, I believe they're getting shot at by Team YouTube Ziddi and someone else as well, and they're directly walking into it. Aru just escaped death by Smithereens. He was almost being blown apart.
Midwave found a little cover for themselves with this vehicle. Aru, not in the best of the positions you can ask yourself to be in, but now even Dynasys is getting pushed up. YouTube, they're pushing up against the entire team of Midwave, and Dynasys is the only player who's alive in the clotheslines, and his life is on the line as well. A lot of utilities just bombarding down the players of YouTube, and I don't think so they're going to be staying alive for that. Gladiators fall down.
Yeah, it's that one player who is still firing in those nades. So many nades being lobbed in the process. It's Vixie who has opened his entire arsenal, but this man has only one first aid kit, needs to heal himself up because one-off grenade chipping in a little bit of a damage might just take out the entirety of the squad. Of course, Aru is saving his life in the back lines, and as soon as I say that, the first aid kit has been popped in. Look at this though. Team Anonymous coming in from the back lines. This is such a good situation for them.
Midwave repositioning themselves. Considering it's only 2 players alive from Midwave. Getting this win is going to be tough. So now Midwave needs to switch their spot or focus on getting some more elimination points secured with this 2-man squad. It will be tough, but securing wins seems like next to impossible because there's so many teams who've surrounded the circle with 4 players alive.
Yeah, exactly. Outside the circle, this battle is going to be intense because this is for the edge of the circle real estate, and Team Anonymous, they're looking to rack up every single finish that comes their way. Of course, there is another team in the process, team number 8, who I can see in the vicinity, who will also try and push up, but they have that little bit of a space to move around. Speaking of Team Midwave, they don't, and that is a problem. YouTube's last remaining survivor, that is going to be, I believe, Ajal, if I'm not mistaken. He took to his buggy and just got the hell out of there. Even one of the players from Team Anonymous is actually hot on his tails, trying to take him down, and Team CS throwing in those nades. This is an advanced warfare, and Sarthak, oh my god, how did that man survive that nade?
That is true. Sarthak, look at him. Barely alive on a sliver of HP, but now the nades are being exchanged from both the sides of Kerala on the verge of getting eliminated. Only 2 players are up. And this nade should probably seal it. And yes, this is what exactly happens. Noisy is still somehow though.
He's still surviving. CS Esports, this is insane stuff. They are stuck inside this bubble, trying to hold themselves a little bit of a cover that they have. But it's all an artillery warfare, ladies and gentlemen. Only nades being exchanged and Molotovs being thrown across. Kerala Esports have their last remaining survivor in the form of Noisy. But there are players coming in from the back lines, and they have to move forward as a wall of death approaches them in about 50 seconds. CS Esports know it's Team ILC up front, and they are throwing in the throwables. Like I said, no gunshots being fired, just the explosives.
The explosives, the utilities. So far, it is the utility warfare. Whoever's got more precision will come out on top in that fight, but finally CS did decide to push up. But Leo YT eventually catches a bit too much hurt, so he's going to decide to back out of that spot.
So much chaos breaking out Team CS right at the edge of the circle. Takedown ILC, the boss is in do so. There is so much space for them. This man to spray them down. What a brilliant maneuver. Team CS Esports have got balls of steel, nerves of steel to actually pull out the maneuver in such pressure situation. But the times of trouble has not stopped as Team INT is also doing some mammoth stuff. Zeus with the nade itself takes down 2 players, eats them alive, and it's just 1 player, I believe, from team number 11, Team Intense OG, who is still surviving, is going for the revive, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea, especially with Zeus closing in. Look at it through the smoke. Will bullets connect? Is the question, Necro.
Big question. And the resurrections as well as now are starting to being stuck, so they aren't going to be back up on their feet soon enough, dude. Yeah, Entity in the clotheslines. Utilities tossed into that direction, but Intense OG, they're still somehow alive.
They somehow definitely are alive, but for how long is the question. Entity, they are ready to make it theirs because they are blood hungry. This team, they're certainly thirsty for those finish points, but so far we are looking for that right spot, and this team is moving. They are not fearing anybody so far. Intense OG is constantly taking so much damage. Sarthak, of course, will get knocked out, standing out in the open, firing shots. Of course, not a good idea, especially in a circle with so many teams and so many players alive. 8 teams and 18 players are alive, and Somraj just whisks past Antoine. This is intense! This is absolutely intense! Entity had no idea Antoine was still surviving, but from the backline, somebody just takes him out, and that is another team being eliminated.
Oh, Somraj catching a bit too much hurt onto himself, and now Midwave Esports too is just pinning down a lot of players in the front. Midwave, this 2-man squad somehow was able to stay alive. It's just a massive miracle. Even there's another team in the bottom line, so now it's going to be an uphill battle for that team, but if you do take a look at Entity, they're somehow able to keep themselves barely alive. Marcos Gaming on our screens, and things are looking way too tough for them. Utility sailing in their direction. Sayam is knocked out, and now as Marcos Gaming, too many utilities, too many nades, it's going to be tough to handle all of that. Even Spray God's in the front, and it seems like Redemption Crew is going to toss in another nade. Reaper OG not able to connect that nade exactly. Marcos going to soften up Spray God. He's taken away from the game. Entity still Somraj, the last glimmer of hope alive. They've managed to secure a decent amount of elimination points, but Midwave, considering they're still just tossing in those utilities in the front, still just mowing down the lawns in the front, and somehow now they're also pinning down the team. RC, the last team alive on the board. They're looking way too tough for them. And Midwave, for them, they need a reposition. They need to get a good position inside the circle, but if they try to do so, it will be an uphill battle for them. It's such a tough decision to make. This is where these indecisive nature are probably going to start to kick in. Redemption Crew with a 4-man squad looking to name this chicken dinner on their side. On the other hand, Midwave looking to flip the switch in their favor. Somraj can be the spoiler in the party. Let's see whose game is going to decide to spoil for now. Whichever team It's going to be in the open sight lens for Samraj. He will decide to take that team out. Takes a lot of shots, reveals his position. Position known now. Samraj, he's going to be trapped in this spot. Next to impossible to get out of here. But there's another player from the team in the front, which is RC, who's trying to flank on the player of Entity Gaming. Samraj with that buggy looking to reposition himself now. Midwave might just be in a matter spot. And Samraj, he's looking to name this game in his team's favor, which is next to impossible to do so. And now, he's out in the open. He's also in a massive sandwich situation. He gets dealt with. Midwave looking to be the one to name this.
Yes, certainly two teams, 4v2 situation. The two teams that we talked of, Necro, Redemption Crew and Midwave in the final frontier. And this is going to be intense. One player, of course, from Redemption Crew being knocked out. And this is a 2v3 situation. For Midwave, it's going to be extremely important to try and not let that player get resurrected. And Aru is trying to charge in, actually finds a knock for himself. Both of them being knocked out. This is brilliant stuff. Another player being knocked out. Midwave on the turn of completely converting this game for themselves. The high ground advantage is playing so much into their favor as Midwave, they are almost on the run as they finish the entirety of Redemption before being converted for our chicken dinner. This is absolutely bonkers, man.
Yeah, I mean, some crazy stuff indeed, but Midwave Esports, I mean, I guess my prediction really just came true there, huh? I went with Midwave and they actually managed to name that chicken dinner on themselves somehow.
I went with Redemption Crew as well. It was a tough call.
I mean, technically you can say today the luck was favoring us, huh? I mean, at least in that previous game of Miramar. But you know what? One thing we need to tell the audience again is that registrations are open, ladies and gentlemen, for the BGIS. If you guys really want to be one of those teams that want to represent yourself inside the stream on BGIS, all you need to do is esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com. Visit that website and register your team. Fill all the information with pinpoint precision, and you guys have entered yourself.
Exactly, and also a lot of questions which you guys have. We covered them in detail. We are trying to cover as many questions as we possibly can so that you don't face any trouble trying to register yourself inside BGIS. Any questions, just hit us up, probably on Instagram or probably the officials, anywhere you can find them. But ladies and gentlemen, coming back into this day, of course, we will witness all the action grew up in the map of Miramar in the highlights once again. And it all very late, Necro.
I mean, the highlights were just, it was interesting, right? As you mentioned, the action started so late. We did not even see the bodies hit the floor for such a long time inside the game. But then out of nowhere, it was just so many eliminations on the board that it was next to impossible to keep track of that. And this fight in itself, Midwave, they got handicapped. Their firepower was cut down to 50%. But still, those two players with great adaptation and great thinking on the fly, they made it somehow with the chicken dinner.
Midwave threw 5 to 6 utilities right there. They threw 5. I was counting how many the last remaining player who was surviving through, and that was just insane, right? Having that much amount of utility and using it, investing it in a fight like that. But so far, look at this, the team INT. Zeus will pull off some big shoes. He will also try and make some big plays over there, but instead he actually got off guard. Even Sarthak got off guard. And one of the things which I noticed was that 60 players were surviving till the 4th circle, right? And in a flash, it just instantly cut down to 30. So many teams got cut down to half in a matter of seconds.
I mean, Midwave in general, with how they were able to just turn the switch, flip the tables. As I said, whichever team decides to go inside the circle first, they will also need to fight an uphill battle, which will be way too tough for them to fight. And that's what exactly happened. RC was the one to decide to go inside the circle. And while doing so, they also started going downhill. And that's where things started going downhill for them in general.
Exactly. Very literally said. But you know what, like at this point, it was a good comeback for the underdog teams. Two teams that we were looking forward to. Two underdog teams who could have actually lifted the fact that it's not just the tier 1 teams who are dominating this lobby. There are also underdog teams in the process. Midwave as well as Redemption Crew led the charts inside the final circle. Midwave especially, right, turning a 2v4 fight towards themselves. It's never easy, especially in the final circle. But this team managed to do that, which is brilliant.
I mean, Yeah, as you mentioned, 2v5, and especially where Somraj could have been a big spoiler in the sport, they still somehow managed to flip the situation. Somraj got taken away. But the only reason why I was so focused on Somraj is that usually when there's top 3 teams live and one of those teams only has one player alive, that one single player, the only thing he has in his mind is that how can I secure more points for my team? Now, either I can keep myself just hidden in one spot and hope that the circle would form on top of me, and then I can try to be in the top 2, or if the circle does not form on top of me, how can I accumulate those elimination points? And while that single player tries to accumulate those elimination points, the teams that are duking it out in the front, they can't be third party. And that can be a massive spoiler in the sport for those two teams. So that's why I was so worried if Somraj is going to be third party in that scenario or not. He tried to do so, but not so successfully.
Yeah, certainly right. And Team Entity, this is the second time in a row they've gotten the podium finish for themselves. I believe that they are the top 8 so I believe that even for Marcus Gaming, right, we did not really see a lot of this team in this map itself. They could not really show up, could not really show their brilliance after that brilliant run on the map of Erangel. But I believe that especially the kind of performance that they have, and I believe they've racked up a couple of points, they should be easy to go as well. But the mid game is where I'm really concerned. Mid-table, pardon me for that. The 4th to 8th, we have seen so many things change just on the matter of couple of finishes.
Exactly. I mean, that's where it really just lies down, right? As you said, so many things started changing just because of those finishes that was happening. If you remember, there were still 16 teams alive when the circle was so small in itself. It seemed like now it's just going to be an absolute hell break loose. It's going to be an absolute ruckus in the final few moments of the game. And that's what exactly started happening. So many eliminations started happening left and right that all the game plan that you're going to be planning from the start, it's going to be thrown out of the window because so much RNG is going to be joining on the fray.
Exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with so much action happening, there always has to be the action hero. And the action hero is going to be the MVP of this map itself. We are going to witness that in front of our screens in a matter of seconds. It has to be Aru. It has to be Aru. The way Midwave escaped from that valley of death against Team YouTube. You remember it, right? They were also on the verge of elimination with so many nades in utils being thrown upon Team YouTube. Aru saved the day for Midwave, and from there on, 10 finishes to work with. This man individually brought his team that winner chicken dinner. I believe that Midwave, when they qualify to the further rounds, this is going to be one of the teams and one of the players specifically to watch out for.
True that, and then even Marco somehow was able to consistently keep themselves on the top. Look at the finish points from Spray God. 5 elimination points in itself that managed to secure. As you mentioned, even CS are really showing from them. Entity and Marcos Gaming, these two teams have been consistent throughout the first 2 games, and I'm really impressed with the performance they're showing. Hopefully, it's going to be kept up.
Exactly. And typically CS esports as well, right? They've been knocking on the doors of that top 4, top 3 finish every single time. They have those finish points racked up. It's just about the placement points where they sometimes lack a little bit. But look at the point standings. Sports 29 points to work with. Who could have believed that a team in that situation would actually come out with 29 points in their map, secure their qualification? Kudos to Aru. Entity with 18 points, and the drop off once again, it's absolutely massive, Necro. We've been talking about time and time again. 29 points at the tippity top, but at 8th position only 5 points, and the second page absolutely in shambles.
True. I mean, look at the second page. TSG, a team that I was talking about so much, not able to do that great. It definitely hurts me, to be honest, because I had a lot of expectations from this name. It's quite a funky name, and I'm going to support that. But then Team Kinetic as well is on the 15th spot. Then you see Trained Fighters, not so trained after all. Rebel as well, just having so many issues in itself. Whenever they're approaching those fights, it seems like they're approaching that confidently, but they're not able to sustain those fights enough. That confidence and that game plan is just not working well.
On the map of Erangel, Team Rebel, they actually found themselves in a pretty good spot, having all of their players alive and actually managed to get themselves a top 3 finish. But where they actually lacked was the amount of firepower that they had, right? And even on the map of Miramar, with with nothing really in their bag, it just makes it a little bit difficult for them to qualify, because at this point, I feel like they are somewhere in the mid-table, right? Somewhere in the mid-table, probably from the 4th spot towards the 12th spot that we have. They will be somewhere in that. We need to bag a good Sandhawk game to qualify.
Hey, you know what? Let's take a look at the matchup once again. I mean, we have been looking at these teams since the past 2 games, and now let's take a look at those teams once again, because it's also time to make a prediction, right? Which team you think will be winning the upcoming game of Sandhawk?
Interesting, but I believe I have that instinct. I believe it's going to be either, I'm going to go with 2, right? Just give me that opportunity. I feel it's going to be either Entity or it's going to be CS Esports. Because both of those teams, they've really knocked on the doors of that top 3 finish. Entity have managed to find that top 3 finish regularly. CS Esports, they've been knocking on the doors with 4th finish and 5th finish respectively. So, I believe that they are warmed up right now. I believe their fingers are warmed up and their mentality is set. They really want to get a chicken as they proceed to the next stage.
That is true. I mean, who wouldn't want to get a chicken, especially when the qualification is going to be on the line? I mean, the previous game, you went with Redemption Crew, and I went with Midwave. My prediction came through, so I'm going to say I got +1 for myself, dude. Listen, it doesn't matter if your team came on the 2nd spot. I still won that prediction. So I'm going to take the W, and now I'm going to go with Marcos Gaming. My prediction is going to be Marcos Gaming. I think so. They're going to get it one more chicken dinner. They're aiming for a record here.
They certainly are, probably. I mean, I don't know. Production is doing such a good job not showing us the overall standings, because after the 2nd game, right, that kind of builds that suspense, because you don't know where do you exactly stand, and then after the 3rd game you get that result sheet, just like you get that results after the end of the year at your school as well. So there is that level of suspense where they exactly stand, but I'm pretty sure Marcos, they are way ahead at the very top. Speaking of records, I feel like, yeah, I mean, after that game it's going to be a little difficult for them to maybe get a record score line. The Tippity top is still at 74 points, which is massive. For now, though, it's going to be interesting for us to find out who actually qualifies later on.
Exactly. I mean, it will be interesting to find out who's going to be qualifying. But one thing we definitely need to know, and one thing we definitely know, is that the known teams are all qualifying, no matter what. They're already there. They've already sort of made it. So things are already looking pretty good for them. But the teams that we're going to be looking forward to is going to be maybe Team Entity Gaming, because it's ones that still haven't made it, or maybe they haven't gotten the chicken dinner. That's what I mean. So maybe in the upcoming game, they can't get the chicken dinner.
Yeah. But of course, we had a little bit of an interruption there. One of the players, this perks of living in a boot camp, man. This is perks. Somebody just walks in, everyone just wants to greet themselves. But ladies and gentlemen, we are prepared now. We are prepared for the map of Sandhawk, and it's going to come in pretty soon. Both of us, we've given our prediction. You give your prediction in the chat as well. Which team are you supporting? I'm pretty sure you're supporting one of the top tier teams. Maybe your favorite team is Entity because your favorite player is Somraj, or you're probably going with Marcus Gaming because your favorite player is Spray God. It doesn't really matter. We'll find that all out as the plane takes it to the skies. But so far, we're just waiting for map to begin. And we've seen so many upsets, Necro. We've seen so many teams just, change things up and actually make it work in the final map itself.
I mean, exactly. The map of Sandhawk, I believe it's sort of like a variety, right? It brings in a lot of variety, even in the winners, which teams are going to be performing well, because as I've always mentioned, Sandhawk sometimes can be really random. You never know what's going to hit you at what spot, so you always need to be so cautious on every single step you take on the line. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing we need to remind you is that the registrations for the BGIS are open. All you need to do is go to esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com, and you will be registering yourself inside the BGIS, and also make point accurate. One single mistake and your team will be disqualified.
Yep, certainly, right. And that too being said, if you have any questions regarding the registrations, it is very important for you to ask the right people. Ask any of the casters on their DMs, ask me, ask Necro, or maybe even casters on the Hindi desk. We will make sure that questions actually get converted and you get your answers, because this is very important. We want every single team to participate, every single team that has the potential to participate in BGIS. Of course, if you are playing the grind already and you're playing BGIs with the same squad, you don't need to register. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the flight takes it to the skies, and we have Midwave Esports who got the chicken dinner in the last game in front of our screens right now.
Exactly. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plant flat path starting all the way from the southern side towards Mong Nai. Now, the plant flat path is sort of tilted to the right side, but once again, it's really not going to matter as the map is sound out. The players can easily extend towards their drop location unless you want to go all the way to the opposite side towards Hotten. Then, yeah, it might be a little tough of an extent, but still, you can make it if you pop your parachute early enough and if you have got the calculations down well enough. Midwave is one of those teams that won the previous game, so they have probably qualified inside the top 8. Not probably, they have definitely qualified inside the top 8, but I would like to take a look at the bottom left of the map. Look at this. Marcos Gaming and even another team called 06. There was a drop collision, but now we've got another drop collision inside Painan itself. Trained Fighters against INT.
Yeah, trained fighters against Team INT, and this is going to be interesting as Send Noodles is extremely close to Zeus. And now we know for a fact that Zeus was extremely brilliant in the last game. He needs to execute it. Yes, of course, bad position. Any single nade, any Molotov will just take him out, but he's got some form of cover, and from two directions, this is beautiful from Intrepid Esports.
Nicely done. That's a really good just pop and pick. And considering how that really went for them, Intrepid Esports, they can keep on moving like this. Now they've also got the man advantage secured up. 1 elimination points, that's going to get them fired up even more. And 416 secured in the hands of Zeus, and even an AKM, but a return knockout comes into play. So, another player getting taken down. Trained Fighters, that's a really good find.
Yeah, for sure, right? Of course, they've taken the trade so far, but they need to capitalize on it. They need to confirm that finish to actually turn it into a 3v3 affair. But so far, I believe the amount of space that they're giving them, there might be a resurrection coming in. Nades being cooked in, but will it land is also the question. Zeus trying to be on the front lines, trying to deter any sort of push coming in towards where their fallen comrades are as resurrection takes place. And there's that little bit of a breathing room for either of those teams to try and reset back into this fight.
INT Zeus on our screens. And Trained Fighters. Could have been a tough one for them. But Death, considering he's got his hands on the DBS, so approaching any type of these fights, pushing up right on the faces, it's going to be a tough outing. But still, the opponent team's going to try to do so. The player in the close is way too low, softened up, and eventually knocked out as well. Trained Fighters. Death is going to be the only man in the close lines and also in the close contention. The player in the front gets confirmed. Now Trained Fighters, they're down to just a two-man squad. INT, for them, this game is quite desperately needed. That's why you can see this desperation kick in too.
Yeah, certainly, but it is just Death holding them down, and the DBS actually find the first finish for themselves. If he manages to isolate these players in the 1v1, the DBS might just be enough for him to capture a 1v4 clutch, and so far, he's quite low on HP, and that man just can't really hold on because he had no support whatsoever. Where was the last player? Hitler just did not show up in that fight at all, and he had to do so much heavy lifting. Death did try his level best, did find that one knock for himself, but that's all she wrote for him.
Last player of Trained Fighters is on a run. Entity in front of us, K47, just mowing down the fields in the front with the M416 and the 3X. Has managed to get one knockout in his hands. Nikki, once again, it's just Team Rebel getting picked apart, ripped apart. This team is not going to have a sigh of relief at all, no time soon. And, well, I guess Team Rebel is also going to be eliminated from the game. So many eliminations, so many fights happening right off the bat. And as I said, on the opposite side of the map, on the southern side, there was another drop collision that happened between the players of Marcos Gaming and 06.
Yeah, but look at this. So Midwave Esports are once again in the front lines, and this man needs to deliver. If Midway wants to get a second chicken for themselves, if they want to make a statement to the big teams in the lobby that I don't care if there are multiple tier 1 teams in the lobby, I will still rip apart and show what I'm made up of. And so far, Shadow has been knocked out. That's half the job done. For them, I believe it's just about spotting the remaining players and capturing them. Killer on the vehicle, just trying to resurrect Shadow, his fallen brother, and Midwave just holding the ground for themselves because they know they have no compulsion to react.
Team Ultra Instincts going for the resurrection out of that player. Killer is the one to stick the res. Should be back up on his feet. Midwave in the front line. Satanki's got his hands on the frag grenade. Will be tossed in the front soon enough. And look at Atanki. I mean, trying to back out of that spot. The man stacked up with a lot of loot. I'm not going to lie. He's got so many utilities. He's got so many meds. And now Midwave, they're finally going to start to make some moves. I think he's getting pushed up on. Device got no clue. The man's in the clothes. What? I thought he had a hint.
Exactly right. He had no information whatsoever. And Atanki just capitalized upon it. Firing at your enemy when he's not looking at you should not be a difficult situation, and Atanki just made sure he finds that finish for himself. And look at Aru. Oh my god, the DBS once again reigns supreme, and it's Shadow who's been knocked out, but his friend is still there. It's Dinosis who is going in for a rescue mission, but is it going to be successful is the question. A 1v1 that he needs to secure for himself, but also revive his fallen prayers. So far, I believe there is someone else who is still surviving in the background, but Midway Esports, they've got that little bit of an opportunity to revive, and with 3 finishes to their name, I believe they've done the job.
They indeed have, yeah. The last players now very close, so I guess for Midwave, for now the threat's silenced. It's nullified. So they're going to be good to go from this spot. A really fair trade from their side, but those 2 players, if they would have been confirmed, then for Midwave Esports, this could have been so dicey. With only a 2-man squad, they will need to make this chicken dinner happen once again. And sometimes it can get next to impossible, especially this scenario right here. I thought the opponent had a clue that the man is going to be behind that rock, but no, instead he pushed up without even knowing the fact that he should check that angle, especially when you know that there was an enemy in the close vicinity, but he still did not do so. Marco's gaming on our screens. Vexy is the player.
Yeah, certainly. And you know what, speaking of that last fight, once again, I feel it's just Sandhawk being Sandhawk. There are so many angles which you need to take, just so many corners which you need to check before actually pushing up. And for Atanki, it was just an easy finish for himself. Speaking of Marcus Gaming, you did predict that this team is going to get the chicken dinner in this game, but so far, it's pretty early stages, but I feel like they are trying to position themselves quite towards the center of the circle. Now we need to find out where does the circle land and which team, in fact, does it prefer, because we've seen the circles on the map of Sandhawk just throw extremely crazy curveballs at these teams, and a lot of teams aren't really able to cope up to that amount of pressure.
Mantarek was on our screens just a while ago. CS is one of those teams with some solid momentum on their favor. Sevi plays just trying out the sightlines in the front. And considering the map of Sandhawk, reposition is going to be easy, but gathering intel is going to be a little tough. That's where the problem starts to rise up. Especially utilizing vehicles. You don't really see that often in the map of Sandhawk, right? Unless the situation really calls for it, unless you're really way too far away from the circle. And that's when you see people use those vehicles, because you've already got so much natural cover.
Yeah, Team Anonymous just holding their ground. They know for a fact, I believe this team has actually studied the circles in the past, and this time they're holding the river lines. And this is good. Just try to hold beside the riverbanks, because that gives you an adequate amount of advantage in trying to rotate. If the circle throws a curveball towards a different island, you will be the first one to reach, and you might be able to gatekeep every single team rotating late. So this is a good move for them. I love the fact that this team has done their research, especially because of the fact that this is the last group to play in this round, the last map, in fact, of this round itself. But Galactic Gladiators, so far, they haven't really made a move. They have got adequate loot for themselves. It's just about finding that right placement.
One last chance on a move. a team that was actually able to make it till quite a decent amount of late spot in the previous game. Now, it's not this game. They do seem to be in a massive state of discomfort. Look at Marcus Gaming. The entire gang just pulling up onto that compound. And 06 in a massive world of trouble. And Turnip is going to be the one to pull out the pin on his nade. Intense. In a really intense situation. He's the only man so far in the clotheslines. The second player from this team is all the way in the waterline. So for him to provide that cover fire, it's impossible.
Oh, no.
Nate tossed out of the window. It was not well placed, and now he's going to be in such an uncomfortable spot.
Exactly, he would have had to find the first knock with the nade itself to create a little bit of an opening for him. That now he is being surrounded from two different directions. Where does he look? Marcus Gaming just cleaning up that man who's been completely wiped off, and now they're looking for the rest of his teammates. A hunt for, I believe, Mandrake, who hasn't been spotted so far, but the nade coming in, I believe the trajectory is going to give his position behind the rock itself, taking a little bit of a damage that chips in a little bit. But so far, I believe he has been spotted. Yes, nade's being tossed in, and this man is gonna burn to crisp.
Good stuff, just blown to smithereens. And Marcus Gaming looking pretty solid on this map of Sanhok. I mean, considering these this DBS meta, you can say sort of, it has also made things easier for the players in the close contentions, but it has also made things even tougher to push onto a team. You never know. A DBS might just be waiting for you on your face, and you will probably be shut down without even getting a chance to fire back. So you need to make those pushes happen really cautiously, and you need to be super confident that you're probably going to come out on top in that fight. Then only those pushes can be worth it. But considering the circle as well as just creating a massive anonymous aura, we don't exactly know in which part of the map the circle is going to shift on over towards. So you do see Entity just holding onto that bottom left of the map.
Exactly right. This ambiguous situation for teams just calls for that gamble, right? Which island do you pick? And I believe that the Camp Charlie Island might just be the one, maybe holding towards ruins, maybe the best spot. And I love what Team Anonymous is doing so far, just holding along the shorelines. As well as Team TSG, they have got complete control over the edges of the mainland itself, but they have so much pressure coming in from the back lines. It's not going to be easy holding that place. Marcus Gaming still on the move, and this was the fight that they beautifully executed. Team Intense 06 just had nothing to do over there. Mandrake being completely, just like you mentioned, blown to smithereens. Of course, he could have done is probably tried and stayed silent. But I believe that Marcus Gaming, they were already on the hunt. They were bloodthirsty, and they would have found him whatsoever.
Oh, good knockout. Mid-wave. Aru's going to be the man to get knocked out at TSG. Look at him. Good shots and taken at the front, Zeno. He's managed to chip down another player way too low in the name of Dinosis. One thing is for sure, man. Mid-wave, inside this game, they're just so unsettled. If they get out of one fight safely enough, they find themselves in another tricky situation, tricky spot. And the Supari gang, they're really just punishing the players of Mid-wave.
Exactly, out of the fire into the frying pan, Midwave, just trying to escape and trying to find peace in this map of Sanhok. But, I mean, just like me and Necro talk about it, there is no peace on the map of Sanhok. You find yourself in fights every single time. And look at this, the Entity. They've actually spotted Team Marcus Gaming and shots being fired. And this is KK47 who has been taken down right from the get-go itself. And again, the DBS to be the cleanup crew. Marcus Gaming find the first finish, and they get the advantage in this fight.
And today's Sombrach on a run. Considering it's only 3 players alive from the side of Entity. Survival's going to be a little tough for them. It's going to challenge them to their fullest potential. Marcus Gaming knocked out. Spray God as well is going to be the man to get knocked out. He's managed to get 3 finishes on the board for himself, but considering Spray God's the only one so far who really does need that assistance. And now Entity Gaming, they've got their eyes locked on the players of Marcus Gaming. 2 behemoths, 2 titans just going out against each other.
Yeah, of course, jabs being taken. It's all about who delivers that knockout blow, and I love what Team Entity did over there. They knew that this team is completely pincered. They took out their vehicle as well. That was a risky move coming in from Marcus Gaming, try and save Spray God, but they know that Spray God has been heavy lifting for their team, and for him to be alive, it's going to be of prime importance.
And today, Gamla Boy on our screens, moving to that spot. And Secret, eyeing out the players of Marcus Gaming. He's got himself a nice fresh magazine, so now he can keep on pinning the players in the front. But eventually the retaliation, the return fire from the side of Marcus Gaming, the return back the favor to that player of Entity Gaming.
Yeah, Marcus Gaming on the move once again, probably looking to disengage from this fight because they know for a fact that having secured Spray God in his life, they should not really engage further. Maybe they might meet Entity in the late game stage, but so far Marcus Gaming just scouting that remaining location to find out if there's any snakes lurking around, and I believe there is one, and it's going to be in the form of Somraj, one of the biggest players in the community. Will he be able to hurt Marcus is the question. He just lies low in the process, just trying to hide his presence, but I believe he's going to hit them when it actually hurts the most, Necro.
And it makes a lot of sense too, trying to hit them at that vulnerable moment. Somraj just repositioning himself, does not want to get spotted. Barely makes it on the other side of the wall. He's still undetected so far. Marcus Gaming Spray God. He can go down once again, but Marcus Gaming, do they have enough amount of surrounding awareness? Not spotted once again. Spray God's got no clue that Somraj in the closer vicinity, but Somraj too, just holding on to that trigger discipline. And now Spray God going for the check inside the shack. No one spotted. This is where Somraj can just decide to pop out and take down Spray God, but no, instead is not going to do so.
Oh my god, this is so much anxiety, and this is when he hurts Spray God with no cover whatsoever. He has been completely finished off, and Somraj did complete his mission. His mission was to get that man just trying to stay hidden, and the trigger discipline was phenomenal. Spray God, I love the fact that he was chilling, right? He was chilling. He was popping in those energy drinks to try and resurrect himself, but look at this, Marcus Gaming. They are angry because they want to seek revenge.
Yeah, not too happy the fact that they've lost out on one more friend. Now they're here to get revenge, as you mentioned. On the path of redemption, let's see if they're going to be able to shut down Somraj or not. With that utility utilization, he gave his position away, so at least Marcus Gaming, they've got the confirmation that there are still foes around this enemy. Let's see if this is going to be the outcome or not, if Marcus Gaming will be getting their revenge on their foes. Somraj pushing up with that DPS, but actually comes out on top. It's going to be Marcus Gaming. They've got the man advantage. Now it's a 1-on-2 scenario. It's all down to Kamla Boy. He can't clutch these scenarios out. He's proven himself once in the back, but can he do it once again? Utilities going to be bombarded in the line of sight of Kamla Boy, but it does not connect.
The golden arm once again just delivering its style. I believe it's a 1v1 right now versus Vexy. Kamla Boy needs to push up, but he knows that a DBS is up against him. The Molotov being tossed in. I believe it's going to be on the right. Yes, the trajectory is almost right, but it's not going to harm Siam at the moment. Vexy still trying to pick his fallen comrade back up and running, and he got him out in the open. A spray comes in, and Marcus Gaming, they reign supreme. Revenge completed, Necro.
Marcus Gaming, solid outing from that entire fight. SNSD got that first advantage. Somraj shouldn't have pushed up. He got a little too desperate. He thought that he's got the DBS. Maybe he can come out on top in that fight, but then he forgot that DBS, even the opponents can have it in their hand, and that's where that one player from Marcus Gaming was just holding that third-person perspective, and as soon as Somraj peeked out on the opposite side of that, Roxy peeked out as well and just surprised him, astonished him with that DBS shot right to his face, and striked him down. Nicely done, though. Marcus Gaming, oh, they are definitely out for blood today. They're out for revenge. If you're going to try to take him down, Marcus Gaming will hunt you down no matter what.
Exactly, and it's not just a one-man show. It's not just Spray God. If Spray God gets taken down, there's always other players who are there to back him up. And Siam, what a brilliant shot with the DBS. Just a tight little slap. Kamla Boy, of course, going into the open. He was vulnerable, throwing that nade, tried to cook it to perfection, but Marcus Gaming punished him in style. And look at this, the circle just threw a massive curveball, and now it's towards at Camp Charlie Island. All of the team in the Northern Island will have to swim across or maybe take a bridge. It's not going to be easy. Rotations are always difficult in these ending moments, especially when the circle favors the waterways. Team Anonymous They will make it inside the circle. They are on the right island right now. 20, 30 odd meters which they need to cover, Necro. But I believe we are witnessing an extravaganza. So many teams are going to be involved in this final fight.
And considering that, look at Kinetic. I mean, yeah, they have got a little good position for themselves. Not too safe, considering there are still a couple of foes in the name of TFG in the front lines. But Kerala is one of those teams now starting to move up. And I'm going to be a little concerned, a little anxious for this team, considering, yeah, they were looking to move out in the open, and they will need to pay the price for that as well. CS Esports, they found the first player, might just find the second one as well, but the tracking is not going to be on the point. So Leo YT, good efforts.
Good effort, certainly, but he needs to not overextend at this point. Enough damage dealt, utility being flooded in. They know for a fact that Kerala is the one who needs to push out of their location because it's a blue zone damage that is going to hurt them a lot. It's the fourth circle ending, and that means it is Kerala Esports and the ball is on their court. CS Esports should just wait for this team to pop out. Also have to worry about other teams in the vicinity, namely Team TSG. And not just that, they also have to clear the front lines if they have to push up and enter the circle. And Kerala Esports still trying to battle the blue zone. This is not going to end up well, Necro. This certainly is not going to end up well for the last remaining survivor.
CS Esports. Oh, that rock in the front. Peeks out. Oh, instantly we'll need a peek back once again behind that rock. We'll try to just tuck himself back to safety. And Sarthak from CS Esports moving around. And CS, one thing is for sure, they need to reposition as quick as possible, but just make sure not all the 4 players are going to be in that same vehicle. We've seen so many of these blender situations occur when all the 4 players are going to be in that one single vehicle. It never tends to work out. Kerala, even they're looking to strike down the players of CS. They're looking to backstab and maybe turn the favor in their side, but Musa, he gets taken care of, gets rid of by the blue zone.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we all knew what the outcome was going to be, and Musa, he knew that instead of giving his finish point away to a team, let's just die to the play zone at least. But now, the same favor has actually been turned towards CS Esports, as they are the ones who are being gate-kept, and the blue zone damage is merciless. Supari Gang, in fact, they have got a good positioning inside the circle, and they're holding it to perfection. But from the other side, it's somebody else who actually knocks him down. I believe it's Team INT, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Who got an illusion, and that player being knocked out who's completely vulnerable.
Kinetics still, look at them. They're all the 4 players up, and for Marcus Gaming to breach inside this entire circle, it's going to be a bit of a tough task, considering Gladiators are in the front, Galactic Gladiators. This nade might just find the opening that they're looking for, and actually does as well. Sayum, what a perfect cook on that nade. And now Aster's going to be the one in the back lines. Another nade tossed in, but not able to find that sweet spot exactly. The accuracy is not going to be on the point just yet, because Aster's position exactly is not known. TV is pulled out from Aster, but he does not land the rest of his shots, and he will need to pay the price for that rookie mistake.
Marcus Gaming, they are on a roll right now, especially these 2 players, Vexy and Sayam. They are going guns blazing, and their vehicles just don't stop. They don't have a brake pedal at this point. It's just gas. Marcus Gaming doing it in style. 14 finishes to their name already, and this team might just be even capable of getting the chicken dinner for themselves, but midwave might be a thorn in their tracks. So far, Atanki as well as Dinosaurs are the ones who need to survive, because Aru is not there to pull the big shoes and fill the big responsibilities. Intrepid Esports also in the back line, just holding their ground, holding themselves. Zeus finding a player out in the open, and he punishes him in style. 1 player knocked out, Team TSG completely out in the open, Necro.
They indeed are. Look at INT. Considering they've got so many supplies, they can keep on raining down death and destruction on the team of the front, and TSG on the verge of getting picked apart by the players of INT. As I said, qualifications on the line for INT, so they need to make the most out of this game. Dinosis from Midwave, he's heard all that commotion, all that chaos that's going on in the INT side. Now even he's looking to just toss some nades in, some utilities in that direction. Marcus Gaming, they want a piece of it. They want a bit of piece of this action.
You certainly want, right? They can witness everything unfold in front of their eyes, and when players are vulnerable like that, you really want those finish points. Marcus Gaming, they've acquired a lot, but they're looking for more. And Midwave Esports completely out in the open. Dinosaurs, he hasn't really been spotted so far. Siam taking shots from the backside. I believe it's Atanki, but so far 3 teams and 6 playing. And it's going to be interesting to find out which team actually finds that chicken dinner. 2v2 situation, Necro, and I am loving this already. High ground advantage for Marcus Gaming, but similarly, it's Midwave who actually hold the central part of the zone. Which team is going to reign supreme is going to be the question.
A really big question. And we know these 3 teams, they're capable of pulling off some miraculous plays. But I'm a huge fan of the split that the players of Marcos Gaming are having. Yeah, playing it together can be the way to go sometimes as well, but especially when things are not going to work out, and when you're not going to be having that intel on the map of Sanhok, it gets even more tougher to play like that. So Marcos Gaming, with this spread, they're probably going to get a decent amount of intel to play around with, but Vexy, he overextends and he gets taken out of the game. But, well, I guess that's one of the disadvantages of that situation. Vexy did not really scout the front grounds clearly enough, and then he gets picked off. Sayum, he knows where one of these teams is positioned, and that player gets picked off. Utility cooked up to perfection, but it's going to be a little too late. And Midwave versus Marcos Gaming, a 1-on-2 scenario. Sayum, all eyes on him.
All eyes on him. Certainly the nade almost eating up 50% of that HP of that man Atanki. He knows exactly where Siam is, and this means the opportunity is open for them. One properly cooked nade or one proper Molotov might just be able to finish off this entire player. But Siam, the world is up against him, and Midwave might just be looking to make history as the first underdog team to back 2 chicken dinners back to back. Siam, 6 finishes to his name already, and he's barely surviving by a sliver of HP. He's been bombarded with bullets, and he's been ripped apart. Midwave Esports, in spite of losing 2 players early on, they still once again managed to find a winner chicken dinner. What a team, Necro.
I mean, I talked about Midwave Esports making some huge wave, but these are massive, gigantic waves. Midwave Esports is showing up, and they're definitely making a lot of moves. Back-to-back 2 chicken dinners from the side of Midwave Esports, and even able to take down such a solid team like Marcos Gaming. Marcos Gaming could have had their fair share of chance of actually getting that chicken dinner as well. But that one player from their side, he stepped inside an unknown territory. He got screwed big time. But ladies and gentlemen, you guys have an opportunity to make yourself represent on BGMI, and the only way to do that is to register for the official tournament. And how can you do that? Go on esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com, go on this website, fill all the information, and you will be registered.
You know, one important thing is going to be the registration dates are only open till 2nd August, ladies and gentlemen. So go there quick and register yourself now. If you haven't already registered for Grind, then you have to do it. But ladies and gentlemen, coming back to this day itself, we are going to witness this action-packed map of Sanhok once again in front of our eyes. And starting from this fight that drew up in Painan, Intrepid Esports, they did try a lot over there, but instantly got extinguished. I mean, trained fighters... Yeah, Death was the only one who was still holding on to, but he did manage to find a finish onto Team Intrepid Esports, and that is where I believe they lost a lot of their firepower.
You know what? I'm just really excited to take a look at the overall standings too in general, Salty, because this just makes the overall standings even more interesting. Because overall, all the 3 games, they've been dominated by Marcos Esports or Marcos Gaming, and then we also saw another team, Midwave Esports, and some known names here and there. But then there are these teams who are not able to consistently perform in all the 3 games, and they were getting taken off quite early sometimes too. So this inconsistency is just making so much more anonymous aura in the overall standings.
100%, there is a lot of ambiguity on which team is actually going to qualify. And speaking of teams, right, Team Entity right here, we saw the battle between the Titans, and that fight was probably going to be one of the highlight reels, and it's going to be talked about for such a long time. So many teams being gate kept from the zone itself. The blue zone damage was massive, and I told you, right, the teams who are going to make the right call in terms of which island to station themselves in will always come out on top, and it seemed like Marcos Gaming as well as Midwave made their right choices at the right time. It's just that Marcus Gaming, they racked up a lot of finishes to their name. I believe they are going to be at the tippity top when it comes to the overall points table in terms of this map itself. But Midwave, of course, running away with the chicken dinner in a situation like this, it shows so much caliber. And I can't wait to watch this team perform amidst other giants of the community.
Exactly. I mean, with how that previous game went, one thing is for sure, man. Marcos Gaming and Midwave Esports, these two teams, they've made a special spot for themselves in my heart. I think so. These are one of those teams that will definitely give such a tough fight to some of the top teams out there, especially Midwave Esports is one of those teams, right? Even LOC in the previous game, even Lock in the previous game was one of those teams. In the previous group was one of those teams that had so much potential to take down even some of the top tier teams. So these underdog teams, man, really just out here to prove something. And now they're also starting to get even stronger.
They certainly are getting stronger as the days progress. And we saw, right? We saw that general trend as we approach the end of week 2. Week 1 was sort of the game for the top tier teams, and the underdog teams, they had their nerves going in. But as the days progressed, even though the teams who are watching all of these games unfold, they realize that, oh no, wait, we really do have a chance, right? If we play our cards right, we need to play for placement points. The average is going to be around 8 points per game. So they strategized all of this, and they came in prepared, and they were prepared heavy. Some of these underdog teams really bombarded the tier 1 teams, and this is something which I loved, right? The mentality and the mindset with which they came in, that they have nothing to fear. And to be honest, they actually have nothing to fear, because all the teams are mechanically at equal footing. It's just about strategies, and strategy is something which you practice. And I believe these underdog teams, they have practiced hard, they've grinded hard, and that is why BGI as a grind is such an interesting tournament for all of us watching all of these teams perform.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, BGI is the grind, considering, especially right inside the grind, the players are getting chances to represent their teams. And I just feel like the most unique thing about this tournament in general is that every single team, it just feels like they're treated on an equal level. That's the best thing that you can ask for. Usually, you know, the top echelon teams, they get treated in a special way. But now inside this tournament, everyone's going to be treated in a similar fashion. That means even you yourself can try to showcase out there to the world that what you're capable of. Yeah, if you're really good enough, if your team plays on next level, you will be with the top teams itself. If you're not going to be able to make that, well, then the only thing I can say is good luck for the future endeavors, and you can always try to improve on your gameplay, on your game style, and especially the team play, because that's what it all comes down to inside a tournament.
100%, right? It's always about strategies, always about learning the tricks from the top dogs and then making it better, making it your own. And, you know, speaking of it, I feel like this is probably the time when we are about to get ourselves the overall standings in a couple of minutes. And I do wonder which team is going to be the one who is going to dominate. Is it going to be Marcus Gaming, or is it going to be Midwave at the tippity top? Because this is probably the first time when two teams have actually dominated the entire lobby. We saw how the drop-off was actually varying from the first position to the 8th position. 8th position barely bagging 3 or 4 points, while the teams at the top, they are bagging 20, 30 points to their name. So this can be a massive difference. And maybe, just maybe, Necker, I feel like the qualification mark at the halfway stage of the table, I believe it's going to be one of the lowest that we have seen so far.
Hey, but you know what? It's time to find out who's going to be the MVP. And the MVP is probably going to be someone from Marcos Gaming. That's for sure. 100%. Yep. One of the players from Marcos Gaming has sealed the MVP spot for themselves. Yeah. And yes, it is going to be in the name of Vexy. With 8 finished points, Vexy has managed to be the MVP of that previous game. Now let's take a look at the top 5 players. And Midwave Dinosus is going to be one of those players in the top 5. But it's mostly just Marcos Gaming.
100%, and I love this, right? Let's think of the first 2 games initially. Spray God from Marcus Gaming as well as Aru from Midway were the ones who were actually filling in those heavy duty shoes, filling in those big responsibilities. But when these 2 players got eliminated from both of these teams, it was the other players who actually stepped up, and they stepped up big time. Look at this, the 19 finishes, 19 freaking finishes on Marcus Gaming with 12 placement points, 31 points in total. Midway Esports, they have 23 points to their name. I believe that there is going to be a lot of competition at the very top. Supari Gang, of course, they've managed to find a good game for themselves. 15 points at the 3rd position. Intrepid with 14 points. And then look at the drop-off. Entity, did find themselves with only 6 points, but I believe with consistent performances in the first 2 games, they are somewhere safe in the mid-table.
True that. I mean, if you do move on forward to the second page in front of us, and this is where you're going to be seeing a lot of upsets from that previous game, especially Team Rebel, dude. I think so when Team Rebel stepped inside the battlefield, I had some expectations from this team, but I guess not being able to deliver onto those, it's completely fine. Sometimes things just don't really tend to work in your favor. Team Ultra Instincts, I guess this time the Ultra Instincts really didn't come after them. But you know what? It's time to break the ice now, Salty. It's time to take a look at the overall standings and find out how that has shaped up. And it's Marcos Gaming on the first spot with 73 points. This is the team with the most amount of points to be secured in 3 games inside BGI's The Grind 2023.
Absolutely ripped apart the competition. 40 finishes to their name and 33 placement points. 1 chicken dinner to work with. 73 total points is absolutely insane. But look at this. The second position team is also having 62 points, which is one of the highest, if not the very highest. With 2 chicken dinners, Midwave Esports, they have ripped apart the competition. And then comes the massive drop towards Entity. Third position, 38 points to work with. Team Rebel, in fact, courtesy to that first game of Erangel, they qualify and 18 points. This is probably one of the lowest qualification marks that I've seen. Supari Gang and the Redemption Crew tied at 18 points. This is disheartening, but we have said it time and time again, ladies and gentlemen. You have to prioritize your placement points as much as you possibly can.
And yep, this is why Supari Gang could not make it in the top 8. Just because of the placement points were lacking. That's why we saw TRC move it up in the top 8 situation. Ladies and gentlemen, these overall standings, as the days are passing by, they're getting even more interesting and intense at the same time. Way too close to comfort, though, that's for sure.
Certainly way too close for comfort, and we have seen this happen multiple times. I still remember that one day where we had 3 teams tied at the same amount of points, and the placement points was the basic difference between those teams. And you know what, as BGIS approaches us, as the further rounds of the grind approaches us, it's just my sincere advice to every single underdog team out there: just play for those placement points. Yes, finish point, every single finish point is gonna matter, but then you have to put survival first. BGMI has to be a survival game. But having said that, Necro, we have had a blockbuster of a day. I loved every single map that was played so far. And also don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, to register yourself for BGIS if you haven't already registered with your team in the grind, because the day ends on 2nd of August. So you only have like about 2 or 3 days for yourself to register. Every single detail needs to be filled with absolute perfection, Necro.
Hey, but you know what? As you mentioned about the BGS registrations too, one more thing I'd like to say, not a lot of time left, and go to esports.battlegroundsmobileindia.com. That's where you guys will be able to register your teams. But you know what? Another thing that we really need to talk about over here, Salty, and that is going to be round 2 of the grind. Round 1 was interesting. If it was this intense, then just imagine how round 2 is going to be looking like.
I am absolutely pumped for it, man. I believe that action as well as the gameplay is going to improve overall. There's going to be a little bit of more of an organized play. I believe the teams are going to come prepared. They have learned so much from round 1, and only the cream layer that actually applied for the grind will actually progress. So I'm expecting better action. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what we are presenting to you, if you like all the BGMI action that we have to offer to you, don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel, as well as follow Crafton India of Esports on all of their official, on all of their socials, because you know what? There's a lot of highlights, there's a lot of sneak peeks that you need to find out, and those are there in our Instagram. But Necro, any final words before we close the show?
To be honest, no final words from me. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here on the desk with you, man. And it's been such a phenomenal journey through this grind.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you next week on Thursday with round 2. But for now, though, it's a goodbye. See you.